Okay, hello, what's up everybody? Sorry for a slightly longer preamble today. My cat insisted upon playtime, and I mean insisted. And when that cat wants playtime, he gets some freaking playtime. I actually got freaking mauled by him, and he was like, it's time to play. Go to YouTube and post to Polish, I guess? No, it's English only for moderation purposes. Wasn't the other day or no one cared? No, it did. I told everyone Polish is not allowed because my mods don't speak Polish. And here's one issue that I have is, unfortunately, I don't often read Polish, and sometimes I miss things. For example, what if someone came to stream and said something very, very rude in Polish? Not good. I've had people speak rudely in Polish, French, Arabic, Spanish, Russian. I feel like I'm missing some languages. I make a collection. I mentally like keep a collection. And no one could read it? Yeah, most of the time. German. German. There you go. Yeah, no, the reason is, like, please, yeah, first of all, don't try to get around the rules. It's not a good look. Yeah, I'm afraid it's just like that. Blame the people who are rude. Blame the people who are not nice in other languages. So. Oh, sorry. Wait. There we go. Nailed it.
What's one city that you can't live in? Electricity. Stupid joke. I love it. That's how you know it's a good joke, because you laugh instinctively and then you go stupid. Thanks, Cheese Master, for the 100 bits. How many more videos to finish the first playthrough? I don't know. I'm guessing though we'll be finished around 100 episodes, but I can't tell, because the thing is, with the amount of editing that I do, for example, if I do PvP, all cut. So that's like easy 5-6 hours cut, right? But also depends on breaks, depends on, sometimes I just talk to chat, because, like, let's say we got a raid, you know, we get a raid and I go, hey, you know, talk to them, and I don't move. So, you know, I try to trim that. I try to trim the stuff that's just talking to chat. I'm not saying it's bad content. You know, it's kind of like that podcast vibe, but the point of the playthrough is to kind of like be a playthrough, so I try to cut that sort of stuff, right? A lot of backtracking, exploration, like sorry, I edited it yesterday. Today's episode that went live on YouTube, that was 5 hours trimmed down to about 1. That was awful, and I hope to never do that again. You know? Hey, thanks, Getty. Yo, Justin! What is MYR? Sorry, I'm like not familiar with that one. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. I love learning all the codes too for different I'm so curious now. The Malaysian ringgit? Am I saying that right? Is it a little different? That's so neat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Jeez. Thanks so much for the super chat. Heard something nice from Marlo? You know what? I might get him more of these wool balls that he loves. I swear you're gonna think I'm sponsored, but I love these. He is obsessed with these tiny little wool balls. For real. Episodes are all really fun. Thanks so much. I'm really glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, so anyway, I'm guessing based on how many episodes I've done, I'm thinking it's going to be around 100 episodes total for the playthrough. But I'm not sure yet, because like I said, if I cut PvP, you know, things like that. But I hope it's done soon. Like, I love it, but like the amount of editing is killing me. I might have to skip a day for editing, because like, whoo, you know. So we'll see. 15 stream streak from your German speaker. If only you spoke a language that starts with S, you would have had fantastic alliteration. But you know, I guess you're close enough anyway. Thanks, Herman. Anyway. Liza P, yeah, when do we get a full playthrough? I have played Liza P. I don't know if every playthrough is going to make it to YouTube. Need editor? Honestly, it's just, I don't, like, my YouTube, I need to edit it myself for now. Appreciate the offer, though. I do get some people message who are like, hey, I can edit. And I'm just like, listen, like, I can't pay somebody to edit right now. It's like not worth it. Every single Ellen Beast attack at the same time. Oh my god, that moment was crazy. I think that made it into a short. Yeah, I put that into a short. Yeah, that'll be in the playthrough. That was first playthrough, I think. It was! Oh, I remember that. But yeah. Could have done it in German. Oh, no, let's not start the language wars again. I'm joking. It's not a language war. But, you know, occasionally people go, hey, why can't they speak a different language? I'm like, this is why. Moderation purposes, you know? Elden Stars is very fun to watch someone else dodge. You know what? It's really weird because the little things hit you and they don't stun you, but they like the little things, and then you kind of feel like you're getting stunned, but you're not. So you can still move, but you see your health going down. You hear your character making sounds, and it just really tilts you. Do you know what I mean? Like you just feel stun locked by Elden Stars. Where am I in the game right now? 1 second. Oh my god, I got so many controllers. Okay. I am in. We're about to go to Altus. I forgot. That's really exciting. Oh, thanks so much for saying that, Steven. I appreciate that so much. Honestly, dodging the Elden Beast was absolutely just pure luck. I don't know how I did it. I watched it, and I was like, oof. You know what's one thing I really regret from the first playthrough, and it's so funny to look back on? I never realized that Hyetta and Irina were the same person. And you might notice that in the playthrough, I think someone talked about remembering Edgar, and you can probably tell by what I said, I didn't remember who Edgar was. I don't think I made notes on Edgar because, well, he showed up for all of 5 seconds. Let's see if I made notes on him, because there's a possibility that I remember and go, oh my god, Edgar, and then I have that moment, right? Okay, so we got Darian Diallo's Corin Patches. I literally have the notes from my first playthrough. This is literally the notebook. Same person, but you can sequence break and see Hyetta while Irina is alive and hanging out and weeping. Okay, Pete, so I'm actually really wondering about that. Because I feel like we can. But the problem is that I don't know how to trigger that. And Sellen Quest? What about Sellen Quest? What part of it? Yeah, sorry, no, how do you think we do that, Pete? Because I think we can. All right, listen, can we listen? I don't know what I missed with this. How did this start? Hang on. One moment, please. Give me un momento, please. I'm confused. Okay, let's just cease. What is your opinion of Dragon's Dogma 1 and 2? 2 is not out yet. It looks good, but I only saw a trailer. 1 is very good, but I didn't finish it either, because the Shadow of the Erdtree trailer dropped. So, yeah. Bok, E.G., and Blythe. Oh my god. That one actually made me so depressed. That was like probably the saddest episode. By not finishing more and then skipping straight to Liurnia. You know what? The thing is, I thought we did that this playthrough. Let me think about what we did. Does anyone remember what we did for Hyetta? So what we did is we talked to her. And then I was like, oh, okay. You know what? Okay, I didn't make notes on Edgar. I think that's what happened. Okay, let me I did! But later. I think I added him way later. Okay. Number 1. Before I get into 5 different trains of thought again. So, number 1, we went to Weeping Peninsula. Then, when Irina was still alive, I went and I cleared Stormvale, and then I went to Liurnia and she was there, and then when I teleported back, she was dead. Yeah, so I'm wondering, was it the clearing Stormvale that did it? Like, maybe that's a sub-trigger? What if you just run to Liurnia, skipping Stormvale? We could try that pretty quickly, but I'm actually wondering about that. Half a push-up today, feeling great. I lifted a really heavy cutting board today, and I kind of feel the same way. So you know how we joke about, or okay, maybe we don't joke, but I always joke about how weapons, I'm like, how heavy can that really be? And then I lift up a heavy object, and I'm like, whoa, I could not be a tarnished. Whew. Why is Sellen being interrogated? So I don't actually think subsequently that she's being, or not subsequently, but like now, I don't know that she's being interrogated. I think that she is basically being trapped and imprisoned. She might be being interrogated by the same person, but the main goal is to imprison her because she can't be killed. Jaren likely did it because with the stars frozen, she was apparently immortal. We learned this from, I believe, during Jaren's quest, that since the stars are moving again, he has to go back to handle something. And maybe EG tells us this. One of the two of them refers to the fact that with the stars frozen, Sellen is immortal. She cannot be killed. That's why they have to imprison her. So that's what I'm wondering about. Appears dead after you visit the castle. So literally entering the castle triggers her death? I don't think we entered the castle this playthrough, though. I think we saw Hyetta, didn't go to the castle. We didn't. Okay, I talked to Irina. We cleared Stormvale. Not Castle Morn, Stormvale. We went through it, saw Hyetta, talked to her, gave her a grape, and then teleported to to Irina, and she was dead. We did not enter Morn. After you visit the guy on top, but if you don't enter the castle, she still appears dead. That's what I'm wondering. Is there a way to see Hyetta? I think seeing Hyetta causes Irina to be killed. I don't think you can have them both at the same time. Someone listed the estimated weights of a number of swords and even something around the size of a claymore. The listed is like 10 pounds. Yeah, I think they're heavy. Ranni's the best ending. All the others seem meh. I mean, in terms of spectacle, Ranni and the Frenzy Flame ending are pretty great. They're all really good in their own way, though. But it's, you know what? I don't know. I still think Ranni is probably my favorite ending. If I can be real, I'm not a big ending person. You know, like I love having so many options, but for me, there's so many other parts of the game to focus on that I'm like, endings are cool. Me. Hey, thank you. Say thank you to your wife, please. With a new character, real quick, gonna zoom around. Okay, make sure not to enter Castle Morn, because we know that's a trigger, so don't even touch it. Talk to her, and then see about Hyetta. We got some testing. What if Mesmer is yet another aspect of Miquella? They both got really long arms. I have been on the record to state that I hope that they don't do every character is just Miquella, like Mike Myers in Austin Powers. We talked about the long arms. Other people have referenced the long arm. I've seen a lot of people being like, oh my god, it's Miquella but evil because he's got the long arms. And it's like, I feel you, but the problem is that if everybody is Miquella, isn't that also kind of boring? Right? Like, okay, so he's got Trina. He's now got Melania. They're twins, but also different. So like Melania and Mesmer, and also Mog's involved somehow. It's like, so they're all Miquella then? You know? Very Godskin? Very Godskin. That's what I think personally. Sputnik Lock, thank you so much for the Prime. Welcome in. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Enjoy your emotes. Raph Snake, Raph Snake, Raph Snake, Raph Snake, Raph Snake, Raph Snake. Sorry, I really love that emo, and it's new, so I'm very excited about it. Oops, all Miquella. So, if you want to engage in that sort of theorizing, all power to you. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying if you ask me, I'm going to be like, I'd rather that wasn't the case.
You know what I mean? It's just one of those things. Like, I find the aspect of different aspects interesting, but when it turns into every character is just their aspect, it's just, you know, I find that personally to be limiting, right? So that's why I don't really roll with that sort of thing. You know what I'm saying? Guy on top of Castle Morn talks about Godric. You progressing beyond him just indicates you progressed too far. Sooner appears dead if you were too late. I don't... Like, he does talk about Godric. And it's possible that Godric's death is, in fact, another Hyetta trigger. That's totally possible. I just didn't want to enter Liurnia until he was done. But then again... Man, honestly, chat, it's a little hard for me to remember because I do a lot of new files. And I'm also editing the first playthrough, so I'm having trouble remembering... Like, there's too many Elden Ring rivers in my brain. I don't remember which Elden Ring river we did this playthrough. Does anyone remember what route we did through to get to Hyetta the first time? I don't remember if we went through Stoneville or not. I'm having a bra moment. Really only think Saint Trina and Miquella are the same person, but that could also change. We'll see. Yeah, I think Miquella and Saint Trina are the strongest contenders for aspects, but I really, really wonder what's going on with that as well. Irina Hyetta both alive thing is super lore related. I think it's just an oversight in triggers. It could be, Pete, but if you can trigger that and you tell us exactly how you did it, that would be very nice, because I'd like to note that down. So we could, we could try it subsequently, right, to test again. Because the thing is, they tend to be pretty good about oversight stuff like that. So if a character progresses to the point that they should be dead, it tends to happen pretty quickly. As a result, you know, I kind of wonder about that. Twist in the DLC, the Miquella turns out to be Bok. Sorry, I missed that, but yeah, absolutely. I don't know. There's still a couple characters I don't know all the triggers. Another stream playing above the stream chat. That's weird. You delivered a letter to Morn. No, don't touch Morn at all. Because if you enter Castle Morn, that's one of the triggers to kill her. Or, sorry, I didn't in this playthrough. I did not go to Morn. We literally talked to Irina, turned back, saw Irina again on the way out. So we were like, okay, she's still good. Went to see Hyetta spawn. Came back. Irina's dead. No Morn, period. Opinion on YouTube lore videos? I mean, I'm gonna be real. I love them. I love that people make them. I would like to make some scripted, intentional lore content. But I am a chaotic goober, and we're gonna work on that soon. But when it comes to other people's lore videos, I love them, but I have an attention span problem. I do. I find it difficult to sit down and focus on long videos. I watch YouTube videos in the background, which is why I love playthroughs so much, because you can glance over it, you can giggle, and then you can do other things. So when it comes to other people's lore videos, I find it hard to watch all the way through because I am like that. Right? So it's a little funny. I like written lore. I really do. If your card is charged, there's definitely... I'm afraid you didn't sub. There was no alert, so nothing should have gone through if it was on this channel. That's for sure. When they talk, I remember you and then doubt everything they were saying. Everyone has their own perspectives is the thing too. Like I really think that lore is a collaborative thing. So a lot of people tend to sort of research everything and compare their notes, whereas I do a lot of my lore stuff live on stream. I'm liable to make errors, right? Sometimes I misremember something. Sometimes I'm like, okay, what is this item description? And we have to look for it. So it's just like different ways of analyzing lore. Think of writing an essay versus talking to a friend. You know, that's kind of the vibe we're going for. Like my lore is all like, we're talking together, we're discussing, we're debating. But, you know, when will FromSoft explain the lore? Never. So no, I'm not like trying to be like, oh, other people do lore bad, you should watch me. But please clip that out of context. That would be very funny.
But yeah. Irina's body doesn't disappear upon meeting Hyetta, even when doing more normally. Right. That's another thing. Why is her, yeah, she shouldn't be dead, her body should be. That's definitely true. Many lore questions don't have an answer and never will. Different interpretations can be equally valid. Yep. Irina's body never disappears. That's definitely a weird one. She is dead. Okay. I forgot you can... You know what? That's actually interesting because they left that in for a reason. Let's go check this out. This is good. This is very interesting. Give it a second to load up. There we go. All right. Because you're right. You can continually go to her and it just says she is dead. Okay. And that's actually really, really important, isn't it? Now I'd be like, Rav, you're looking too far into it. It's just a lore. Or not a lore. It's just dumb. It's just oversight. But how often do they let you examine corpses in this game? The only time you can ever, in my memory, examine a corpse is in Bloodborne after opening the door, and you know what I'm talking about, and there's not only a corpse, but a wizened, very decayed corpse that was talking to you a moment before the door opened. And it's a little funny, but the point of it is to kind of be like, wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? And then you start, maybe you laugh a little because she's dead, okay, is a little comedic. Or in this case, already dead, okay. But there's more to it. Because we can help Hyetta all the way through, but the whole time we can also go back to her absolute doppelganger with the same voice and examine the body to confirm that she is dead. Mean the guy behind the door to Forbidden Woods? Yep. The Forbidden Woods, really anything post Vicar Amelia in Bloodborne, is the moment that the game starts to shift very noticeably from a gothic horror to a eldritch horror / Lovecraftian horror. And there's other signs of it previously. If you're paying attention, you might notice a couple of things. Couple odd statues on the way to Vicar Amelia's that look a little funky. Your first encounter with a brain sucker where you're like, what the heck was that? Actually, yes. The first brain sucker is actually right. I think it's the first, is right outside that door. So, and then as you get into the woods, if you're not picking up on those little notices yet, you will be bashed over the head with the fact that something else is going on here. This isn't just hunt some werewolves. This isn't, a weird gothic werewolf story. Something else is present. And one of the most notable hints is that moment. And there's tons and tons. It's like drops until it becomes a flood. And that's... I really think that that's another thing we're supposed to look at here. We know Hyetta is strange. We know. She eats eyes and it seems cool with it when you tell her. But also, men exploding into snakes? Squad of moon men in the woods? Exactly. Yeah. It's the type of thing, just like FromSoft does. If you pay attention to this story and the lore, you might notice things before other people do. Cool with it, she vomits? But she says she's fine. Well, I say she's fine, and she's fine. She says it's okay. Who doesn't get a little pukey sometimes? It's okay. She's got a hairball. What, you never had a cat? And promptly after that, she's okay with eating more eyes, with the knowledge as well. She's aware of what she's doing, and in fact... her being aware of what she's doing is a key part to her journey. Yeah. Speaking of eyeballs, I'm eyeballing the chat myself. Stimulation takes over? Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering. I think this is just another hint, but I don't know. I really do wonder about it. Fireballs actually tasted good. I'm sure we wouldn't mind so much as well. I don't remember if I talked about this in the first playthrough or really at all, but the whole thing about if you want to, you know, when Halloween you used to do those, you put your hand in a box and then you feel around and it's like, ooh, this is gooey guts and this is a bowl of eyeballs, but it's really just like food. The way to make eyeballs, fake eyeballs for Halloween, grapes. You peel grapes. It's a very discomforting thought now that I think about it. Yeah, I'm really thinking about it now. Interact with her for questline with the maiden fingers? Here's the thing though. Let me give you a little counterpoint because there could be a reason. But, one second please. I've acquired aggro, so... Oh my god, I don't think I've been in that tower. Okay, 1 second please. Because that is something good to bring up. You can't interact with this one. You can get blood from her, though. If it was so you could get blood, then every single one of them would have that requirement. It's not. There's a difference. Why you can interact with her and not interact with others? Maybe she's not dead? I mean, okay, but like, what's another corpse you can interact with? You know what I mean? Like, okay, so she's not dead. This one, I mean. You know? Using any guide to 100% because a lot of things are missable? Yeah, the 100% is more like trying to 100% the lore. But yeah, no, I'm not using a guide. I'm just using my brain and also chat. That's right, I'm using you. Corpse in the Beginning Church. Church of Anticipation. Any NPCs that we know nothing about? Not really. We can infer certain things from just about everybody. Need a corpse in the DLC that says not dead? Okay. I don't know how to tell you this, but that's Lady Maria from Bloodborne. Just kidding. No, but actually, you're right, because another one we like to talk about here is Shabiri. Why does Shabiri openly ride a corpse? I say ride a corpse because it's... Oh! Right, I did the dramatic death here. I forgot. No. It's just... It's something interesting to note. FromSoft tends to do things for a reason. Almost always, even if we can't be certain what that meaning is. Reason is, I mean. So Shabiri openly takes the corpse of Yura, and he says so. He doesn't like, he's like, oh, you knew this person. Or I forget the word he uses, I'm afraid. But, you know, he says something along those lines. You cannot interact with this corpse. You can interact with the message in front of the corpse. These are good things to bring up. Vessel? I was wondering if it was Vessel. You want to know another use of Vessel that I found? Hang on. What was it? Ah! I believe Ranni's Dark Moon spell? He says husk. Does he say husk? Although, to be fair, 4 people said Vessel, so I'm leaning toward Vessel. They make oversights? Very rarely. And can you name what some oversights? The wall they patched, not everything has a reason? Okay, yeah, but we weren't acquiring lore from the wall. That's a fair oversight, for sure. They make mistakes, but when it comes to things like this, I don't want it to be easily dismissed. Because look, people said, this woman, you can interact with her, you can't. The lady up there at the other chapel, you can't interact with her. Why can you interact with Hyetta? There's a reason. And it's not, in this case, an oversight. It isn't. There's something to it. Can you take her blood? If you have the maiden cloth thingy, yeah. I'm pretty sure you can. I always use this maiden at the Church of Inhibition because I always go here as part of my routing because there is a sacred tier here. So I always use this one, but you can use others. So, Shabiri takes the corpse of Yura, tells you straight up, and the thing is, you will have met Yura because it's part of his quest. Although, actually, now that I think about it, even if you don't talk to Yura, I'm pretty sure Shabiri says, "Were you previously acquainted with this vessel?" I think that's just his dialogue. So that's the only interaction? Yeah, so you can interact with the corpse to acquire maiden blood. But it's not different. Seems possible that Hyetta is using Irina's body/body image. So not her body literally, but potentially her body image. But that asks other questions. Why are you so knowledgeable about the Elden Ring lore? A lot of time. And the fact that I love it. It's been 2 years since release, so we've had some time. And I played this game a whole lot. That's so interesting. But so one thing, I think it was in the YouTube comments. I'm sorry, I don't remember who made the comment, but if you're here, you know, say hi. Someone commented in the most recent YouTube video that Hyetta's dress is bloodied, just like Irina's, which is interesting. And yeah, it sure is interesting because her body's here all along, yet we see someone who looks just like her with her voice, with a bloody dress, walking around the world. It was that is dead Irina. Possible Shabiri is also using Yura as an image clone. Possible, but Shabiri, not Shabiri, but Yura, his body vanishes. The moment you exit out the game, or leave, or rest, or change the world state, his body vanishes. So there is a difference between the two. But then again, there's a difference between Hyetta and Shabiri as well. Shabiri is a bit more like Gowri in how he presents. They have the same character model in general? More evidence for that fact for sure. Alternate dialogue from Shabiri, is that actually possible? Does Shabiri actually appear if you haven't progressed Yura to his death? Yes, he sure does. Yura, or Shabiri, is separate from Yura. Basically, if you go into the mountaintop of the giants, Yura's dead. There are quest lines in previous games. Unfortunately, I can't think off the top of my head. I'm a little fuzzy, but there are definitely like markers that if you progress to a certain point, characters will die if you don't talk to them. And one of them is Yura. If you go far enough into the mountaintop of the giants, that's it. But what's interesting with him is whether you have met Yura or not, he says the same line, "Were you previously acquainted with this vessel?" Because he doesn't know, which also means that he doesn't have access to Yura's memories. Yura dies as soon as you go to Altus. So the thing is, it's only if you progress his quest. Because in my first playthrough, I made it to Altus, but I hadn't talked to Yura until Yura was still in Limgrave for me because I hadn't talked to him. And if I talk to him, then he moves to Liurnia. And then when I do his mini quest there at Rey Lucaria, whatever, then he moves to Altus. And then he dies at Altus. But if you get to Altus without progressing his quest, he's fine. Until you get to the Mountaintop of the Giants. We're inclined to think that's an oversight. What part of it? The fact that there's no dialogue change from Shabiri? They do have some issues in this game of not having too many dialogue options, in my opinion. Like in previous games, I feel like you could talk to somebody and tell them the randomest information, but it made sense. The fact that you can't tell Alexander that Jarburg was attacked, I find that to be jarring, pun perhaps intended. If you kill Eleonora before you talk to Yura, Eleonora does not appear until Yura's quest is progressed. You won't get the Eleonora invasion. You simply will not. The corpse staying, I mean, it's possible. Honestly, the fact is they do not do this. There's only one time where we can interact with the corpse, and it's Bloodborne, and it's significant, so I don't want to think this one's insignificant too. Didn't Wright record some stuff for certain outcomes? Yeah, I still find it, that's like a little bit of a bummer in my opinion though. Shabiri is a three-eyed raven. That's a Song of Ice and Fire / Game of Thrones thing, and honestly, I don't think so. Even from the limited knowledge I have. I don't think we have a direct three-eyed raven reference here, personally. To this day, I still haven't beat this game. You got time. There's always time. Shabiri's Mephisto? I know a little bit about Mephisto. I would say... The thing is about Shabiri is he seems actually pretty limited. Like, he can't really... And same with Gowry. They can't really directly influence the world. They have to manipulate people to doing it for them. Biggest oversight I found was quite hidden. What is it, though? Yura's death happens on entering the capital itself, maybe on defeating Draconic Sentinel. Not 100% sure. So... Once again, my really, really weird first playthrough tracking, or routing, I should say, slightly suggests... Okay, it might be Draconic Tree Sentinel, because I fought the Draconic Tree Sentinel later, but I fully made it into the capital and still progressed Yura's questline after. So it's possible it's Sentinel, Draconic Sentinel, but it's possible that it's something else. Everyone forgot to replace that line with actual recorded voice. Yikes! Oh, goodness me, that's awkward. Killing Morgott? Getting us the Forbidden Lands makes sense. I definitely think it's really late. Couldn't it just... Is there a reason it can't be entering the Forbidden Lands? Barrier doors say you need more Great Runes are just wrong. So, in what way? Admittedly, I don't think I've ever seen the you need more Great Rune stuff because I always take out Godric and Renala. Now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever been locked out of the capital before. You have the same love with Melania. How lovely is she? Great. I love Melania. Still maintains status as quite possibly my favorite figure in the lore. Love her design, love it. I love Melania. She's really, really cool. Hand Ballista, an unconventional ballistic device modeled on a weapon used to besiege castles, only capable of firing great bolts. Perfect for reckless acts such as storming a castle or facing an entire army alone. It really is cute, that dialogue, or that item lore. One of my first characters was at a refusal route to Melina. I remember you talking about that route. Never went to Round Table, which is the... Oh, so it's actually a lie. You have to... It's the Round Table. Well, okay. Real talk. Now, there's an argument to be made for this as well, but it's also... Okay, what if the two fingers is the problem there? What if you need their permission? Because apparently you need permission from the two fingers. But you might be like, oh, but the two fingers are cool with you burning the tree. They're busy. When you tell them that there are thorns preventing your entry for the Erd tree, they freak out and phone call home, and they're still waiting for an answer and will be for, according to Enya, thousands or tens of thousands of moons. So, is it possible that you actually need to talk to the two fingers for that? Yeah, the fingers AFK, exactly. I get that the game doesn't say that though, but the game doesn't tell you lots of things. You can still figure them out. Like, gameplay over lore for sure. Trust me. And in gameplay terms, they want you to go to the round table hold. There's a lot there. A lot. The fact that you did that without leveling up past +3 is shocking. First of all, Eponymous. But from a gameplay point, they want you to go to the round table hold. But from a lore point, they also want you to go to the round table hold too, don't they? The 2 fingers... Okay. I'm a little bit in between. I don't actually know if the 2 fingers that we talk to is real. Or if they are sort of a conjured illusion or what. I really don't know. I really feel like there's more to Enya than we know, considering... I even have like a sort of sub-theory that Marika is speaking to us through Enya. Just exploring. I think there's a like a thorn shield somewhere in here that I never got. Isn't it right there? Here it is. Varys still disappears in. Don't consider it fault to call that an oversight. I consider it fair to call that an oversight. Yeah, that's fair. That to me sounds like a gameplay thing. Yeah, in gameplay terms, they don't want you to skip the round table. There it is, Shield of the Guilty. I actually did want to take a look at this and talk about this, so good that we came back over here. Once you tell her you plan to? Yeah. I'm not sure. I really... Obviously, a lot of it is speculation, so, you know. It's not a talisman. Sorry. Shield made to venerate a maiden whose eyes were crushed by briars of sin before being reborn in these lands. Venerating the repose of the soul, this shield boosts focus. The briars can be used to attack foes. First of all, I have to point out the silver and gold iconography. But who is this maiden? Eyes crushed, briars of sin. We got that. I wonder if this is not... Do we know who this is? Genuinely? I actually don't think we do. I think we can have some hints, but I'm not sure that we know who this is. What if this is the Shabiri / Gowri relating to the Blood Star / Formless Mother, which frankly, I actually don't know if the Blood Star and the Formless Mother are even linked yet. There's definitely hints with them both being blood-based, but I'm not even certain. We get so little Bloodstar lore. Yeah, the eyes being crushed and there being Bloodstar relation though. But that kind of sounds like Gowri. Well, okay, to be fair, Gowri's origins are murky. But that sounds like Shabiri, doesn't it? Oh, okay, good. Auto. The entire round table is an illusion of some kind. On the other, there are lots of very confirmedly real people. Unless it can go there. So the people who go there are real. That's for sure. Think of the Bloodborne dream. You go to the dream. Others have gone to the dream. They're real. But what else in the dream is real? And what is real? And I know I sound like I'm 14, this is deep, but literally, what is real? If you can touch it and it has a mind of its own in some way, shape, or form, if it can kill you, is that not real? Like, the Great Ones are apparently able to conjure real things. Such as the doll. The doll has a true effect on you. She levels you up with the power of blood echoes. Garamond's real. He's trapped in the dream. He's the host of the dream. But comparing that to what we see with the Round Table Hold, is that not just reality? You know? Gowri is a kinderpest in disguise. No. He is a figure who controls kinderpests and turns them into his appearance. There's a difference. When you attack him, he vanishes and you see a kinderpest. It is an illusion, for sure, but he is not the kinderpest. He says something along the lines of there are many of these to choose from, and he also refers to them as witless. So to him, they are but pawns. He is not a kinderpest. He is above kinderpests.
He's a mushroom parasite? He could be like that mushroom parasite, absolutely. Theory that only people whose eyes are gouged can see commune with the Bloodstar. Mog has also lost an eye. Exactly, yeah. There's very little Bloodstar lore. But I really do wonder if Bloodstar and Formless Mother are not the same. Like, I think they are, but I don't want to assume because, you know, once we start talking about, oh, they're both blood, therefore they're the same figure, how many different flames do we have in this game, you know? And they are linked, some of them, but we can't be sure, so we don't want to assume. So I'm not going to assume for sure, but they definitely take on a similar role. The fact that Mog has had a single eye gouged out and is apparently able to commune with the Formless Mother and is able to directly contact her. In fact, his attacks being claws, he basically, his main attacks are he enters, he touches her, he wounds her through the veil between them, and her blood comes out of his attacks. That's why all of his attacks are claws. He is literally clawing the Formless Mother to trigger her blood. It's really, I don't think I've ever seen anything like it before. Other characters lack eyes but aren't related to the Formless Mother or the Bloodstar. There's also an affiliation with, I think I've done this. Yep, I sure have. With guilt, though. It is a specific type of despair that is involved. History time here. I love it. Yeah. It's actually good to run around a little bit, make sure I didn't miss anything. I probably did. Oh, I think there's a dungeon here. The thing is, I'm trying to pick what's important, and we will go to Altus. We just ended up on a Hyetta discussion, so. Could have sworn there's like a secret little hidden door here somewhere. Mog's horns are also a symbol of his sin. Kind of? Like, yes. And he could see it that way. Which is the important part. Item in this area I hadn't found till like 800 hours. What is it? Here it is. Because, yeah, definitely. He could definitely internalize the concept of the horns as a sign of his sin. Because he leans into it. I don't think omens have sinned. They haven't. But if he... Okay. Morgott sees his omen horns as a curse, and it manifests in his phase change where he pukes up his curse because it's like he's containing it and it finally comes out. That's what the form, it's like mind over matter. He hates himself, so his attacks in that form are this weird gooey mess. Compared with Mog, also an omen. He never uses that. He never activates his curse because he has no guilt. Not direct guilt, but he appears able to sort of weaponize it. He's like, oh, you think I'm a demon? Congrats, you got one. He leans into his demonic appearance. The fact that omens are reviled. He wears rich outfits and shows off. And wants to create a dynasty all his own. Versus Morgott hides. And refuses to be seen and is the veiled monarch. So you could see it as him embracing his guilt and sin. But I wonder, the thing is, Mog's horns are not thorns, and thorns are affiliated strongly with the guilty. Spoil bias makes the story revealed and perfect? I don't understand. Okay, it's a little weird to praise Martin as the reason that Elden Ring is good. I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like that's a little dismissive to the studio that actually made the game. Like, I know what you're saying, but like... Brother, if Martin wrote Elden Ring, we wouldn't be talking about it right now because it wouldn't exist yet. This is a really pretty little room, isn't it? And there's a bunch of icky... Wait, where are these flowers? Chat? Where have we seen flowers like this elsewhere in the game? Because I don't think I've ever seen these flowers in the game.
Except for, listen. I feel like I would remember gorgeous pink flowers like this. Like, I'm not trying to dismiss Martin here. The foundation he wrote, oh yeah. But like, you know? What are you talking about? Oh god, I don't know how to summarize it. We're talking about... I forgot. What are we talking about? Martin added those flowers? Is this... Hang on. Can someone... Okay, you know the meme of the guy looking toward the butterfly saying, is this a pigeon? Now, is this a Miquella? Hang on, where's my... Is this a Miquella? Beautiful. Maybe in the Perfumer's Grotto in Altus. Let's check it out. I don't know, though. They are around these Miranda blooms, but I haven't seen them otherwise. Okay, what were we talking about, though? We were talking about lore. We're talking about the Round Table Hold and its realness. We were talking about... I don't know. It's gone. I'm sorry. It's hard. Martin fan, I can totally see him recycling ideas and creating the basic of Elden Ring lore and divinity. That's it. So like the origin stuff that we attribute to him. You know what? Let's take a look at these. Crimson Amber Medallion. That to me looks like a flower blooming in the center. Perhaps very stylized. Not quite. Or perhaps like a decorative brooch. The Erdtree's old sap becomes amber, treasured as the most precious of jewels in the age of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. Here we have a... This to me looks like sap about to drip and it is glowing. I see Martin's DNA in all the drama and backstabbing among the gods and demigods, particularly in the Night of the Black Knives. Oh yeah, the Night of the Black Knives is 100% something that I could relate to him for sure. Besides Sellen's dungeon for another big Miranda flower? I don't think those flowers are there, but let's double check. Wish they published what exactly he wrote. It's probably jot notes written on a bar napkin. And I say that with love. Some of my best story ideas were scribbled on the back of notepads that I stole from work. Not stole. Recycled. And why does the Erdtree sap adopt so many colors? It really does suggest that the amber can actually be different colors. Someone actually informed me. I didn't know, because Baltic Sea amber, the only colors I've ever seen personally, as the Baltic Sea, and Poland has a lot of amber jewelry, so I've seen a fair bit of it. I have tons of amber jewelry. Not quite this crimson, but a little bit more what I would call orangey hued. Kind of like, in fact, this color. On the outside, the sort of bronzy hue, that's one amber color. Yellow, like the inside of this eyeball, another amber color. And green, but not this green. I've never seen blue, but someone in chat told me actually blue amber is a thing. Very rarely, some amber can be blue, but it tends to come from the Dominican, and I was not familiar with this. So, apparently these are all valid colors for amber. Someday I'll do a show and tell for my amber stuff so I can show you some of the different kinds that I have, because it's actually really beautiful to see it in person. You tell me amber isn't amber. It's different hues. I know. I know. Isn't that funny though? Let's say I like that Morgott is the Omen King, but Mog is dressed like a king. It's actually really cool too, the fact that, oh, we were talking about Morgott and Mog and their curse and the Briars of Sin and the guilty. Oh my god, there we go. Thank you for the reminder there indirectly. So are those birds like at the top? I can't tell if that's flowers, or it almost looks like I know that part is winding roots, like wrapping into one another, like a almost like a Celtic knot made of roots. But at the top, is that a flower? Is that a leafing branch? Is it birds? Definitely tree roots at the bottom, but at the top, what are we seeing? Because there's something else that isn't on the bottom there. Also, yeah, Mog wants to start a dynasty. He embraces who he is in terms of being a royal and an omen. And he wears fine clothing. And he's posturing. Because, frankly, behind the posturing, there isn't much else to him. Also, what, oh, Morgott, complete opposite, wears old rags. He's almost like an ascetic monk. He hates parts of himself and he hides himself and he wears ugly clothing as well because that's kind of what he thinks he deserves. Character of Christianity, a lot of you know, cultures will borrow from other cultures and reference things about them. Like it's, you know, it's just a thing, definitely. Earth Tree and the Great Tree intertwined? It does look like two different trees, I will tell you that, but they're not, I shouldn't say trees, saplings. Hey, Surge, welcome in. I really appreciate that. Really glad you're enjoying. All right. Well, we got these. Neat. You'll high-res pick in Discord? Sure. It's interesting how, you know what? One thing I'd like to mention, because it's something that I overlooked, these are both arsenal charms. One is the baby version, one is the stronger version. It's not unusual for them to have same thing but different and stronger. Did I never read the source seal? Goodness me. Okay, but it's interesting that this is associated with a different figure than this one is. Like, this is blatantly the jar. But I wonder, is this still potentially related to the jars in some way, shape, or form? The talisman was derived from an unusual great sword once wielded by a hero hungry for vengeance. Put in work as a Lord of Leyndell. Yeah, it's interesting because Mog, not a lot of substance behind him, but he dresses well. Morgott is pure substance, but he doesn't dress very well. There's actually a lot to how they present themselves. Creators knew someone with psoriasis or eczema. Or eczema, I've heard different pronunciations. How it can worsen seem relevant? I would definitely think yeah. Because, yeah, the way, like, the severe skin flaking. Also, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if it's psoriasis. But I know there's a skin condition that it's a skin condition that you can actually get. It looks like scales. Is that psoriasis or is that something else? It's like your skin thickens and it looks scale-like. And I'm not talking about the Game of Thrones dragon grayscale, whatever. I'm talking about a real thing. That is psoriasis. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. So, similarly, that's kind of similar to what occurs. Yeah, you can get full on yeah, no, I definitely think they do draw upon real things. We won't know if they're, you know, we're not going to get a confirmation probably. They're not going to be like, we looked at psoriasis and we're influenced by that plus funguses, but, you know, but no, definitely. It can cause arthritis and be debilitating later in life. Yeah, it's no joke. Those birds at Moog Palace are mean. They sure are. They're mean in Kayla too. All right, all done here. Just a little mini cave. I guess I didn't do this dungeon. We can run over there. There's one like up here somewhere. Oops. Psoriasis, though, isn't contagious. I think that's the thing. I mean, it doesn't mean it isn't an inspiration, but I honestly think the skin, it might be something also like leprosy, like a reference to leprosy as well. Another condition marked by severe deformation, skin issues, visible skin issues, and contagious. There's a Radagon statue all the way down here. Wait, where? Why'd you break Melina's heart today? Do you want the real answer? The real answer, I ask without actually waiting for a response because I'm going to answer. The real answer is that Hyetta's questline took me about 3-4 hours. And you're darn right I was going to figure out what was going on with that door. Oh, you mean down here? Yeah. However, it's not that crazy if you consider that he really loved himself way too much. And he was around Liurnia. It wouldn't be unheard of to think that maybe he traveled more. But we don't hear about it. I don't know. It is a little odd. Psoriasis isn't contagious, something where your body attacks stuff. Yeah, exactly. It's a. I don't know the details, but I do have a form of eczema that is triggered in the winter. I like to personally say that I'm allergic to winter. I know that is or to the cold. I know that is a real thing. I'm not trying to, you know, make fun of it. Literally, though, it does feel like I am allergic to the cold. It freaking sucks. New streamer icon? Right, yeah, I dreamed my profile picture. Posits Radagon may have been the lone champion mentioned in the Siege of Morn. I actually have heard about that. I think it must have been probably close to release, a couple years ago now. I remember someone talking about how he might be the lone champion, but what association is there with him and vengeance? What would he be vengeful of? Oh, an enemy called a mine goblin? Oh, that sounds crazy. Mine goblin, these nuts? Oh, son of a... Every time. I know that happens, but I see the chest and I'm like, ooh, a chest. Cut quests surrounding the Avengers deeply connected to hating the Crucible Knights. I don't hate you. It's just I'm afraid I can no longer engage in this conversation because I don't know anything about cut content. Like, I love that for you. I do. I love it for you. I'm afraid I cannot. Ooh, piece of candy. Mm-hmm. Doesn't even look upset when you burn the Earth Tree and show up to kill him. It's just, well, gonna kill you now. To be fair, I feel like, listen, Radagon is not having his best day when we encounter him, I would say. Whoopsie. Wee. I meant to do that. Guess you fell for the trap. Let me tell you, every time I see a nice chest, I fall for any trap in front of it. You know what I'm saying? Am I right? Sorry. Am I right, boys? Oh no, I'm getting hugged! Ugh. When your grandma hasn't seen you for a long time. I sincerely believe that there is nothing stronger than a grandma who seeks to hug and or pinch your cheek. No, I definitely agree that Radagon looks emotionless, but the thing about him is he's also, like, hollow. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's cracked. And not, like, at a video game. He's not like, yo, he's freaking cracked, bro. No, he's cracking. His body is, like, effectively zombified. Not quite. But we have to wonder how much of Radagon fighting us is Radagon and not the Elden Beast. As well. Radagon may have been trying to take his revenge on Godfrey, who vanquished him. Wait, what? Wait, what? Hang on. Godfrey who vanquished him? The hero of Radagon may have been part of why Godfrey was hounded away. Wait, really? What? Radagon fought Godfrey? But like, oh, when? Know someone who cut the old tree and then planted the golden one? Because the map view seems cut and not just overgrown by the golden one. Could be a bit of both. But one thing we do know is that there is a new boy in the DLC and his name is Mesmer. And he's got snakes all over him. And the thing about snakes is they are associated with cardinal sin. And the cardinal sin, the first cardinal sin is burning the Earth Tree. Can I get the rough snakes in chat, please? If he was the hero of Morn, he would have fought Godfrey because we know Godfrey defeated the hero of Morn. Oh, but that means that he needs to be the hero of Morn. But why would he be? Like, I'm really asking. I'm wondering because like that whole Morn stuff, I honestly was like, somebody fought somebody, neat, and that's about it. I'll do you one better. Why is the hero of Morn? Hero of Morn came from another land, didn't they? I wanted to talk about something real quick. Sorry, I do want to talk about this, but I realized something while editing last night. Dialos, upon expiring, at the end of his questline, drops a Newman rune. Now, I don't know if he drops a Newman rune if you kill him early. I don't think he does. But he drops a freaking Newman rune. That's interesting. The Newman came from another land. Another world. Sorry, the term is world. Ants drop Newman runes. So generally, when we have creatures that are aggressive and or predatory that drop items associated with humanity, the general consensus is that they have consumed humans. So likely the possibility is that since the the ants live underground, and we know that the Scions of the Eternal City, the Black Knives, who are also Newman, lived under there, there's an idea that the ants may have eaten Newman. And that's why they drop Newman runes. Other red-haired misbegotten with his Golden Order sword. The thing about him is he hates anything associated with the Crucible. So it's a possibility, but I gotta wonder, is everything with red hair, period, attached to him, including the Leonine Misbegotten? Because here's the thing, too. The Leonine Misbegotten sounds to me a little bit more like they might be related in some way to Godfrey. Because Godfrey's symbol is the lion. Of course, the Leonine, lion-like, right? Ants be consuming the Newman? They do be consuming the Newman. Also, look! Alabaster Lord? Onyx Lord? I'm so sorry. That's Onyx, I think. No, wait, that's Alabaster. Pull in, pull in. Pull in equals Alabaster. I think? I gotta wonder what they're digging for here. Now, we see this exact stone. I think this is a meteorite. But what's weird about it, I don't know if it's a meteorite, because these look like meteorites. They look like they crashed into the ground. But we also see this exact material at the base of nearly every single mine where you fight the boss. There is always this exact material. Huge, though, covering the arena. Don't know what to think about it. If they all hatch into those star beasts, I want to dig them up to get rid of them. They might be. They might be, because the Onyx the Alabaster Lord is the one who trained Radagon, and upon being trained, Radagon took it on the mission of fighting the stars. That seemed to occur during his training, which is interesting. And in the Divine Towers, absolutely. And then with the Meteoric Ore Blade, meteors are important. A lot safer way to get material to make weaponry than those mines. I think it might be doubly a thing, though. I don't know. They're just valuable because they're huge chunks of iron. Yeah, but the Alabaster Lords don't necessarily seem... We don't really know, from what I recall, I don't think we know a lot about them. We just know they came from the stars. They came from... In fact, I think they came from a meteor. It said that a meteor landed, and from that came the Alabaster and Onyx Lords. Gonna we do a Wing of Estelle run? Maybe it's my favorite weapon. I have a slight problem with weapons. If I don't use a weapon from the very start of a game, if I don't get a drop for me or something. In subsequent I'm talking about subsequent playthroughs, right? When I'm like playing now, you'll be like, you might notice I'm using the Bloodhound Fang. I used the Bloodhound Fang last time. You can get it really easily, and it's really freaking strong. That's why I'm using it. I don't really like it. I don't. It's like my method to get through the game. So we went through this place previously, right before the LOREATHON, which is why I'm not really talking too much about it. But this is the Impaler's Catacombs, and it is one of only 2 dungeons with this type of ceiling, where you get freaking stabbied into it. I think there's only 2 total that have this. Now, of course, now that we have a character called Mesmer the Impaler, there's a lot of people who are like, oh my god, what's the significance of this? Honestly, it largely seems like a pretty nondescript dungeon that now has maybe some more significance, but nothing too interesting occurs here. Total Kevin weapon, though? Oh yeah, total Kevin weapon. Total Kevin. But the thing is, I'm not doing PvP. To become a Kevin, you must be doing PvP. That's simply the truth. The true? I said what I said. We know very little about the Space Elves, just that they came from meteors and are sapient enough to tutor Radagon. They definitely have their own society and their own goals, but I wonder where they hang out, because every time they show up, they conjure themselves in from what looks like nothing. The true is the true. Dark Souls 1 for the first time after completing Elden Ring, and I'm lost. You know what's really interesting? Dark Souls 1 is definitely more open world than it seems. It's not open world in the traditional sense, but for sure, they give you very little direction. It is a little cryptic. That's just the point, but yeah. They hang at the beach, judging by those itsy bitsy bikinis. They do be kind of cheeked up, huh? Some others theorists have made by Marika herself. What, other dungeons? Jesus. Okay, the imps are scarier than the boss, as usual, because they do bleed, which is percentage based. Seeing the Lord walking around on the beach? Oh my god. I don't think I found that. I'd actually, you're unlocking a memory here. Feeling the puzzle dungeon / catacombs were made by Marika. I definitely associate her with being with a craftsman and mischievous behavior, so I would believe it. Are people attributing the golems and the imps to her? I wonder about that. Kill some guys in elevators? I'm afraid we're not doing any PvP. Down in the hidden spot on the cove. Let's go check that out. Because now that you mention it, I haven't yet. Alright, I actually... I forgot. Did I get the Demi-human ashes from this? I did the thing where I was thinking about other lore and didn't pay attention to the drops. Source of the theory, unfortunately, so I can't explain it. That's fair. I think it's really just the fact that Marika is a known craftsman. She uses a hammer. And based on some stuff, it's really just the mimic veil, but it's also called Marika's Mischief, which suggests a sort of trickster-like personality. So I can see that, especially the craftsman work, but I don't even me, listen, I love Marika. I love to attribute things to her. I don't know that I would personally go that far, that she personally designed the dungeons. The huge catacombs, the heroes' graves, I can see that. But even then, you know, that's, I don't know. No idea where to go now? Oh, I see. Elden Ring casual since I never touched on the Dark Souls games? Nah, I mean, the thing is, if you want to play the older games, there's always time. My first introduction to Souls was Bloodborne. You know? I didn't get gate kept, but I did get a little bit like, oh, you haven't played Dark Souls. And I'm just like, yeah, I played Bloodborne though. And then it was a little bit like, well, Bloodborne's okay, but Dark Souls is better. And it's like, okay. I didn't have anyone to talk about Bloodborne with until I started streaming. Can you believe it? Anyway. Spirits of demi-humans that are small in stature but have a violent, brutish disposition. Though they seem somewhat intelligent, when night falls, their blood boils and they become feral. Interesting. Do all date to the War with the Giants or the unification of Altus very early in her reigns. One of those we don't know if another character could have built this at the time thing. Could it not have been Hugh? Like, not even capping? I really... Honestly, I get the vibe of, like, Royal Blacksmith from him. We already meet, Bok, who is the child. I believe she was the, like, his mother was the royal seamster? Wait, chat, something really important. Where do I get the "You are beautiful"? Prattling Pate. Back of Gelmir. Is there anything in Gelmir that will trigger Altus? Like, do I have to be careful about Altus? I feel like Gelmir is a part of Altus. It's like the Weeping Peninsula. I remember that one from the first playthrough. Yeah, the Dark Souls 3 mod. Yeah, I talked about it a little bit. A couple people on Discord and on stream have mentioned it. The demo for the Archthrones mod is out. Looks neat. While I respect the demo, I would rather probably just wait till it comes out, because whenever I play a demo and I get really excited, you know, I'm like, aw. Now here's the thing. I don't remember where the other two are. I just remember that one. That Bok's mom was the demi-human queen at Kenneth's castle. The thing is, it's possible, but I don't know. She's not intelligent. Whoever built those sword monuments doesn't have to be a named NPC. For sure. For sure. I'm just saying, it's possible it's Hugh. We don't know what else he creates, but he seems to be... Okay. EG. How much can EG level up your weapon? Does anyone know? I haven't used EG very much. I know he can level up your weapon to, I think, like +3. Random demi-human who happened to be a seamstress. I could have sworn that he said his mom was the royal seamstress. That's who I'm talking about. Alright, I actually don't want to do this because it doesn't really matter. You just get a memory stone. Okay, let's... no, I don't really care for the beach. Okay, let's go to Altus for real. We might actually take Rya's little shortcut, because it might be easier to get to Gelmir. And it should be okay. Or we'll just run. I really, really want to get the "You Are Beautiful" thing. Royal Seamster could alter demi-human garb to Bok. Okay, so he doesn't straight up say that he knew one. Gotcha. Okay, that's what I was not sure about. We haven't gotten that dialogue yet. Demi-humans got created at various points in history. It started becoming a curse instead of a gift. Wait, what? Sorry. Okay. Amber on this one is yellow. I'm not even sure it's amber, but it's colored like the amber that we have. Just pure gold amber. That his mom is demi-human. He gives me strong raised by humans vibes. It's possible, but honestly, I think that that's only because he seems so different from the other demi-humans. But he says that he was... Okay, he lived in the cave with the other demi-humans, but they kicked him out for being different from the others, which suggests that he was raised by demi-humans. And it also suggests there were other demi-humans like him, including his mother. I don't think if he was royalty, he was treated like that. No. To be related to a royal... Okay, the royal seamster isn't royal. They serve royalty. So even if he was, he wouldn't be royalty. He would just be a high-ranking servant. But that was just me misremembering where the dialogue was attributed to. So no, it's not like that. Mog and Morgott were in the sewers. Different thing. Royal medallion has red. Hail Tree medallion is green. I couldn't remember Hail Tree medallion. Oh, actually, yeah, I did. I have half of it in my inventory. Yeah. So, not quite... Okay, hang on. Gold, green, red. Interesting. Kicking him out only recently implies to me there's not been enough status among them to protect him up to that point. But was it recently? I have a theory that I came up with this playthrough that he has been in that form of a bush for a very long time. The thing is, when you talk to him later, he doesn't say like, oh, it sure is different around here. So, you know, it could be something else. But I think it is actually pretty notable that he... Oh, let's go with Rya. But no, like, I wonder if maybe demi-humans, while a little wild, were maybe a little different his time, because he looks fairly different. And there's also demi-humans that look a little bit more like him, but not in Limgrave, not in that area. We see them in Altus, in caves. Okay, let's take a look at this guy up here. Bunch of spear boys. I feel like this one might be the one that people think is Mesmer. I don't know. Oh, there you are. I just walked right past you. I'm so sorry, Rya. Thanks for the shortcut.
I've been waiting for you. I knew you had the stuff of champions. I hereby invite you to the Volcano Manor. Take my hand and have audience with my mistress. Give me your hand. I will pray that you follow the same path as Lady Tanith.
Either way, there are no demi-humans queens in the cave. So likely his mother was gone or passed away. I remember reading a theory a very long time ago, and I don't remember where, that suggested that potentially Bok's mom went traveling and then never returned. And the reason for this is the one prattling pate that looks like a demi-human, the one that says you are beautiful. The other pates look different. So the implication there is that that one pate that says you are beautiful was made by someone else, a demi-human. The others were likely, it's like a misattribution. Okay, let's not do this assassination real quick. Symbolism Mesmer has never been outside the land of shadow. So you don't think he did the giants? Perhaps it's the wrong phrase. He did them in the sense of he took care of them. I'll be back. Indeed I don't. Who do you think did it? If you have anything about it. Patches? Wait, I don't remember where Patches is. But I think he's in there, so if he's not, he's not. Okay. I'm gonna get the You Are Beautiful. So visibly involved in the Giants' War? I really wonder. But at the same time, who else is an impaler, dog? Trees impaling the giants were just Marika doing some tree magic? Yo, what if phase 2 Mesmer starts using a freaking trident, bro? What if he grows like thorns on a spear and turns it into a trident, dog. What will you naysayers be saying then, huh? I'm kidding, but in all seriousness. Okay. I really look at those spears and I feel like they had separate parts that were added later. Oh, that's awkward. Oh, that's good. Wouldn't that be Godwin magic? Tree impaling? It's different tree impaling. Different tree impaling. Also, the tree doesn't impale you when you get killed by Deathblight. Fun fact. The tree spawns from within you, stabs out of you, and then raises you into the air. Everything that appears in Deathblight when you die builds up from within your own body. It's not a tree spawning from the ground and impaling you. Literally, it comes out of you first, then pushes you up. So that's not Godwin's... That's not necessarily the same thing, but yeah, there is something to be said with that. It's not the same... It's a different type of impaling, though. Fire-breathing, wolf-headed Hydra boss? Yeah, like I was talking about in the Discord yesterday. What if we encounter Malisax, a 5-headed wolf Hydra? Never saw Marika herself. She was strong enough to kill a god, fell god. That is attributed to her. Lord Rykard. If this putrid field of death is what your blasphemy would bring, then I can no longer abide. No one can. So everyone, I don't want to say they betrayed Rykard. They did, but at the same time, they probably shoulda, you know? Any of the Deathbirds do Deathblight? So, someone told me that the one at the mountaintops, in the not the consecrated snowfields, but at the mountaintop of the giants does? I don't remember. I just remember it doing frost. There screams Deathblight. Ah, it's the screams. I see. It's really interesting considering my whole thing about how it's Godwin is the entire origin of Deathblight. It does definitely throw a wrench into that, I'll tell you what. I think I gotta go this way, I forgot. Probably just a huge host. Honestly, the Deathbirds are largely rather mysterious as a rule, so we have quite a fair bit of information on them and also no information at all. So I really wonder. Also, in the network test, Scions, the grafted Scions, did a status effect that I'm pretty sure was Frenzy. This is just a fun fact. I'm not lowering about this because it's cut. But they would give you a status effect, and it scared the living hell out of me with their scream, and they took it out. And that's all. That it was terrifying, but neat. Twinbirds and the Deathbirds predated Godwin and Deathblight. I definitely think they predated Godwin, but the fact that they do Deathblight is really weird, unless they too have been taken over by Godwin in some way, shape, or form. It's possible. Honestly, looking at their appearance, not to be judgmental here, but when I see Deathbirds and Deathrite birds, yeah, they look cool, but when I see their creepy-ass Tweety bird skulls, I'm like, there's no way y'all always looked like this. In fact, their beaks are, I believe, juvenile bird beaks. Like, they're literally baby bird beaks. They're not fully developed. Now, that's not to say they didn't always look like that, but when I look at them, I see something weird with them. Bye, Anastasia Tarnish Eater. Thanks for the sacred butchering knife. Huge carving knife made to cleanly butcher the human body. Signature weapon of the ogress Anastasia, known to have eaten countless tarnish while disguised as a finger maiden. Restores a very small amount of HP when it squarely strikes an enemy. Yeah, I forgot they called her an ogress. Weird. Birds with no feathers also look weird, grown or not. It's possibly always looked like that. It's just something that I wonder if they perhaps have not been altered. Anastasia invades you 3 times total. She sure does. Last time being indeed the consecrated snowfields. Ogres rarely used to refer to cannibals. I don't think the ogre/ogress part is supposed to be why she's a cannibal. I think she's a cannibal. Then again, if she is a... Okay. If there are beings such as ogres in this game, is that still cannibalism? Really? Beavers do look like that, so it's possible they are underdeveloped. The fact that their screams do death blight is definitely something that I want to address, but honestly, I'm not sure how to fit that in with everything else. Because everything else they do involves something else. Perhaps what happened to the Rune of Death... Wait. Are they associated with the Rune of Death? Are Deathbirds a different faction? Are they associated with Godskins? I honestly don't know. I saw them as a different group. Honestly, I think there's a little bit more of a link between... I don't know, because Deathbirds and everyone that is related to them, they're sort of the ones who guide the dead to where they're supposed to go, allegedly. I don't remember where I'm going. Gelmir is a freaking nightmare. Godskins are the ones associated with the Rune of Death, but death is... The ancestral followers effectively worship death, but not really death. They worship the new life that comes from death. The figures they worship are literally corpses that are still flowering with new life. The colors of the things they use are eerily similar to the ancient death hexes, like Rancor Call. Not the same, but weirdly similar. So I'm not saying that they are directly associated with what we know about the Rune of Death, but they appear to be a part of the cycle. Roses, the Deathbirds, they're sent to... apparently they have a light that guides the dead to where they're supposed to go. Deathblight related to the eclipse? Yes. That's another association. Apparently an eclipse can... If a certain ritual is performed during an eclipse, they can help... Miquella is trying to help Godwyn in that way. Meaning that an eclipse is associated with the soulless demigods. We don't know exactly what the plan was because it failed, but generally there was some sort of plan tied in with the eclipse. So the eclipse is associated with Deathblight because Deathblight is associated with the soulless demigods, and the soulless demigods are Deathblighted. Oh my god, there's a wolf sleeping next to this corpse. That's really sad. Dead ancient spirit are the same, that they teleport you to a different dimension? We don't really know where we're going with that. We are, but I don't know what's going on with the ancestral spirit. What's interesting is the cave that you're teleported into for the ancestral spirits and Rykard is the same. The arena's different, but it's otherwise the same. Could just be a gameplay thing, but it is notable. Didn't hurt the wolf? No, he was just cute. I think I'm on the right track, but to be honest, this place is a freaking... No! Screw it. Sure.
Oh, what is this sparkly object? I wonder...
Wait. Sorry. Wait, hang on. It doesn't trigger unless you read the note first? Or is it because I'm in combat? Ah, it's because I'm in combat. Okay. Freaking patches. Keeping Deaths and Death Away. It's a great show, but I can't remember the name. So perhaps the power of Death Blight is weakest during an eclipse or something, which is why it's possible to apparently kill a soulless demigod at that time. Now, I do say kill because Miquella's goal was to help his brother die a true death. We don't know if his goal changed. It's possible that he figured out a new way. But it does seem like his goal was to kill Godwyn because it was a mercy at that point and not leave him in this state. Catch and speak to Patches when he's hiding. Where's he hiding? I didn't know that. Where? Oh, because it's not the right one. You gotta follow more. Oh. I'm a goober. I'm an additional goober. You gotta follow him. Where is he? I didn't know he was here. Patches? Patches? Patches! I never knew this. I knew about the encounter. I didn't know you could talk to him. Hi!
Oh, hello. Yes. Strange place for a chance encounter, huh? I thought I could use a rest. Don't mind me. Go about your business.
Today I learned as well.
There. See that? Something shimmering. I swear. What is it? Oh, don't mind me. Off you trot. Right over there. Now, you see that? Something shimmering. I swear. What is right over there?
Oh my god. Oh, a piece of candy. I'm the worst at this right now, for real. My god, he really leads you on a freaking goose chase, doesn't he? This freaking goober.
Well, if you really are that gullible.
No, seriousness, Patches is such a homie. Like, you can't get down here without dying. He gives you the magic kick.
From the Volcano Manor. Bye now.
Alternate form of Patches quest if you haven't progressed Alexander?
Take care.
No, you can progress them both. I have progressed Alexander. Alexander's progression is complete at this point. Are they all glass shards or bones? Oh, no. That one's actually kind of helpful. So, ooh, I personally haven't been down here yet, so this is actually quite helpful. Thank you so much. Additionally, if I'm not mistaken, there is a site of grace very close. Really, really, really nice shortcut. Thank you, Patches. Genuinely. In fact, this is the way to get to the Prattling Pate, I believe. However, I wonder if he stays up there and we can confront him if we run all the way around. I'm not sure, but now that I know he appears there, I'd like to try. What triggers Patches to be here then? His quest. You have to progress Patches' quest. If you enter the service of the Volcano Manor too early, there's a chance that you basically skip some of his spawns. So let's go talk to him. This is very, very neat. Okay, I think I know the way. Hey, thanks, Maddie B. Let out near the ruins at the top of the non-elevator road to Altus. Yeah, in that direction, but in this direction, it leads to the I Am Beautiful Prattling Pate and that weird stone guy, I think Azur? I forget which one's which. It's Azur. And the road to the hero's grave and Patches. Do you mean the ledge? No. I'm literally, when he kicks you down here, if you jumped off the cliff that he kicked you off of, you would die. He lets you get down here without dying. Yes, you could get another way. You could just run around Altus. But this is a phenomenal shortcut if you haven't been down here. And I haven't. He saves you a lot of time. What triggers him to be here versus just the Alexander message? His questline. So in this case, it would be the Liurnia scenic island spawn, and then not entering Volcano Manor, likely. Because if you enter Volcano Manor, it basically skips him and he appears there and he's like, oh, you're in the Volcano Manor now. But if you go to the Volcano Manor, there's no reason for him to tell you to stay away from the Volcano Manor, so this is skipped. Also, if you pretty much don't talk to him, he might skip a few steps because you haven't moved him. At which point you either have to go back and talk to him and get his quest progression and get his various dialogues, or it might be too late and he just shows up at Volcano Manor. I'm not sure. Some of this is theorizing with his spawns. Because really none of him is required. He'll just appear at Volcano Manor. But this specific... Ah! These guys. I'll mess with you in a bit. But yeah, if you talk to him... If you already go to Volcano Manor and join, he's not going to tell you, hey, don't go to Volcano Manor because you're gullible. Think you get up this cliff without being here? What do you mean? Oh, Jesus. That went not what I... Okay. Are you... Okay, I should have just run past, but I think that just fucked the patches. I hope not. I really hope not. It might not. He might not move. But it... we'll see. Fair, that was my fault for not getting off the horse, because... Whatever. Get the event where he kicks you off the cliff without having him actually be there to talk to first? Yeah, but he's always there. If the rainbow stones are there, he's there. You just don't talk to him. So talking to him doesn't affect the encounter. Abductors trigger him to move to the manor? No, he can still kick you into the pit. He kicked me into the pit on my first playthrough. If you get teleported to the Volcano Manor because of what he told you, via the secret Iron Maiden in the basement of Raya Lucaria, it doesn't count as entering the Volcano Manor. You have to enter... Okay, it's not entering the Volcano Manor, it's entering the Volcano Manor service. Talking is not necessarily in Liurnia? Good to know. Good to know. But what about the kick? Does the kick occur if you don't talk to him in Liurnia? Or is... You basically just skip him if you don't talk to him ever and he just shows up in the Volcano Manor? Side quests need a PhD to figure out on your own? Nah, you just need a lot of time, patience, and luck. Definitely sometimes it's luck, because half these characters, you really don't know where they're gonna go, because you don't know who they are. It almost happened again. Alright, where is this, pate? Does anyone know? Is it in here? Iron Maiden in Raya Lucaria? There's also one underneath in a really random spot, which I found during my first playthrough, and I just put up in the video that went up today, and I was like, I forgot that was there. So it kind of sounds like he just has them around looking for maidens, or maybe they're older than him. It's on a porch near the entrance. Thank you. Yes, you have to join the manor, not enter the manor. Entering the manor is fine, but if you join, it might skip his spawns. Porch near the entrance. There it is. Thank you. Perfect. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. See any places he had access to? Are there any places that aren't? You gotta wonder if he had direct access to them. It's possible he did, for sure, but I wonder if he isn't just sending them around. Because by the time he became the Lord of the Volcano Manor, because, okay, they are snakes. They are associated with blasphemy, the Iron Maidens, in their iconography. So by that point, he was already the bad Lord of blasphemy. So I don't think they were there before that happened. Finding Nephilim at release, she definitely had some odd spawns. But personally, the NPCs that I find the absolute randomest... Oh, thank God he's still here. The NPCs I find the randomest are Hyetta and Irina. But I'm a little biased because Hyetta isn't actually that random. She's pretty linear, but it's about that final Shabiri grape from the Revenger Shack. If you find that beforehand, no problemo. If you didn't, good fucking luck. Irina is really random though, because you don't know who he is. Nephili, they're all kind of random. Nephili though, really? With her, it's the village of the Albinarics. That's it. That's pretty much it. You find her there. And after that, she goes to the Round Table Hold. And after that, I actually don't remember because the quest was broken for so many hundreds of hours in my first playthrough that I don't remember what happens to her. But eventually she appears in Stormvale. I don't think she has any other appearances. You have to give her the hawk. But for her, it's one location. Technically Stormvale. So 2. Stormvale. But that's linear, and you're really likely to find her. And it's really pushed as like required. It's not, but most people will go to Stormvale. And she's very close to the boss room and very close to a golden seed. So there's a lot of stuff with her. Irina shows up in Limgrave, and then you got to talk to him after he helps you with invasion in Limgrave. And then you got to find his sign in Liurnia, and then you got to find him in Altus. Kind of random. I think Jaren might be a little bit random too. You just have to kind of get lucky with him, but still. Too many things to keep track really kills replays without a guide. I definitely see it to a point. But it's also like... I don't know. You don't necessarily... I don't know. Like, you just... For me, once I do a quest line, I may not remember every spawn on first playthrough, but I can kind of muddle it out. It's the first playthrough that tends to be tough, finding it by luck. I definitely had some people in my first playthrough who were shocked that I found Nepheli in the village of Albinarcs. They were like, oh my god, I didn't see her here. Oh my god, like that. During the first playthrough, for sure, everyone has a different route. There were people who were shocked that I hadn't encountered Ranni before because I managed to miss her in the Church of LA because I never used freaking fast travel. I ran everywhere. Okay. Hi, Patches.
Oh my. Well, here you are again. Oh, so sorry for that. I meant to warn you, but whoops, there you went. Despite my best intentions, I've done you wrong. I have. But here you are, standing tall and proud. All's well that ends well, eh? And my warning was spot on. You tell me different. Stay clear of Volcano Manor. End of discussion. I heard the brutes there hunter tarnished like animals. Stay clear of Volcano Manor. End of discussion. I heard the brutes there hunter tarnished like animals.
Didn't we need to kill Patches for his armor? I don't think you do. He gives it to you... Does he not give it to you at the end of his quest when he shows back up in his cave after everything? Can you kill him now? Of course. Why would I do that, though? Nope, he doesn't drop his armor? We just get the crouch? Oh, I guess I never got Patch's armor. Okay. Oh my god. You can buy it from him, I thought? I guess we'll find out. Not gonna lie, it's been very long since I've done Patch's questline. How do you prevent Patches from dying at the Shaded Castle? He just doesn't. He doesn't die. He just kind of has a little nap there, and then after you give... I don't even know if you need to give the castanets, but he just shows up in his initial cave. They patched it? Oh, it's possible I was on a later patch by that point. Remember you looking at it before? I feel like I read it, but if you remember, I don't know. I don't recall. Also help you fight the dragon? Oh yeah, Yura can help you fight the dragon, but I'm talking about required spawns to progress quests, for sure. The things you need to do to get a character to show up. Like Alexander, admittedly I talked to him a fair bit, so potentially he's not that required. But honestly, Alexander shows up at Radon if you never talk to him. And you don't need to talk to him in after Radon, I believe. So his quest progresses no matter what you do. Yura and Hyetta need to be talked to at certain intervals or they won't move. And you need to give them items and help them or they won't move. That's kind of the difference. There's things that you can do like get additional dialogue, but they're not required. Patch is one of the quest lines that was patched. I see. So that was... I had it patched. That's really good to know. He disappears and leaves the castanets. Huh. Yeah, now that you mention it, I forgot. Him appearing in the cave was patched in. I did know about that. I just forgot. Three quests were patched. Patches, Kenneth, and Nephili. Think he'll be back in the DLC? It's not the first time. But, normally he doesn't show up, so... Also, Jarbairn and Jarbairn. Jarbairn, though, was literally added.
Welcome, dear customer.
Very similar.
Yes, right. Welcome. Value, please. I'm hungry.
Patch's quest kind of bothers me a little bit. Specifically, its ending. It feels very incomplete. I agree. Same, frankly, with Nephili. Because she has what can be largely considered a happy ending. It's weird. I'm very glad. I'm super glad. But I don't think so. Other people show that he goes back there, but for me he wasn't there. Could have been your patch. Could have been your patch. And that stealing runes guy? Yeah, although, to be honest, I'm not going to necessarily count him as part of the quest. But then again, he didn't sell you anything. No, he counts. You're right. Gatekeeper Gostog definitely counts, yeah. Jaren also kind of gets a happy ending beside with him. What happens to Jaren after? Do you just never talk to him again? Because I never found him again. If you side with him and defeat Sellen, does he just vanish? Jarbairn DLC since we see a Jar Town? I'm more just talking about the fact that usually characters from the base game do not appear in DLC, period. There's only one exception. And frankly, time travel is involved, and it's technically not the same person. But it is, you just don't know that yet. I say don't know that, but the voice is kind of a giveaway. But you know what I'm saying. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Lap is the only exception. Also, yeah, these are Lanedale Knights who have become frenzied. There's a handful of frenzied individuals here, including the troll outside of the manor. Sif 2, though? Sif, additionally, time travel. And is completely optional to every single part of it. So is Lap, to be fair. But time travel is always involved. That's not to say there's no time travel in the DLC, but literally every single time we have NPCs that are from base game. Okay, and Sif also isn't an NPC. He's a boss. But yeah, Alvina technically as well. But when they appear in DLC, it's always fucking time travel. Always. So that doesn't mean that they're going to stick with that. But when you ask me, do I think there's going to be people in the base game? What if you didn't do their quest? What if you killed them? The DLC tends to be a fully separate story with new concepts, new characters, new bosses, new lore, new factions, new elements when it comes to like on your weapons and whatever, new spells, new incantations that supplements the base game, not an extension of it or a continuation of it. A lot of other studios do the more like, here's the DLC that expands upon the story and will change things in your base game. From doesn't usually do that. So, yeah, okay, they could, but if you're asking me what I think, probably not, no. You know? Hey, Pan, what's up? Rapid crossbow in the DLC trailer could be Lap. That helmet reminds me of him so much. If they bring Lap back, that would be cheap, honestly. Honestly.
I don't think Melina will go with you. I really wonder about Melina's status. First time DLC has separate levels. Yeah, although did they really say separate levels, or was it something like, I don't remember exactly what they said. Either way, I don't want to theorize too much about that. I just want to wait and see. More Melina dialogue at bonfires? I really don't know. I don't know. Most of the main game characters are dead thanks to us. Yeah, they normally they do their own thing. Normally DLC is very separate. Very separate. So that's all I'm saying. I want to read this lore tablet and then we shall progress some more. Yo, thanks, Shreddy. A couple people, sorry I didn't comment on it, but a couple people said I look cottagecore today. And honestly, I'll take it, but I was going more for fairy core. So I'm like, bummer. I'm gonna know. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really know the difference. I like big poofy bows and such. So, all right. I'll be right back, everybody. Give me a sec. Oh, my mic arm. Yikes. Sorry. Yeah. Cute, regardless. Exactly. All right. Sorry, I had to fix my mic there. One sec. I'll be back.
yeah, gamers, give me 1 second. I just remember something that I wanted to take a look at. Tangible life thing, a literal god. Oh, thank you for mentioning that. I wanted to bring up something that I read. I started talking about this earlier and then got distracted, but Ranni's Dark Moon, the spell, is really, really interesting because I got it in the first playthrough and I read the lore and it reminded me. I've really supplemented my memory of the lore thanks to the first playthrough quite a bit, which has been really good personally. But it talks about, it might be, okay, I think it's Ranni's Dark Moon because I just read it, but it says something about the user turns themselves into a vessel. And I've been really, really looking at the word vessel lately because obviously vessel of the Elden Ring, that's what Marika is, and it is very, very, very important. And I've been thinking more and more about what it could mean. Just generally, honestly, I don't know. Sorry, 1 sec. There's something to it. I really do read the Dark Moon as an entity. But then it's like Ranni's goal is to get rid of all other influences. So isn't Ranni's end kind of doing exactly what Marika did? Isn't it just replacing the devil they don't know for the devil they know? Honestly, kind of sounds like it to me is the problem. Hi, Marlo. Sorry, Marlo is meowing away. Marlo, 1 sec. Coming off the light in your webcam right now? It really does, doesn't it? We don't make someone a god like Marika to have an army kill a giant, so our power has limits. Or, like Ranni, okay, just as a side note, Ranni is apparently able to kill you without lifting a finger. If you try to give her the potion, she will wake up and you drop dead. Nothing, there's no fighting, there's no contact, she doesn't even move. Okay, maybe she wakes up. That's it. She clearly has some immense power, considering you, as the player, are able to kill gods. She's able to do that without even looking. But yet, she needs our help. She cannot face the baleful shadow, and we need to carry her over to the Two Fingers so she can take it out. So there's like, you know, the power levels are odd. Does that fail the quest for the rest of your save? I think you have to use a Celestial Dew. I think, but it's been a minute. Actually, does anyone remember? Do we have to use a Celestial Dew with that one? Or are they kind of like, you're cool? Sorry, 1 sec. Check in. Think Celestial do? I think so too. Ranni actually removes herself and the Elden Ring from the land completely, removing the Dark Moon's ability to influence the land. Okay. The moon is really interesting because one thing it does is it controls the tide. Our real moon that we have literally controls the tide. Will levels not carry over? I think they're just doing something different with it. Celestial Dew doesn't work on the Ranni quest? You're just done at that point? I could have sworn I fixed that. Guarantees the other god can't do anything about it? So that's why it's the dark path. So, but then I have to wonder, why would an outer god let that happen? A lot of other things like length of the day. Yeah, I'm just saying that the moon has an intangible effect on our real life planet. And I really have to wonder if Ranni isn't being a little naive. Dress looks like Ronnie's drip? Yeah, it kind of does, actually. It's so true. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, almost done. Chamber after you become her consort, sitting at the grace and talking to the doll? Wait, after you become her consort, you sit in the grace and talk to the doll? Oh my god, I forgot about that. You just unlocked a memory. I must have. Because Jake says I has. I has? I guess I have. I don't know. Did I do that in the first playthrough? It would have been probably soon, huh? Greater Will and Outer God, it's never called that in game. While the other gods have gold, it seems like the Greater Will just wants order of any sort. Maybe it's a different sort of thing. Nah, I think that's the fact that people aren't sure if the Greater Will is an Outer God is more related to the fact that it is currently the dominant religion. So, okay, think of religions. For example, modernly, when we talk about Greek myth, people worship these gods. I don't know. I don't think people worship Greek gods anymore. There might be some people out there who still worship the Greek gods, but largely people don't. That's not it's sort of, there aren't any living worshipers of that religion anymore, right? So that religion is a past one and has influenced others, but you know, that's kind of what we get with the Greater Will. When something is the dominant religion, it's not going to be talked about as it's an outer god influence, it's a space god influencing the world. You know? Because you don't talk about your god that way. There's a difference between being, you know, like it's also like we can see that grace is actually, the grace in the eyes is likely a lot more sinister than the people in the lands between know. But here, they hate anybody without grace. But it also affects your eyes, changes what you see, you know? Twin Peaks yet? No. That's a good, I should write that down on my list though, for sure. I think what happens is Ranni will kill Celavis when you try to give her the draft, and yeah, he stays dead, but Celestial Dew resets her back to being friendly. I think that is the only time I've ever used Celestial Dew, and I remember it being fine. So I think she's cool with you, but Celavis is done, so I think you're remembering correctly, yes. Okay. Okay. Bugged in the early days? Oh, I did that a long time ago. So, or I did that in New Game Plus, so it would have been patched for sure. Clip where she calls you Stimky? I uploaded that because it was so special. The assault on Volcano Manor, the squalid, the sick, the blasphemous, a wretched, unending war with no glory. This is the site of the worst battle in the Shattering War. And you can still see effects of it. There's still people here who are kind of stuck ever since that war. Frenzy appears to be involved. Grafted Scions are around here. This whole area is a complete mishmash of everything else that we've encountered in the game, and I think there's a reason for it. This is the site. Still current is Hinduism? Yeah, Hinduism's really interesting, for sure. I wish I knew more about it, especially when Utana talks about it. Seriously, I think it's one of the most interesting religions that I've heard about and like learned vaguely about. Soldiers are eating corpses at the first campsite. No, I didn't. Are they where Patches kicks you? No, I just thought they were chilling. I should take a look. Technically monotheistic now. Yeah, that's the thing about Hinduism is it's monotheistic but also polytheistic in a way. It's an interesting mix. I wonder if that has anything to do with Rykard. Henotheism is the word. I have never heard that. That's really... Uh-oh. That's really neat. Oh dear, I might be dead. Lack of poise will do that to you. These ones. These are the ones that look like Bok, by the way. You know what? Maybe we do see these near... oops, I forgot. Turns my light out. Maybe we do... Oops. Maybe we do see these in Limgrave Tunnel, but I don't remember seeing these. I remember it being entirely made up of some of these and these. Maybe we should take a closer look, though. Maybe there are enemies like this, but I don't know. I fell way further than I meant to, is the thing. So much got destroyed. True. The thing about Greek myth too, or Greek religion as well, there's straight up some things, I forget what it's called. There was an ancient group of Dionysus worshippers. I want to say they're called the Elysian Mysteries, but I legitimately don't remember. But we straight up don't know anything about them because they were so secret that no one was allowed to tell anything about it. It basically, not quite a secret society, but there was this idea of like, you enter this religion and you cannot tell absolutely anybody who isn't a part of it. And part of the tradition was pilgrims have to walk through town. This is one thing we do know about because this was public. They have to walk through town, and the whole time they walk through town, old ladies have to hurl obscenities at them. The rules are very specific. Eleusinian! Thank you, Eleusinian! I was pretty close for not having heard about this for a really long time. I'm actually pretty proud of myself. Boss's name, Margot, is a bit interesting. Why? I like that she has purple eyes. I'm very intrigued by this. I don't think we see other purple eyes. This is, dare I say, Gloam-Eyed? Don't all the queens have purple eyes? Do they? Is it a nighttime thing, maybe? Bit in the line of naming conventions of demigod family like Morgott, Morgott. Yeah. Although it's, are Margott and Morgott real names? Because Margot sure is. And the thing about Margot is it's a French name, so it's not Margot or Morgott. It's Margot, you know? It's a French feminine name. Morgott and Margott are pronounced Margott and Morgott. So they're a little differenter. Yes, differenter, I'm committing. Make up any name now? I know that's clearly what freaking Martin did, but are they names that exist otherwise? Is kind of what I'm asking. Also, isn't using sorcery. Mm-hmm. She just goes in. I'm only asking because Margot is a name that exists. So while it sounds and looks really similar, it's less similar once you realize it's a different origin. You know, oh, are you eating bodies? Well, I mean, you're crazy, so you'll do whatever you want to do. Let's go look at the body-eating people. Differenter is Polish? Mm-hmm. Christian flood story came from them? I did hear about that, actually, yeah. The same, but with more boats. We cannot overstate how much stories have been shared between cultures. It's actually really, really cool. Humans are storytellers, and we always have been. And it's really, really cool. Okay, I'll do this in a sec. I have the You Are Beautiful. That is really important. That is actually what I wanted to do first. Margot, Maggie, and Gillica. Maggie is often a short form of Margaret. So Margot, Margaret, and Gillica. So interesting they have the G and M names. I can agree with that. Love myths are universal between language families that have no possibility of contact. They are very, very old. Also, a lot of humans see the same thing and respond in similar ways. It's pretty cute. Didn't break the rules? That's so cool. Technically correct at its best. 2 load screens to go through an elevator. I love you, FromSoft, seriously. Oh, this is nighttime? I guess it is. It's hard to tell when it's nighttime because of the brightness of the tree. Mimic the highborn names of the human culture. So I know that humans do communicate with demi-humans, like Kenneth Haidt. So I'm not saying it's unheard of or anything, but I will say is one thing that I thought when I heard them is that potentially they were named by others. Because Bok is a pretty weird, unusual name compared with Margot, Maggie, and Gillica. So when it comes to demi-human names, the ones that we have are a little bit more, you know. Not more culturally distinct from humans than that. But they have definitely been influenced by outside cultures. And when one culture is dominant to another, things like that can happen too. I think they are culturally distinct, but the problem is that they're influenced a lot by what's outside them. I'd say Gillica's pretty weird. I mean, not as weird as Bok. Annoying ass enemies. We're all named by others? Not me. Nope, that's a lie. Someone nicknamed me Ref. Nope, you're right. When you're right, you're right. Do the summon. I want to see. Dude, you perfume? Stimky. Stimky? Stimky? Okay. This is not how it's supposed to go down. The Micha and Queen has a unique casting crest. Well, I fortunately have not actually killed Maggie? I think it's Maggie who's left. Near Azur. So we can take a look. Because I don't have a clear memory of that. I haven't looked at it, so that's perfect. Okay. 1 second, please. I want to try to trigger something really important. That I've only done once. Oh, I forgot to read the Prattling Pate. There was a lot going on. But I have a couple others. Now, you might look at me funny when I tell you that this looks human. But it does. If anything, it's sort of like a weird, one-eyed, upside-down, perhaps, human. So the please help kind of applies here. Hello! It's a happy smile with a vaguely humanoid-looking face. This one, and this was pointed out online, I don't remember who first talked about this, but this one looks distinctly demi-human comparatively. The mouth, the parts on top which look like ears, the nose. This looks a lot more demi-human compared to the other Prattling Pates. So please help. And then we have You're Beautiful. And this is the only one that I think of off the top of my head. Keep in mind, I don't have them all, and it's been a while since I've looked. But this is the only one that has this text. They all say, twisted clay sculpt in the shape of a human head. Except for this one, which clarifies demi-human head. A wistful fetish that imparts voices and words on an eternal journey. But this one adds unconditional love, unrestrained assurance. It must have been a mother speaking. Now, what's neat about this is hopefully what I can trigger here. My beloved one, special text as well. Great, where's that one? We'll have to get that. Talk to Melina. Bok is here as well. We've done it. Oh, it's been a long time since I've done this. I'm very excited. Okay.
The Erd Tree is close. Only a little further till the foot of the Erd Tree. And the accord is fulfilled. It takes me back. I was born at the foot of the Erd Tree, where Mother gave me my purpose. Though now, everything is lost to me. I have to ascertain for myself the reason for which I live, burned and bodiless.
So, this one's really interesting because this is where we find out that she was born at the foot of the Erd Tree. She's going back, so she remembers it, but then she seems to imply that she's lost something, forgotten it, or not really imply, she just says that something is missing for her. She wants to ascertain. So she made it all the way to where we find her, and we don't know how long it's been, but she makes an accord with us. Something about us is special. We're the only one that she makes this accord to, as far as we can tell. There might have been others. But she wants to go back, and then she talks about why she still lives. Now, I want to talk about the maidens. To enter Farum Azula, apparently, you need to burn your maiden. That's a part of the tradition. According to the lore that we find out, Bernal did this. And upon doing it, he realized he regretted it. And instead of going forth and becoming the Elden Lord, he decided instead to become a recusant. He realized he had been lied to. There's also an argument to be made that he burned his maiden and nothing happened. And he realized that he burned her for no reason. Implying that the maiden also needs to be special. The Kindling needs to be special. I don't know. Either way, he became a recusant. Now, I wonder if the reason that a maiden must be burned as Kindling is not to mimic a tradition, because the first burning of the tree, which we know occurred based on the concept of cardinal sin, blah, 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 was Melina did it. Melina was the Kindling, and she still lives because she's still needed. So somehow she's in the spirit form. I wonder if she wasn't spirit tuned. That's my personal theory as well. I know others agree. She might have been spirit tuned into this form so that she can fulfill a purpose, another purpose, and burn again. Her whole purpose is effectively to burn, it seems. We can already see the scars on her body from a previous burning. And yeah, something about her makes her still need to be alive. And then when she goes to the Erd Tree, when she vanishes, she comes back to us with the medallion of Rold, and she says, okay, time to go. I will serve as Kindling. Did not know that about the War Master. Yeah, he invades you in Farum Azula. And another figure who made it really close, Vyke. Vyke is, of course, the cover of the game. The cover of Elden Ring has a picture of Vyke on it. He is meant to be the other contendant to be Lord. Contendant? I think I wanted to say contestant. The other option for someone to be Lord, but Bernal comes pretty close himself. The thing about Vyke is he has been locked up, which is likely why he's the closest. Because Bernal no longer wants to do that, but Bernal makes it further than anyone else besides Alexander, although Alexander is a different goal. Didn't know she was full spectral form already. She is a spirit. That's why she summons in and out of everything. She can't travel on her own. She is already a spirit, which means she is burnt and bodiless. We know that for sure. Some people also use this. I personally do not agree, but I still want to put forward this theory. Some people have discussed that she is Ranni's other half. The same way that, you know, there's other aspects to figures. And the fact that they have opposite eyes, you know. Ranni's eye is... Okay, hang on. She has her left eye sealed. So Ranni has her right eye closed and a spirit sticking out, and people think that that is Melina. And Melina has the other eye closed, and they have this link, and the reason she's burnt and bodiless is because Ranni, upon, you know, self-deceasing, partially burnt her body. I mean, her body, when we find it, does look really burnt, which is weird. So there's that. Now we have people saying she's connected to Mesmer. I personally have... the reason I didn't like the Ranni is Melina theory, personally, and this isn't like, you know, people can... there are people who hard disagree with me, so I'm not trying to, you know, we all have our theories. Volpine, first of all, thank you for 27 months. Thank you so much for the tier 3 for 27 months. I really appreciate the support. Welcome back. I can't believe it's been that long since we did DS2 co-op. She gives you Torrent and Ranni gives you the Spirit Bell because you have Torrent. Yeah, some people think that they're doing like a subtle little wink wink. The previous owner is Melina. You know, okay, it's totally possible. FromSoft can do something that trolly, but when I hear previous owner, I don't hear 20 seconds ago. I hear the person who created Torrent in the form that we find him in. So that's that theory. If you believe that, go for it. I feel you. I know why you think that. I didn't personally see the Melina Ranni link. There's otherwise, I don't know what to think about them, really. But then we have Mesmer, who's recently been introduced, and he is associated with snakes. Snakes are the symbol for cardinal sin, burning the Erd tree. Birchineer, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Spiritual eye. Yeah, oh, there's definitely probably some stuff I'm missing with the eye being sealed. The fact that the left literally, like, sinister is the word for left. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's something to be said about that in Latin and, like, other symbolism of the eyes being sealed. But I want to talk about Mesmer. The text is former master. Yeah, you're right. Welcome in, Virgineer. We're in the middle of a big lore rant. The previous owner could be Marika. That's my theory, personally. A lot of people think Miquella. That also has validity, but I have my reasons for thinking it's Marika. But I'm not talking about the previous owner right now. I'm just telling you why people think that, because I like to talk about all theories, because more discussion is more fun. So, but Mesmer is introduced in the DLC. He is associated with snakes. The snakes come out of his body, and he has he uses this very interesting flame. I personally believe it's a new flame that we haven't quite encountered, similar to things we've encountered, but not quite the same. It's very much associated with Dragon Communion, with some dark runes floating around it. Either way, I would argue that his flame is quite a blasphemous one, and I wonder if he is not the reason why snakes came to be associated with cardinal sin and burning the tree. So if we're looking for somebody who burnt the tree, I wonder if it could not be this figure, who also appears to be a Marika child, just like Melina is implied to be, likes to use fire, and also seems to have the exact same sealed eye. Also, you can't see it too well, but Melina's, the covering on her eye, we've all seen high-res images. It looks like a draconic claw. Not everyone agrees it's a draconic claw, but when I saw it, I'm like, it looks like a dragon claw, a dragon wing, something draconic. And then we have Mesmer, who's associated with Dragon Communion. If not, maybe is not the origin for it. He wears what looks like earlier and more advanced form of Drake Knight armor. Like, he is very dragon-like in his appearance, on top of having a dragon eye. But we have this. We have these links between them, and I'm not saying for sure that they're linked, but personally, part of the reason I never vibe with the Ranni theory is I'm like, I feel like we're missing something, and now we're introduced to something we might have been missing. I don't know. Theory that those with the left eye open have the ability to exist in spirit, enter the shadow realm. Ranni, Melina, Marika, Mog. I think we can count Marika, but the thing about Marika is we don't see her at her full power. We see her when she's a destroyed vessel. Right eye open? Oh, okay. Yeah, just wrong eye. Gotcha. Wait, so which eye governs the spirit thing? Looks more like a bird talon. Could be a bird talon as well, considering the Deathbirds. And we're already kind of being like, is there a link between, you know, the Gloam-Eyed Queen and the Rune of Death and Deathbirds? Could be. Definitely could be. But the way, when I look at it, I think dragon. So, you know. Inhabiting a dead tarnish of this new world, like as if it's not really your body, then you go to the lands between. It's possible. I mean, technically we can make whatever character we want, so if you really want to get meta with it, yeah, we do inhabit the body of a dead tarnished as the player, but generally the lore is you take on the role of tarnished. You have simply come back to life. That is an okay thing to happen in FromSoft games. Ranni's spirit does seem to be anchored to the doll at the location of the left eye from her spirit's perspective. Yeah. So right eye equals spirit, left eye... I'm going to write that down. And this is according to what? What occultism? Because there's definitely something to the eyes and which eye, for sure, for sure. Western occultism. Esoteric tradition. I practically write in code because no one else could read my writing. Okay. Right eye equals right hemisphere of the brain equals creative, not constrained strictly to logic and formality. Left eye hemisphere, language center of the brain, logic, material world. It's definitely interesting, but last I checked, that right brain, left brain stuff was sort of disproven, wasn't it? Right eye open are those with the connection to the spirit. So what if you have both eyes open though? Do you know what I mean? Like, does the eye closed mean you've lost it, or does it give you a buff in the eye that you have open? You know? Pseudoscience, but it was esoteric. Oh, right, yeah. If we're talking about esoteric occultism, yeah, that would be the type of stuff that they would think, yeah. Hello, Bok.
Bok the seamster, at your service, master. Ready to make adjustments to your garments.
Mel has more dialogue? I know, but I want to talk to Bok first.
Going so soon? Please do be safe on your journeys.
Now for the reason that I got the freaking prattling pate just for this. What, Melina? Melina. Melina! I was worried about this. Ah! Need to give Bok that gold needle thing? Oh shit, is that it? Have I not been to the church? Oh my god, I went to the church, dude. And I'm pretty sure I didn't pick it up. Let's just double check that it's probably that, yeah. That makes more sense. Yeah, I think I just literally didn't pick it up. And here I was. We're gonna do Bok's questline. Oopsie. My bad. Thank you for the reminder. It's opposite eye anyway. Left eye equals right mind. Oh, well, that's not confusing at all. Oh, we talked in this church for a long time, but I don't think I mentioned that this is literally a Nox maiden. And here we need to use Celestial Dew, of which I have exactly none. That's not poggers. Alright, we'll fix that in just a sec as well. Hey, 0. Pidia. That's not Pidia. Pidia. Haven't gone to Nokron yet. Okay. Sewing needle made of gold. Unique item made to alter demigod attire. One of the tools brought by Radagon when he entered into marriage with Rennala, Queen of the Full Moon, and joined the Carian line. That's interesting. I forgot it was linked to Radagon. One of the tools brought by Radagon. It's a very weird little sewing needle. So, hang on. When it says brought by, it's really funny, actually. Remember how I gone about how Radagon doesn't create anything? I don't think he created anything with that either. Radagon already had a sewing needle to alter specifically demigod attire. Why would a mere champion have that? Why would a mere champion marrying a queen end a war? Yeah, no. There's definitely more to Radagon, for sure. But considering his origins are a little cloudy, I personally am now a pretty strong proponent of he was Marika, but also at the time separate. That's not Pidia. Do you think Radagon's is smithing too? I'm gonna be real. I don't think the man is capable of creating anything. In fact, I think it's a key part because if he was a smith, he could fix the freaking Elden Ring, couldn't he? He can't. Always having been one. It's true. The only problem that I have with that is like... Well, then again, it works just fine because Radagon would love Rennala and Marika loved Godfrey. Oh, that still works. Radagon was a champion leading the army against Karya. Yeah, but like, if you're a general and you go against your queen, you're just a traitor. Do you know what I mean? Not every smith can fix Elden Ring either. What's the evidence that he was a smith, though? Hello, Pidia.
Oh, you? Sorry, your worship. I apologize for any offense.
Incantations? He also developed the Golden Principia stuff? Those are just incantations, right?
To the Carian royal family.
I'm talking about a tangible creation.
With maintaining these ghastly dolls.
Uh-huh.
Your worship, allow me to be of use. Other than the puppets, there are some very fine things up here in this storeroom. Why not pick something out before you go? But please,
Margo was forced to fuse with him? Yes.
can
No.
you offer poor ill-starred Pidia
Ill-starred.
a little
Talk quicker
something
before I forget my
in
thought, Pidia.
compensation?
Okay. Yes and no. Based on Mesmer, who is still very mysterious, but I seriously think he's got to be related to Marika and Radagon because of the red hair. And like I said, everyone with red hair in this entire game can be traced back to one horny dude. So, if he's got red hair... However, I truly believe they split. I think that the period of time they spent, one as the husband of Rennala and one as the... You know, with Godfrey as the goddess, was a time of purification required so that they could become whole while separate and then recombine into a true Rebus. That's basically where I'm at. It basically creates a happy medium with combining everything. And it really did take Mesmer for me to question. Modified the Moonlight Sword. Radagon is capable of bastardizing things. Yes. And incantations? The thing about incantations... Wait, are his things considered incantations, or are they considered spells? They require... Oh, no, they're int and faith, but do they... What kind of staff do they require? Do they require a spell? Reforging something still a creation? No. Not what Radagon did. Not what he did to their precious sword. Honestly, what he did was pretty fucking horrific. It's like if someone makes something, and then you paint it with a new paint job, and then you're like, I made this. Ugh. I deeply resent Radagon. So, you know. Okay, that's my personal bias. But it's just, name something that he fucking made truly from scratch. Like, take something entirely that he made with his own creative mind. A mess? You got me there. No, but really... If someone creating the sword, enchanting it with great power, and then you take that and you stick another LED in it, you didn't create that. All those kids of his? No. Renala made that. He just provided some ingredients. He made daddy issues? Oh my god, I don't have my water. He only subverts. Radagon, the spells Radagon made from Miquella made them worse. Oh, really? If he's a piece of Marika, he probably didn't get the power to create. Yeah. They are true opposites. That's the really interesting thing about Marika and Radagon. One is creative, one lacks creative ability. One seems to be... Like, Marika is attributed to mischief. Radagon seems like the type who to not enjoy that. Made good boy doggos? We really don't know what's up with the wolves. There's only one that's affiliated with him, and he cared so much about that wolf that he left it with his ex. The other wolves, we don't get a title for them, right? So I wasn't sure. I don't know if they're associated with Radagon. It's likely, it's possible, but still. Make the red-headed misbegotten? Okay, to be fair... Not everything with red hair is horny, is from the horny man. But I wonder if they don't have... Do misbegotten have fur or hair? You know? Yeah, Radagon is about rules, rigidity, and keeping information hidden away, keeping things concealed, hiding the truth. And then Marika seems to be based on that. Based on what we know about Radagon, we can kind of derive the opposite from Marika. So you know how I talk about how, based on traits of Melania, we can learn about her father because they seem to share traits. And then similar Miquella and Marika can be related in a way. Basically, that also means that we can learn things about Miquella and Melania by comparing and contrasting the two with Radagon and Marika the same way. The non-creative trait of Radagon... Oh, I missed it. Marika's veil meant to show her deceptive capabilities. So it's a mimic veil. And then the thing about it is it's called Marika's mischief. So yes, she can deceive, she can hide, but it's largely, from what we can see, harmless. You can't use it... Well, okay, I use it to hide and then murder people, but... That's not necessarily what it's for. Shattering pours many veils. I agree, but I argued that the veils are to keep things safe, not to harm. That's largely what they're for. They're literally there to keep things safe. The things that are hidden are safe. So there's mischief and fun and harmlessness, and then there's the idea of keeping things safe. So they aren't really... Nothing about her seems related to harm directly. Now, if you add a black knife to a concealing veil, which, by the way, I think she made the concealing veils, or at least she knew how to make them because she was a Newman, but I think she made them. If you add a black knife and a murder tool, yeah, you can use them to assassinate people, but she didn't make those knives. Is a hammer in her name or Radagon's? Marika. It's Marika's hammer. Yeah, and the only thing that she broke is the ring, which she created herself. It has big, I brought you into this world, I can take you out of it energy, which shows she's a true mother. Okay. Care and retaliation. Thank you. I spent all my money. That's okay. I have forbidden runes. Oh, baby, we're going shopping.
A fine day to your worship. Please.
Every mom in existence has made that joke at least once.
You like.
I will say, I don't think immigrant parents do that. What immigrant parents like to do, in my personal experience, keep in mind, what immigrant moms do is instead, when they're upset with you, they will instead employ the eternal technique of guilt. So, you know, you shouldn't, don't act like this. When I'm dead, you'll feel bad about this. And you go, and then you stop. So, like, North American parents are like, I brought you into this world, I'll take you out. And then an immigrant parent is like, I will die one day and you will cry about this memory. And then you're like, oh, God. I've done so much for you. I mean, they're right. I mean, yeah, but like, it's not necessarily met with that intent, is it? Okay, we have these, but I'll buy one of each, and then we will buy the weathered map. Left discarded and forgotten for some time. Further details are available only to paying customers. Thank you. Classic Narcissus dialogue. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a little monka, that's for sure. You know, beyond that. But no, about the in all seriousness, the only thing she breaks is the Elden Ring. And that appears to be a very, very desperate act of hers. It's pretty interesting. Where your parents immigrate from? Poland. Yeah, it's so good. Oh, I got that too. I got that too, yeah. Except it was like, you have to finish your food. We waited hours in line for a loaf of bread. You have to eat. Don't waste your food. And it's like, it's good advice. It's good advice. I maintain a dislike of food waste and stuff, and I try to be careful. Like I feel that, but it's just like, you know. Marika's got a pretty long history of conquest and war. She genocided the giants. It reminds me a lot of Ranni. I actually see a lot with Marika and Ranni that's in common. Interestingly, despite them not being directly related beyond the Radagon thing. Ranni doesn't... She lets other people do the dirty work. And she's behind it, but she lets other people do the actual harm. And I wonder if that isn't necessarily a choice, but the nature of her. Marika's a monster? I find it hard to go that far with her. I really wonder about what the giants were up to, too. What's interesting about the giants is, while we tend to see them as defeated and largely now mistreated and pitiful, I really wonder what they were like, because unlike the giants from Dark Souls 2, who were also attacked and largely slaughtered by Vendrick, they are described as evil. Now, how much of that is propaganda? Because they're fire giants, and they are the fell god. You know, how much of that is the Golden Orb being like, they serve as the wrong god, so we're going to kill them? But it's pretty interesting. The astrologers called them friends. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that, like, why? Because they had similar goals, potentially. Prevent the reunification? The only thing is, they didn't, they were reunified, though. For sure. We know that for sure, because they share a body. So that definitely, she didn't break it to stop it. Are the giants always kind of getting messed up and losing? They're a giant, kind of a benefit, no? Why do the dragons get genocided in Dark Souls 1? Fire giants also drove off the ice dragons who ruled the mountaintops. Yeah, like the Zamor might have a different theory. Like the Zamor hated the fire giants because the Zamor were into ice and the fire, like, who started that? Do you know what I mean? The difference is Zamor and fire giants I mean, we don't know what's up with Zamor. There aren't very many of them, though, that's for sure. In the DLC, we hear someone say they were never saints, they were just on the losing side of the war. Be about the Giants or something, someone else. I think it's likely to be about something, someone else, but we are getting into the history, so I do wonder about that. Especially since the, what do people call it? The Wicker Man? The Wicker Man. This dialogue occurs when we see the Wicker Man. And the Wicker Man, of course, I'm not saying it's a giant, but is very big. And people were jokingly saying it's Fire Giant 2.0, right? There's definitely something to be said about that. Trolls get made into beasts of burden. The trolls, though, were, like, there are, okay, trolls are also enemies of the giants. The trolls sided against the giants. And the trolls were mistreated by the giants. That's the other thing, too. I'm not saying, like, okay, I'm not saying they did a couple wrong things, therefore they deserve to die. Like, that's not the argument. We're talking about, like, fictional beings here. And you have to wonder what exactly was going on. Like, why were they targeted? Because did Marika kill them because they could have eventually posed a threat to the Erd Tree? She would totally do that. 100% she would do that. She potentially killed her own son if she was involved with the Knight of Black Knives in terms of Godwyn. She does what needs to be done. But it's one of those greater good things for her and what she saw. Cloaked statues with the sword that you see on the Saints Bridge in Limgrave and St. Trina. Yeah, no, I think the use of Saint is pretty interesting. I did dismiss it because I was just like, oh yeah, but no. So, hang on, what if St. Trina isn't a saint? What if that's the implication we're getting? What if St. Trina is the evil twin and Miquella is the good twin? First giant we talked to in DS1 had great nobility. Giants are evil is Drangleic propaganda spread by Nashandra. A, I think Vendrick spread it. B, Dark Souls 1 and 2 are, there's a lot of time spent between them, and largely the giants are peaceful, but they are always mistreated. So definitely the Goff, the giant you're talking about in the DLC, literally gets mistreated and bullied by his peers despite being very calm, very intelligent. It's actually a really excellent depiction of bigotry, despite being so gentle, so intelligent, so well-spoken, so talented, so powerful, everything, he gets treated badly. And he never fights back against it. He is truly a picture of grace. But yet he still gets literally hazed like a freaking, like he's in a college frat. The other giants that we meet are very, very friendly. Generally in Souls, they're always really friendly. So I agree that the propaganda was spread, but personally, I'm going to blame that on Vendrick because he's the one who started the war. Lord Epiphany, can I share it here too? Feel free. If it's too long though, I'm afraid like chat's moving. I've seen a couple big paragraphs that have just absolutely been lost in the sauce from folks, so I'm sorry. I love the big thoughts, but that's why the Discord's really great because I definitely miss things. Chat sees them though, you know? We know Radagon is descended from giants, so it's possible that he's descended from giants, but if he was born as an aspect of Marika, then he wasn't. Unless Marika is descended from giants, which isn't impossible, for sure. Like, what if Marika is the Seath? What if she's the self-hater? What if she takes all the parts of herself that she hates and turns them into Radagon? Notice being manipulated by Nashandra to invade the giants. He literally... Okay, listen, we're getting into the topic that gets me really passionate. And I know everyone here is like, oh my god, they're already pulling out their shot glasses, pouring themselves a drink and being like, I'm ready to take my Raph mentioned DS2 thing again. But literally, Vendrick to conquer Drangleic. This is like the lore that people don't seem to know. He conquered Drangleic. He was already a warmonger. This concept of
evil woman came up and she said do war, and he said he was a good guy who would never do that, and evil lady told him to and he did
is absolute BS. He was a warmonger before the giants. He just needed a new target. Nashandra was like, what about them giants? And he went, cool. He started the war. He ignored his people's plight. He continued it. Absolutely. It was his decision. If anyone, if Nashandra told him to jump off a bridge and he did, that would be his own fault. But yes, but have you considered that woman bad? Really does boil down to that in Dark Souls 2, unfortunately. What's her name? Alsana? Is it Alsana? Hang on, I'm blanking again. I have such trouble remembering the DS2 names. Yep, the Silent Oracle of Liam Lois. Okay. Wasn't 100% his idea? Then who inspired him to conquer Drang Lake? Is the thing. Right? Because that was way before Chandra. Chandra showed up when he was already a king. So what that suggests to me, she represents, depends on your definition, but human ambition. And she encountered a being and attached herself to a being of light that was very powerful, but this being was very ambitious on his own. He was already a conqueror, right? So, basically, and also, woman is the abyss. It's the abyss, which is dark, which is humanity. She is a human. She is literally one human divided into 4 parts, representing, and not to mention, not any human, a tortured human whose humanity went wild because of the mistreatment of others. He was literally having a nap. He was defeated by us. He broke off into 4 parts, each queen representing a different aspect of humanity. Now, I'm going to talk about Chandra, and then I'm going to talk about Alsana, because when I talk about Alsana, people always go, oh, but like she was like the only good one of the 4 sisters. Maybe it's because her king was an actual good guy. Is it not possible? People talk about how the evil dark queens manipulated their innocent husbands. And I'm just sitting there like, maybe, is it possible they influenced each other? Like maybe the husbands were bad and thus the wives went worse? You know what I mean? Maybe it was a prank. Wouldn't the king of Drang Lake be born into it? Yeah. But he was a king by force. He conquered Drang Lake and became king by that. There's lore in Dark Souls 2 that makes that clear. It's just the sort of subtle, hidden away, quick line of dialogue about how he conquered Drang Lake. Yep. So, you know. The queens are literally just humanity. They represent different parts. If they are pure evil, then humans are pure evil. And I know there's going to be someone here who says, I actually do agree that humans are evil at their core, but come on. Nah, and also the kings were pretty garbage. I know Vendrick gets a little bit of defense because, like, you talk to him and he has a nice beard. But all the other kings, except for, of course, Ivory King, who was genuinely a hero, were garbage and didn't give a shit about their people. So, of course, you know? Okay, hang on. Let me read this theory. Is Radagon a version of Marika from another timeline? We do have some time travel stuff. Reach across time, pulled through a perfect champion. It's a little low-key, isn't it? It's a little low-key. The one thing I'll say is I don't think I'm going to go too far into the theory because I find that time stuff... That literally is the plot of the Loki show, though, isn't it? People are selfish at their core. Historically, kings are not good guys. It's true. These 2 gets talked about here as my first Souls game. Holds a special place in my heart. I'm so happy to hear that. Honestly, people ask what's my favorite like lore theory. I think generally the thing that gets me the most passionate without fail. Okay, it might be Bloodborne. Bloodborne in general. But no, the DS2 queens, really, it's just, I like the underdog. And the fact that everyone just dismisses the queens is, well, they're of the dark, so they're evil. And I'm like, brother, the dark is humanity. You can't just say dark bad. Because that's literally the whole point of the entire Dark Souls trilogy, is trying to explain to us that dark does not equal bad. And then people play DS2 and their brains shut off and they just go dark bad. And I'm like, brother, you can't do this. You cannot. You have to realize what the game's telling you. Dark is not bad. I get really excited. I'm excited about a lot of things, but Dark Souls 2 definitely, it's just so interesting. There's so much to it. Time stuff with Elden Ring could throw everything out of whack. From Azula existing like it does barely works for me. I don't mind it. FromSoft really does a good job with their timey-wimey stuff, as I like to call it. But you know. Also, yeah, the LOREATHON is gonna be all games. It's just this one's taken probably the longest, but who knows. I have done a Dark Souls 2 lore through, but it's been a while, so it's gonna be a whole thing. That was so cool. I would personally argue that Dark Souls 1 does time travel really well too, and I think Dark Souls 3 does as well. So genuinely, listen, I'm not the biggest fan of time travel. Please ignore the... Can you see it on stream? Please ignore the Back to the Future poster on my wall. I got that at a movie theater. Don't worry about it. But no, genuinely, I don't normally like time travel, and I love
Light equals good, dark, bad. No lie to us, Raph. Raph Wog is just common sense. Raph.
Stop. Wolfie, thanks for the 100 bits. Hang on, I missed that one. Where's it? Oh man. So many Dark Souls fans ate the win propaganda. For real, I literally go on. I go on so hard about it. Love your Hollow Knight plushies. You know what's funny? I recently realized that Hello Kitty and Hollow Knight are both HK. So I was online and I saw someone talking about like, oh my god, I love my new HK plush. And I'm like, oh, Hollow Knight? And then I look and it's Hello Kitty. And I was like, oh. And it really threw me for a loop. But yeah, I love them too. I do love Hello Kitty plushies as well. So, you know. How do you feel about Sekiro lore? The thing about Sekiro lore, from what I see and understand, phenomenal. It's just, actually, is Sekiro gonna be part of the LOREATHON? Is it? Oh my god, I actually kind of forgot about Sekiro. I really do like it. No, I have. It's just, the thing about Sekiro is that I feel like a lot of it comes from understanding Japanese history. Not fully, but there's a lot more, in my opinion, direct history in the game. With like the whole exact time period it occurs in, and like different symbols and things that, you know what I mean? There's like a little bit. It's a little different. So for me, it's hard to kind of get from scratch, right? It's actually really historically interesting. It was really cool when I was sitting there and I was watching a documentary about like samurai, and I was like, wait, this is like exactly what happened in Sekiro, and it was really cool. So it's not that there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. I love Sekiro. There's a fan translation you can use on PC. It's much better. I'm not playing it on PC. I don't own it on PC. It's gonna be on PlayStation. Sorry. So it's really great. It's just from a lore perspective, I feel like I'm not the best person for it, but I love what's there. Do you know what I mean? Tarnish our pawns on a chessboard? That I can agree with that. But what's really interesting is that Marika appeared to, while she does play with us like we're on a chessboard in terms of every move we make is to get us closer to the goal that she wanted for us, it does seem like at the end she has let go and is basically allowing the Tarnish to influence. Like, she does not... although you could argue that Melina is, in fact, Marika's will, whatever's left of it. Yo, hang out, here's a hidden lore people don't want. What if Melina is Marika? No, I was kidding. I don't think that. But still, right? Wait, okay, have we gotten confirmation that Tomoe equals Melania? Have we? Like, do we know for sure? Because last I checked, we didn't know for sure. But, like, I 100% think so. Watch be spot on. Clip it. Clip it and ship it, gamers. And then I'm going to link to it and be like, I was right! No. Melina is Miquella, though? Well, what about Trina and Mesmer? They're also Miquella. And what about Bok? Additionally. Whoops. I was trying to do my funny bit. Trailer boss looked more like Tomoe? Trailer boss? Me Mesmer? Very first out there lore theories in the first week of the game that didn't last so long? No, I came up with it first. No one on this planet has ever made that consideration. Okay. Spiral Clap Passage looks like water. I'm kidding, by the way. Looks like waterfowl dance. It just, I've seen, I got a comment recently on YouTube that said, yeah, you were right, Mulaney equals Tomoe. And I was like, did I miss something? Because like last I checked, we weren't confirmed. And trust me, I love to be told I'm right. You know, it's like, oh, of course. But I don't know that we know for sure, or if it's not just people being like, oh, it's true. Excuse me? My face, dog! My beautiful face! What the heck? Ow! Yo, when I bloodhound stepped, it destroyed the arrow. Visit to the dentist be like. Oh man. It is confirmed they dropped security DLC in favor of moving those people over to work on Elden Ring. The thing is, I doubt they're gonna tell us, right? So it just, listen, I'm all for, you know, I definitely, I will fight to the end, but I won't, you know, it's possible she's not. I just think she is probably.
Bok the seamster, at your service, master.
I have a present for
Ready to
you,
make adjustments to your garments.
sweet boy. Wait, why can't I give him the needle?
Oh, going so soon?
Don't tell me I goofed up the
Please
quest.
do be safe on your
Don't tell me I
journeys.
took too long.
Bok ready to make a... Oh.
Need Radagon set first? Oh, you're right. Oh my god. Don't tell me I got a dress as a Kevin. No one look, okay? Don't look. It's actually not that easy to mess up, but I'm confused, you know? It's easy to get confused, but that's because I'm easily confused. That's okay, we can become Renala, actually. Yeah, let's buy everything. Just need to wear it, don't buy it. I know, I'm making a joke, don't worry. Don't worry, I'm not a, it's fine. No, I'm not Kevin. No. It's not, you don't understand. I'm buying it for lore. All of it. All of it's for lore. You don't believe, chat, stop looking at me like that. You don't believe me? But it's for lore. Don't insult my favorite warmonger himbo. Which one? I'm kidding. There's a lot of them, huh? Okay, we should pick one. I'll just, hang on. Engrave the Gravity Crest. True Weapon Energy Champion. Dawn's Reign. Pulling in enemies. Okay, I want this one because I feel like it's more relevant to lore. And then I want, oof. This is it. Okay. Uses the caster as a vessel to incarnate a full moon. And considering that Renala appears to have the ability to rebirth, like, it's the egg that does it, but she seems to know how to use it. And I really wonder if it doesn't have something to do with her innate ability to create herself as a vessel. You know what I mean? Yeah, Queen Renala encountered this enchanting moon when she was young, and later it would bewitch the academy. I think this one's more interesting. I don't actually think I read these because I forgot to come back to Enya, so we're going to read this. Sorcery symbol... Wait, I didn't read the remembrance. Oh yeah, no, we did. So she was a prominent champion. She charmed the academy. And here's the thing about Renala I want to point out. She was a prominent champion even in her youth. But she doesn't have any particular... Like, she literally founded the royal family. She started it. She is very, very much equivalent to Marika. The difference is Marika found a freaking magical ring, dog. She basically found the one ring, and Renala is just out here being OP without any buff. She's naturally like this. Her intelligence is her greatest trait. She is super intelligent, and she's able to rival the House of the Golden Order literally because of her might, right? Alone, no assistance. Well, there might be this moon that she encountered, sure, but to be fair, we don't know what the moon really is. It enchants others, but I wonder if it doesn't mean, because okay, so she had lunar magic. She created this magic herself. She incarnated the moon, and it was this lunar magic that charm the academy, and she became its master. It requires 70 intelligence to use. The staff requires 60. These are some of the highest requirements in the entire game for single spells, and you get it from Ranala, who is effectively the second boss that you're supposed to encounter when it comes to Great Runes. I know you can play whatever order you want, but Limgrave leads you to Liurnia. So generally, she was super intelligent, and it seems to have been something that she created herself or came up with or discovered herself. It's really interesting. But basically, she was so damn smart, she became the head of the academy and started the Carian line. She also led the Glintstone Knights and established the House of Caria as royalty. So there was a house, she just made it royal. Casting Crest's spell has the same crest as the Crystallians and Cellians. It's also very similar to the Nox magic crest. I don't think she created the current spell out of literally nothing. But she encountered the moon, and that's where it came from. She's the only one. This is her signature spell. She came up with this. It's like she looked at the moon and was like, dang, that's pretty. And then she brought it into the world. I would definitely credit her as the creator of this. That's like, you know, by that argument, no spell is ever, you know, no writing is ever new, you know, like, definitely though, I would credit her as the origin of this. She's the only one who's capable of using this sorcery, except potentially Ranni. Okay, Magic Scepter of Ranala, Queen of the Full Moon. The glintstone is known as a Carian blue, enhancing full moon sorceries. Only those of the highest intelligence may wield this, the finest of all glintstone staves. And then Spinning Weapon is on it. Uses the caster as a vessel to incarnate a full moon, then sends it floating towards foes. The full moon dispels all sorcery that touches it and temporarily reduces magic damage negation for those it strikes. Queen Ranala encountered this enchanting moon when she was young, and later it would bewitch the academy. Which game's lore would you say is the hardest to understand?
Oh, go forth. Let the words of the fingers guide you.
Sometimes the immensity of Elden Ring can make it difficult, because honestly, one thing I encountered in my first playthrough, although keep in mind my first playthrough was literally streamed, where I had my attention on multiple different things, talking to chat, playing game, reading lore, a lot of stimulation. I forgot things. The game took so long that oftentimes I forgot, like I would hear a name, be like, hang on, did we see that name? And then I'd be like, oh, we saw this name, and then I would forget. Simply, details are forgotten. You can't keep everything in your brain. So that's an omega problem with Elden Ring. But it can happen with any of the games. It's just this one, because it's so huge and things are so far apart, you know, things are going to be missing. And a lot of the things that you find, you don't necessarily want to do again, you know? Like, you don't want to do every single dungeon because, you know, they're like kind of repetitive. So you pick a dungeon you want and you do it, but you're not going to do all of them. So you miss out on items and you won't get them in subsequent playthroughs, you know? What are we talking about? What we are talking about Ranala right now.
Have you ever felt the curse? With your whole being?
Sir, this is a Wendy's.
Pox upon life itself. Feared and despised by all. The reviled blessing. Apparently not. You are but a lamb. A stranger to defilement. Ignorant of your own ignorance. You no longer interest me. I've been long without peace. Don't spoil my quiet.
Me when the host runs away.
I asked you not to disturb me. Be thankful of the hold serenity. It is all that keeps your death and defilement at bay.
Dung Eater? Very, very intriguing figure. We talked a little bit about him. I actually never noticed there's actually a crack in his helmet. Very neat. It's probably what he sees out of, like, a little nerd. It's very similar to the prisoner helm, actually, in that only one eye effectively can be sort of, like, you only one eye. It's either one eye. Additionally, one important detail about him personality-wise is he basically channels the perfect co-invader red. every single time I have a co-invader when I'm invading and they're a red, they are a complete dingus. And I genuinely cannot, I don't understand why they're all like this. And I feel like they're like Dung Eater because he's like, I will kill and defile you. And then they're an absolute dingbat. And it's like, have you ever defiled or killed anything? Because you freaking suck at this. You're supposed to be this great invader. You literally show up as a red and you suck. You're so bad. Anyway, that's all. That was partially joking. I will say. The codes in this game are bad. It's not all their fault, you know? You don't really get a co-invader very often. It's hard to know what to do. Honestly, I feel like at least 50% of the co-invaders I get are someone got their friend to invade so that they can do 3v1 with different colors.
Greetings.
You know?
Are you here for spirit tuning?
I wanted to ask about the weird... There's some weird vibes over there?
I need to warn you about something. A little while ago, someone started lurking in the wing on the opposite side of the round table. And I can hear, from all the way over there, the howling and wailing of spirits in fear of a curse. I can even hear the repulsive twisted malice in itself. A plethora of spirits in an unceasing cacophony. I can't even imagine. How much suffering inflicted to who knows how many souls. Not even the grafting caused anything like this to happen. You should keep your distance. I know you're strong, but please.
Hee Stimky. I want to show you something that I think is actually pretty interesting considering this. That Dung Eater consumes souls. And they might be like, no, he eats poop. Yeah, the thing is that in Japanese myth, Kappa, the Kappa, like the mythical creature, one thing that he likes to do is take your Shurikodama. It is basically a soul, your soul, that is in, well, your butt. So that's what he does. He takes that and he eats it. And that is why he is known as the, I believe that, like, keep in mind translation, right? But, abominable, I can't even say this word. Abominable? I can't say that word. It's the curse. It's the curse word. Shit eater. Yeah. Now, that's what Roderick is hearing. Yeah, I know how to say that. I can't say the word. just that one. I have my problems. English is a fun language. Is there any benefit to PvPing in this? Fun. The abdominal. Stop. So Rika and Master Hugh, is their plot thread circular? Sorry, what do you mean? I was an ESL student. Technically, my first language was Polish, yes, but it's just, some words are just hard, dog. Even saying abominable snowman. The abominable... I can't stop. Whatever, he sucks, dude. He's a... I'm good, dude. Alright, now, serious lore. Serious. I'm trying to express that basically that's why Roderick can hear him, because he has consumed many souls. Those are all crying out in terror. Now, he eats them, and they are scared of the curse. Remember this guy? Please help me, I'm of noble blood. If those hideous mongrels eat me, I'll be forever marred. Anything but that, please think of the disgrace. So the thing about him is that he hates Misbegotten because... Oh my god! That scared the living daylights out of me. I forgore again. He hates Misbegotten. He looks down upon them. Mongrels, menials. This is the names that we hear hurled towards the Misbegotten in Castle Morn, and it kind of explains why they rose up and killed everybody here, and they did this massacre is because they were mistreated for so long. And I must sneeze. Anyway, it's very similar. What's interesting about Dung Eater, I feel like he internalized this because I've talked about how I don't believe the Omen are cursed. But then people might argue, okay, but Dung Eater uses their curse ability and takes it on his own. He takes on their resentment of being called a curse, and he embodies the curse. Dung Eater is doing on purpose, with intent, with a goal, what this guy is worried is going to happen to him if he gets eaten by a misbegotten. Dung Eater has taken on that curse as his entire identity, which is why he cosplays as an omen with its horns cut off. Not an omen with horns cut off. Because the cutting off the horns, they're natural. They are a normal part of the body. According to what we learned in the game, that they were considered a sign of divinity in a certain era. But now they are looked down upon, and he takes that idea of removing what is natural and the desperation and hatred of those that this has happened to, and he takes it as his identity and inflicts it upon others. Almost looks so uncomfortable though, because most of them, in fact, arguably all of them, were raised in a sewer. If you took a human and tossed them into a sewer and forced them to grow up there from birth, the ones that didn't die would probably be horrifically, like, they would look awful. No hygiene, their hair would be a disaster. They would probably struggle with all different types of issues related to hygiene, pain, things like this. But I made the argument before that omen horns are a little bit like hair or nails, in that if you don't groom them or take care of them or trim them or clean them, they can grow into harmful forms. Your nails can literally become ingrown if you don't take care of them properly, and they can cause infections. Does that mean that nails should be removed? No, nails are natural and normal. You just have to take care of them. Omens were not allowed to do this. Must have had plenty of food in the sewers? Yeah, you really have to wonder. So Mog and Morgott are probably the exceptions, because I don't think that they were always raised there, but still, generally, that's what we can learn about the omen. I'm just saying that nothing about the omen themselves, besides what they internalize and perhaps their own resentment at their treatment and their own despair, is a curse. Toenails mutate because of jammed it? Yeah, you probably got an ingrown from the trauma of the attack. I say trauma, like, that is a trauma. Like, if you punch something and it bleeds, that is a physical trauma. Revenant and Bell Collar enemies also use curse and omens and all. That's actually one thing I was going to mention as well. The Revenants. So the omens often use the curse because they have been cursed and they have internalized that curse. They are full of resentment. The idea of being resented and hated and being in despair and summoning things to you as a result is basically what happened with Shabiri and the Nomads, right? Yeah, also, sorry, yeah, the Royal Omen don't have their horns cut, but the others do. Misbegotten were Radagon, Chimera, and Children of Radagon in V1.0. Don't know what to say about that, but it was, changed, no? So you gotta wonder. It's one of those things that's cut. So we don't necessarily know why. Who's this? Ah, the Nomadic Merchant. Okay, I just wanted to show this because I was actually reminded that this guy sort of fears what's happening to him, and it makes me think that this is the sort of energy that Dung Eater travels. Thank you for the sheep scream. I'm sorry, I can't see the name. It's very small. Thank you. See, Mog, you clearly didn't take care of those horns? Yeah, but, like, he was in there as a child, no? So. If you are fairly young or a child and you're thrust into a sewer, you may not have everything to do with hygiene worked out either, you know what I mean? Okay, Bok. What about their nightmares of a tormenting elder? Actually, thank you for the reminder about that. I did forget about that. There's the omen. The omen killers dress as someone to scare the omen because the omen have a nightmare. and they dress like the nightmare. It's a little weird to me that they know what an omen's nightmare looks like, to be honest. I always wondered about that. But there is something with that. The truth is, I don't know what's up with that. Someone from YouTube causing the stream? I think I only have that on Twitch, so that's on Twitch. They all say nightmare. Yeah, the Omen Killer mask says that they create this horrifying visage to mimic the nightmare that all omens share. Morgott is pretty sophisticated and intelligent because he was a royal omen. And my theory is that he was a child when he was thrust into the sewer. So he had a royal education at some point in time. And then you have Rollo, the first omen killer, who had to drink a physic to rid himself of emotion since they had to kill very young omen. Well, the kill very young omen, I think it's just he felt bad and he didn't want to feel bad anymore. No? It says the evil spirits that haunt the omens in their nightmares. That's what it says. Thank you for the exact dialogue. Do not exhaust Bok's dialogue in the Rampart room. As if you don't have the voice item or a tier, he will vanish from the game until next playthrough. I mean, we're gonna get a tier item?
Ready to make adjustments to your garments.
The voice item? We're gonna use a voice item. We don't have to worry about that. I'm gonna exhaust all dialogue at all times. So if they vanish from the game, they vanish. I'm sorry.
Master, my apologies. Your wardrobe includes the garb of the old demigods, and I'm afraid I can't make adjustments to them. My mum told me once that a royal seamster would do them up in a jiffy. Just wait, Master. Before long, I'll be that good too.
It's pretty cute. Probably never learn how to talk. Yeah, look at this demi-human. Look at Hugh. Compare with the misbegotten we see. Like, there's a lot more to these figures and these beings. They have the potential to be intelligent, but they're treated like monsters and animals, so they become monsters and animals. They're not allowed to flourish. They are pushed into this role as servants, menials, mongrels, lower beings. And the only ones who treat them with kindness are also still using them as labor. Kenneth Haidt, I know he gets some points for not treating his servants like garbage. But he has this whole line, oh, even under the true order, even communion with the demi-humans is acceptable. But he still uses them as servants. You know, like, it's a little bit tough, you know? Can I never call them servants? They're servants, though. What does he do? Underneath him, protecting. The only reason he's there shouting from this freaking ruin all day is because they're watching. No indication they were servants? Yeah, no, they served him. That's what they were. They were under him at the castle. You can see them attacking castle. Host and Demi-human Queen is host? I mean, I don't know. But he talks. Okay, it's sort of like. Okay, I don't remember the exact words he says. He's like, yes, even under the true order, we can commune even with the demi-humans. Even with is kind of the key phrase there. Do you know what I mean? He's sort of like... He's like when your grandpa says something that isn't, like, fully behind the times, but is still a little monka, and you're like, we got the spirit, I guess. You know, it's like, what can you do? They're old. That's the vibe I get from him. Perfumers are kind with the demi-humans? No. Perfumers are largely linked with the misbegotten and often treat them. Just be guests for all we know. But they're attacking, like, possible, but they're underneath his ruins. How did he get there? He's a complete absolute dingus, and he's somehow completely safe when Limgrave is an absolute shit show, presumably because his servants are under there. Like, he doesn't say it, but it's you read between the lines, and they definitely were under him. Line with the demi-humans to do it would make sense. Yeah, and then we have Misbegotten in Castle Morn working, like, those are the menials in the castle. So demi-humans, Misbegotten, they take on a similar role in the lore, both linked heavily with the Crucible, and then we have them in similar roles in two different castles. I'm gonna make conclusions from that. seems genuinely supportive Nephili despite... He's not pure evil. It's just... You know what I mean? I'm just saying that, like, his treatment is slightly better. My point is that the demi-humans were pretty much any of them were likely subject to the whims of their masters. So if their masters were more like Edgar, they would be mistreated. If their masters were more like Kenneth, then okay, they were at least treated okay. They have their own monarchy? Yeah, but we don't know anything about it. So I'm looking at what we do have. All of us have never been knighted. Did he offer to knight us? Perfumatricia tried to find a cure for misbegotten and omen. Traveling perfume rooms mentioning that they were searching as well. Yeah, but demi-humans appear to be large. Like, honestly, they're all kind of natural. But, you know. One of the least dingus people in the game, he's an ass. Seems to be fairly competent. But also, you can read between the lines based on how he treats you. He's pretty rude to you, but he says... No, even a tarnish can help me effectively. That's kind of what he says about it. He's willing to accept help from anybody because he is desperate. So he's like, he's kind, but he still expects service. And he acts like you're doing him he is doing you a favor. So, you know what I mean? Like, based on that information, I come to the conclusion that his servants were the demi-humans. And, like, if there were no demi-humans around him, okay, sure. But they're with him. He has them there. Isn't Kenneth tarnished? No, he is not. So, anyway, that's kind of my argument there. But, they were forced in this role largely, it seems, as servants. Or generally to be, I don't know, mistreated. The Rhea Lucarians, there's folks at the academy near Lusat. Or Azur, sorry. And there's also demi-humans there, and they seem to be kind of peaceful. But then we also know that a lot of people in the academy were pretty cruel, generally to demi-humans, and scoffed at the staves that were gifted to them as signs of peace. These upper class and nobility is how they are genuinely? Yeah, but there's like a... Or generally, there's like a little bit of like reading between the lines with how he treats people. Like, yeah, I know. At least, okay... He's better than Edgar. And he doesn't attempt to grab power for himself. The bar is in hell. All right. Have the gold soul needle. I'm trying to get your you is beautiful dialogue.
Self. Thank you kindly.
You is beautiful. I'm committing.
What on earth could it? Oh, what amazing. I've never seen a golden needle. Not in all my life. With a spectacular royal crest to boot.
It was Radagon's that he took from someone else.
Oh, I can hardly believe it. Have faith in me, master. I'll polish my craft enough that I deserve this golden gift. I'll be the golden seamster, Bok. Now I'll be able to sew anything. Even the threads of the demigods.
You're so cute. Hang on.
Oh, going so soon?
Does Melina not talk to me anymore? Is it too late? Is it because I talked to her already? Don't tell me I don't get the Melina dialogue. The playthrough's ruined. Unless maybe we talk to Bok and then we get the Melina dialogue? I've only done this once.
Bok, this seems
Hello.
ready to make...
Hello. Surely she'd be Wait. I have a favor to ask?
Master, may I ask you something? Would you mind if I called you Lord?
My boy.
I heard that you and the other Tarnished seek the throne of the Elden Lord. Well, I know that you will be the one. And you'd make just the manner of kind-hearted lord that I'd wish for. So please, if you would, allow me to call you Lord.
You may call me Lord.
You don't say. Thank you. Thank you. My lord, my lord, my lord. Please become Elden Lord. And please let I, Bok the Seamster, remain at your side.
Surely she'd be happy for you.
Do you think that Mum would be pleased if she knew that I'm as good as any royal seamster now? Oh, it's still not enough. I need to learn how to sew from scratch like her. Going already, my lord. Please do be safe on your journeys.
He also gave us a gesture. Let's go.
Your seamster, Bok. I see him crying from time to time. I think he misses his mother. He wants someone to tell him he's beautiful. Does being born of a mother mean one behaves in such a manner?
I wonder. Because the implication there is that she doesn't know, but I wonder if she does know and she's like, oh, he's just like me for real. Because she is seeking her mother. Because she misses her mother. She misses... There's a little bit more to it than that. But the whole goal of her making this accord with you is to find her mother. So honestly, I kind of read it both ways. Is that she doesn't know, or maybe she has a similar feeling, and then she goes, "Oh, I guess this is what it is." Right? I don't know. Bok's quest? It's largely he kind of just follows you, so you can skip this one. I didn't get this one in my first playthrough because I progressed him further by teleporting further without knowing. Yeah, is this what it means to be born of a mother? Initially, I did think that meant that she doesn't know what it's like, but now I'm thinking she does know. I'm thinking the reason that she understands Bok, because that's very, like, he wants to be told he's beautiful. Like, that's a very interesting thing to infer. And then, Melina, you're beautiful? Do you want to hear it too? I really wonder if it's not... You have seen Bok at several different bonfires, sites of grace, and she is with you. I don't think she's, like, following Bok along, because if she could do that, that would probably explain it. But he is always at bonfires, so she has likely seen him a few times. I think she relates to him. Also, his usual stance is this. So I wonder if it's not implied that he cries.
Bok the seamster at your service, my lord. Ready to make adjustments to your garments.
Oh,
Going, please.
Silly me. Nope. There we go. Sorry. Right here. You are beautiful.
You're beautiful.
Bok the seams ready to make a...
Kima, he doesn't look up when you do it.
Did I just hear my mum speaking? Thank you very much. Mum was always the only one who said I was beautiful. And now, my dear lord, let me hear her voice. Oh, please. If I may dream just once, do you feel the same way my mum did, my lord? Do you think I'm beautiful, despite these looks?
Yeah. We're gonna say that's right. I'm not gonna break his heart. I do want to know the no dialogue, but I can't right now. I absolutely can't.
Oh, my lord. My dear lord, I, Bok the seamster, am forever in your service. May the throne of Elden Lord be yours.
He's so cute.
Going already, my lord. Please do be safe on your journeys.
The moments where Melina shows a lot of emotion are really rare, but really interesting. This one was kind of interesting because that sort of introspective, is this what it means to be born of a mother? Because she talks only about her mother. It's a very interesting line because everyone is. Do you know what I mean? Really. But I wonder if there's something specific about her birth. I definitely think the circumstances of her birth are a little bit different, for sure. But she is still born of mother, and that's kind of what she wants the most. Like, she understands it. She's not born of a mother. I think she is now realizing that everyone feels like she does. Honestly, you can read it either. You could read it as her being like, oh, you people born of mothers are freaking weird, lol. But no, I think it's her realizing that others want the same thing as her. Because if others didn't want the same thing as her, then why would she know to tell him that he's beautiful? That's very odd. I know people, oh, she's a spirit, she has like magical spirit powers, but we don't really know anything about that. You know? So it's possible she looks at him and sees herself, is what I'm trying to say. And the reason she knows what to say is because, I don't know, maybe she wants the same thing. Maybe she wants her mom to tell her she's beautiful. Also, once again, this is a demi-human head. It's different than the others. Considering his mother was a seamstress, it's interesting that maybe she made this too. But what's interesting, even if she is an enemy that has been transformed, Gloam-Eyed Queen, etc., she still wants to encounter and speak with her mother. And after she does, she gets very much renewed in terms of her sense of purpose, and she wants to do what is required. It renews her sense of self and her assuredness in her own task. There's that one dialogue, I believe, at the mountaintops of the giants, at the Zamor ruins, where she literally says something along the lines of, I had to paraphrase because it's like, you see it so briefly, but she talks about how she won't let anyone talk smack about her goal, basically. She says, like, this is my choice. I choose to do this. And it sort of sets up that she intends to burn. But she is resolved in her goal. I'm gonna grab a few items here, and there's nothing too crazy, but I believe Millicent should be here too. Ooh, this is important. Another time where Melina has a lot of emotion, of course, is when you go down to the Frenzied Flame. She has a lot to say about that, and her voice quivers. She sounds fearful. Everyone is scared of Frenzy. But not just Frenzy, the Frenzied Flame itself. There is nothing more dangerous. So it's pretty neat. I definitely think she shows the most emotion there. She's fairly mild usually, but with those moments where you see a little bit more of her really shine through because of it. Never comes back even if you use Miquella's needle to cure the frenzy. Yeah, I feel like some people, you know, are like, oh, well, okay. One other thing too I actually wanted to talk about, because Miquella's needle doesn't remove anything. It just prevents it from influencing you. So basically the moment, like, you know, the Scarlet Rot and Melania is not cured. The Frenzied Flame is not removed. It's just, you know, weakened in some way. Its influence is removed. So you can pick a different ending effectively. You aren't completely consumed by it. But I still think that we still have it in us, and that means we are no longer fit. The moment that the flame touches us, it is too late for us. Then we allow the flame to touch us, more accurately. All right. Millicent. Not service to command is possible. Honestly, though, it's just, like, I know the demi-humans are different. But without a queen, what exactly are they to do?
Ah.
Out to pause when she burns herself?
In truth, it's been smooth sailing for me. The scarlet rot has stilled since last we met. As such, I've been able to continue my journey.
I still think they're
Though rather
below
vexing
him,
me,
though, for
I
sure.
realised
Especially in
that if
his mind.
I still had my sword arm, I could have aided you in battle.
Also, they are below him in the ruin, right? So, like, I get the vibe that the reason he got there is because of them. Like, they guarded him. So, the other thing, too, is they may not, even if they're not servants, they clearly do serve.
Now I'm tracing the path Melania took after unleashing the power of the Scarlet Rot during her battle with General Radagon in the Caelid Wilds. I should like to meet her. This vanished woman. I think she's in the north, in the lands that lie beyond the Erd Tree.
I wonder why she knows that. It's interesting. You know, so in this is obviously different media, but I thought I'd reference it. There's a minor plot point in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, because the plot is the villain has taken over the body of one of the family members so they can sense each other. They have special family sensing superpowers. So things that are changing with the Joestar family are because the villain possesses the body, and literally he's like, I can sense that he is a few cars away because of our family magic sense. And when I hear Millicent just knowing sort of where Melania is, I wonder if it isn't that. It could also be her instincts. It could be Gowry influencing her, honestly. I kind of get that vibe more, considering we don't know what effect the needle is having on her, but she just seems to know where to go. I think Gideon mentions that Melania is in Miquella's land somewhere, but other than that, he doesn't know how to get there. He's looking for the medallion. He has a general idea, clearly, because he knows about the medallion. He knows more than most. But why would Millicent know if it isn't something a little bit more magical? Sisters represent Melania's aspects of herself, and Millicent is her willpower pride. I really wonder then, who was the previous... I think there might have been more sisters. Do you know what I mean? Like, the way that Gowry talks about them is as if he's cultivating more. He talks that there's been, I think there's like something about there being many, and yeah, 5's a lot, but I really wonder, because there is that one maiden who's already outside of Melania's arena. So I feel like there's been more and more of them, and he's sort of like cultivating them like cultivating plants. So I think that beyond the 5 that we know of, the matching the sacramental buds, I wonder if there aren't more. The one outside her arena really suggests to me that there's at least another. Everyone assumes that these are the 5? Ah, Chinese alchemy. Interesting. Thought it was her memories returning? The thing is, for what we know as Millicent, I know that this questline initially was Melania going on a journey. Like, this was literally Melania, but as Millicent, she basically grew up in Caelid. She doesn't really have any memories. Want the help with O'Neill? Yeah, I'm not talking about those 5. We know about the 5. I'm talking about there must be at least a 6th. Or it's possible, because these are also, they're children, but they're also plants. And I really wonder if Gowry hasn't been doing this again and again and again in sets of 5. Because if they are fungal growths, it's possible that he's been cultivating more and more of them. The reason I think this, though, is because of the traveling maiden outside of Melania's arena. We pick up the garb. There's a bloom there. People think it's Melania's bloom. I don't think that makes sense that it's Melania's bloom. I think it's got to be another sister, but we already know about the 5 sisters, and they make it very clear there's 5 sisters. So what is with another one? What if he has been doing this over and over and over and over again, because it has been a long time since Melania bloomed? And she does not look that old. And I know time works differently here. But you're telling me that this lady is thousands of years old? What if she's just like another generation of Gowry's little plants that he's been feeding? So, I don't know. I really wonder about that. It's really that sixth one that doesn't make sense. But it looks like only one of them blooms at a time. The other sisters don't bloom. Only Millicent is groomed to bloom. So if one per generation can do it, then maybe we just met Millicent's precursor outside of Melania's arena. Also bring about the coming of the goddess of rot. I don't remember exactly what he says. It's been so long. Elden Ring manga, Millicent's sisters show joy and happiness when she confronts them, but she pushes them away before they draw their weapons to kill her and make her bloom. I know the manga is like official. It's interesting, and I definitely get the vibe that they are way more under the control of Gowry than she is. But I don't want to get too much lore from it, but that pretty much tracks with what we know. The sisters attack her and seems to be working directly with Gowry. Pollyanna, one of the sisters, I don't remember all their names, unfortunately. Pollyanna's the big one. She's the one, as someone mentioned, yeah, we can summon her to help us fight O'Neill to get the needle. That's likely under Gowry's orders. How would all the sisters be getting there without the medallion, though? I don't know. You really wonder, how many times has the medallion changed hands? Is her arm cut or rotted away? I personally get the rotted away vibe. I know there's a lot of blood everywhere, but to be fair, losing an arm via rot is probably a bloody affair too. Some people think that we cut it off when she invades us because it is the same Millicent, but the invasion is not required for her to appear, meaning that there's no lore that she fought us. Well, then again, maybe she invaded someone else to cut off the arm, but personally, I think that it was rotted away. Is the manga even serious? It's a humor manga. Yeah, it's very funny. It's very funny. I've seen some bits of it. But still, doesn't mean, you know, it's still official, right? Rot infested, then amputate her to stop the spread. The idea of amputating something because it's rotting does make sense. But I will say that she is literally perpetually infected with rot. So, like, I really wonder if that would have helped. Still. Okay. If he could attempt to incite blooms again and again, why is he falling to despair than if you kill Millicent? Only chance he had? Always next time? I think there's something particularly special about Millicent that has him really obsessed. It's a good point, though. It's really just the sixth one. Like, what is with that bloom? I truly don't believe it's Melania's bloom. So if it isn't Melania's bloom and it isn't a sister, then what is it? That's what sticks in my head so much.
Now, I'm tracing the path Melania took. She's passed into the lands that lie beyond the Erd Tree. Now, she's passed in...
Okay. Breaking the fourth wall and mocking the game. Kind of means the lore is going to be questionable because it's going to be mocked. Yeah. Like, it's still official. And I'm not saying we can't take anything from it. Like, I just literally related her knowing where Melina is to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I mean, I'm mostly joking, but still, you know, like, I'm not saying it's a bad thing or anything, but, you know, it's a little bit, I think it's a little self-aware, that manga. Mind becoming fractured before we help her regain her sense of self? Nightmares will also do that to a person, too. She talks about the nightmares. Right, the Tibia Mariner. Melania's pride may manifest. She's probably a more important mass aspect of Melania's being. It could be. Also, I know this will kind of conflict with the concept of 5 aspects and Chinese alchemy that was brought up, so, you know. But what if there are more parts? But this is just the most promising one. Because also, there is that line in the item description that Melania gave up her pride to bloom. And Millicent represents that pride, and she does not bloom. You can actually see it as, okay. Another anime reference. I used to love Inuyasha. Honestly, still do. I just haven't seen it in a really long time. Probably my introduction to anime was Inuyasha. In Inuyasha, there's some time travel shenanigans, but there's a character, Kikyo, who is killed tragically. And she comes back to life. I don't remember exactly why, but she's kind of like this undead figure who's like hating her life and is like really emo and stuff. But one of the main plot points is that she is reincarnated as a girl in the modern era, just a regular high school girl who somehow travels back in time. Now, one of the major aspects of this plot is that Kikyo encounters her reincarnated self, Kagome. But Kagome is like just a high school girl in the modern era. She doesn't have like requirements. She doesn't have to fulfill all these great needs of being a priestess. She doesn't have all these things thrust upon her, and she can largely just be herself. And a big part of Kikyo is very envious of this because she gets to see herself, but not herself. But eventually, I don't remember. Like I said, I haven't watched this since I was a kid, but I think Kikyo's kind of like an anti-hero. But what's interesting is that eventually she becomes at peace with what has happened, and she becomes a lot more... Like, it doesn't bother her. She doesn't have this resentment, this anger, this pain that's holding her back. And she's able to let go. And it's as if, rather than the tragedy that befell Kikyo in this awful cycle of rebirth that she's sort of trapped in, Kagome is able to be happy. And that's kind of the vibe I get with Melania and Millicent. Millicent chooses not to bloom. When she has all the information, when she knows, when she remembers everything, she chooses not to. Inuyasha ending theme 5, if that's what I'm thinking of, oh, it's such a banger. Okay. Man, I freaking love Inuyasha. Oop, I didn't get the map, silly me. Wants to return Melania's dignity and sense of self via the needle? Is that what she does? She wants you to give the needle back to Melania? Because the problem is the needle's kind of corrupted. Wait, Golden Roa. I forgot about that. Got so much freaking meat. A Roa fruit tinted with gold. Easily found near the Erd tree. It do be kind of tinted. That is the one! That is the one! Oh my god. We get the needle from Millicent. It's wet with dew. That dew then gets transferred to Melania's flower. Ah, and then we trade it. Tradesies. Blood becomes dew. I see. So it's as if Millicent, as a part of Melania, cleanses it. I'm not sure that I'm not like sold on the interpretation. I have to like put it in my brain and then like roll it around a little bit. Because that's interesting, because then it makes Millicent like Nashandra and Alsana too, in a way. I really wonder what traits they embody. If that's the case. Yo, take it easy, like, good night. It's not public fact that... Sorry, that was a while ago. I just saw it now. It's not public fact that Melania is in the Halig tree. Really, I think the only people who know about it would be... arguably some folks with the Albinarics, like, literally, well, the Albinarics, they seem to know a little bit more about the Halig tree, but we don't know. But Gideon knows. And the thing about Gideon, I may joke about him not knowing much, but he tends to be one of the most well-informed figures in the lore. I think possibly Morgott would have known, it just he doesn't really care. But how many people are from that era and can remember? right? Who would know that Miquella created a Halig tree and his people came from there. His soldiers came from there and still exist there, and Melania likely returned there. Like, who would have all these disparate pieces of information? Hope you be well informed as the all-knowing. It's not a very apt name if you ask me, but Samurai guy calls Eleanor the Violet Bloody Finger. We did talk about that. I'm not certain what to think about Violet yet. It's definitely significant. I wonder if some of it doesn't have to do maybe with shadows. It's kind of a leap, but it's just the whole idea of violet and violet eyes. That's kind of what we get when we talk about Gloam-Eyed Queen, when we get associations with death. And we also have, now we have a new figure in the form of Mesmer, who engages in dragon communion, has draconic aspects like his eyes, and also has a so far hinted at link to the Bloodstar. But if you ask me, the link to the Bloodstar would have to be if he did what happened at the mountaintop of the giants. If he didn't do what happened at the mountaintop of the giants, then I don't think he has a current link to the Bloodstar. Doesn't Blythe also have violet eyes? He sure does, which is actually something we mentioned with the idea that maybe the Shadow Beasts have violet eyes. Siraj has no eyes, and Malekith has no eyes, so we can't derive much further. But there's something to be said about it. I wonder if maybe the reason she had an idea about the Cessblood and the Dragon Communion is not because she heard about this Mesmer guy. Yara also mentions before dying, I learned some tricks of my own. I cut the finger off. I think he was referring to Eleonora's finger. So I don't have it right now, but if we do Vare's quest, we get what it is. It's okay. It's literally our finger that is filled with the blood that allows us to invade. So he cuts it off. Yura cuts it off, and that's likely what he learned, and he's kind of saving Eleonora in a way. Of course, we kill her, but that doesn't mean she's dead, to be fair. Killing an invader doesn't always mean they die. Sometimes they invade multiple times, like Anastasia, Tarnished Eater, who invades 3 times total. It's not like we get a body, right? So there's a potential that there's more to her. If the beast eye that Garant gives us is his own eye, then it's at least a bluish color, quite pale, though. I would personally call it violet myself. Also, yeah, someone mentioned that gravity spells are violet. For sure. Yeah, it's a lot more drained, but I would call that purple, personally. Yeah. Okay, gravity spells are violet, but they're not called violet. The word violet is very, very rarely used specifically. So I'm not like dismissing that for like, because it's purple for sure, but that's more like the space magic aspect of it versus look at this purple. This isn't space magic. It's a very similar shade, but they're called gray violets, right? The murky violet iris rises if alive. Oh, it straight up says it's supposed to be violet. This is also a gray violet. Did I mention I'm colorblind? No, I know what you mean. This is way, 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 way less pigmented than the violet we've seen, for sure. Guardian spells are more purple than violet. Listen, I'm not like a color theorist, and every time I get into color, I get people who are like, no, that's not the right color. But like, violet is a shade of purple, I think. Last time I said that magenta was pink, people got really mad at me, but I'm sticking by it. Magenta is pink, dog. Okay, either way, there's definitely something to it. I just don't think we have all the information. Flower in the eye definitely aren't the same color for sure, but there's also Melina's eye. I posted a little picture. Said the wrong one. I was thinking indigo. Indigo would, okay, this I would, oops. Sorry, this I would describe as a light shade of indigo. So I'm trying to find a picture that I posted online recently because it had Melina's eye really close. Then again, if it's lighter, is it an indigo? I don't know. But indigo is like a very deep bluey purple. It's the color of the rainbow that's between blue and purple. So it's purple with blue. It's like a happy medium between them. If you take that color and then lighten it, you get this color. Gravity magic or power is usually purple in a lot of media. Yeah, it's just a different kind of purple. Do you know what I mean? Like, definitely we're getting some lore about it. Okay, so this was on my... I posted it on my Twitter, and that's why I remember that I have it. So I'm trying to grab this pic real quick. Sorry. I want to remember if her eye looks like this. There's a picture of my cat. He's so cute. Cute baby. The rune. Shadow the Hedgehog. There it is. Okay. So, what's really interesting about the eye that we see in Melina, I definitely see some link between her eye and this eye. But her eye is very indigo, though. Like, way more color saturated. Way more saturated. So, I don't know. There's something to be said about Violet. Also, apparently, someone told me, keep in mind, I don't read or speak Japanese, so I can't confirm the translation. But apparently, the hue of Ghost Flame, it's believed to be useful in calling for spirits, is not the most accurate description. The hue of Ghost Flame is not purple. It's supposed to refer to the smokiness coming off of the Grave Violet. It's not the purple, but I don't know. It's got universal connections with wealth, but also with spirituality, connections between worlds, and the like. Also, royalty. Purple is often a royal color. I forgot to get the map again. I think I'm subconsciously avoiding Corrin. But yeah, no, absolutely. Let me talk about Melina's hair changing too. Oh yeah, I think the eye is the big one. Because the Gloam-Eyed Queen, that's the only thing we know about her, is her eye color. But no, the hair color is definitely significant as well. The thing is, personally, I don't know what to derive from it. Because it's not just her hair color, but her hairstyle. Everything about it changes. She's got black hair, but it's got silver strips in it. Like classic witchy looking. You know? Oh, I'm so sorry. Corrin isn't here because I have to talk to him and he has to tell me that he's going on a journey because, goodness, he's a polite fella. Hair turning black is so interesting to me. Yeah, definitely black. But the part that gets me interested personally is the fact that it has streaks of silver within it. She gets burned for the flames. Sorry, I just want to understand. Like, she does get burnt. Yeah, she does get burnt. But then, if you choose the frenzied flame ending, we see her in a very, very different guise. It's possible it's just like FromSoft's lighting, but I do definitely see streaks of like whitish silver, especially on the right side. Sorry, I'm looking at it myself. I don't just open up a new tab and look up Melina cutscene, you know, Melina Gloam-Eyed Queen. You'll get the picture that I'm looking at. It's just a screenshot of her face. But it's clearly her. However, one eye, her golden one, her open one, has been completely drained of color. Almost looks like a blind iris. Effectively, if her eye is gold, so she loses the grace, potentially, or it's pushed away by the power in her other eye. But there is a fair bit of silver in that hair. Then again, once again, FromSoft does that with hair. It could just be like the way that they animate. No, there's a white streak. She's got white in her hair. 1,000%. Oh, okay. I looked at the Japanese text, and the beast eye is referred to as dark purple, and the gray violet is purple, so that makes even less sense considering the gray violet is darker. Mark on the eye seems to be kind of faded. Sorry, which eye? Oh, you mean the seal. Oh, yeah. The seal is absolutely faded. And you know what's really interesting, actually, is you can see, I don't remember if Melina has a scar. Ah, I clicked back and it closed the freaking picture. She doesn't. Okay, look at the picture of Melina. Just look up Melina beforehand. I'm looking at this picture. Look at where the claw ends, covering her eye. Her skin looks flawless. No scarring, no marks. She does have scars on her arms, but not on her face. But if you look at the image of her as the Gloam-Eyed Queen, I shouldn't say as a Gloam-Eyed Queen. We can't be sure. I don't want to assume. If we, in fact, oh, yeah, there's a picture of her scars on her hands. Yeah, then if we look at the picture of her as the Gloam-Eyed Queen, post cutscene, it looks like there's a scar underneath where the mark is. Not sure what the natural color of Destined Death is supposed to be. I personally think violet. Some people don't think the flame has changed color at all. That is also a valid theory. Even her lips are darkened? For sure, she is going through her goth phase 102%. Bright blue? Sure. We unseal the rune of death, it bursts in red and black fire. But we also free it from Garunk. So like, okay, you know how within Godwyn's body, Destined Death has the rune of death / Destined Death has taken on the color of Deathblight? It looks like when it is put into a person, something can potentially change in it. So I'm not certain that that's the color that it will continue, that it historically was, because Malekith was a vessel for it and potentially change its color. I don't know. Hairstyle changes too? Oh, you think the hairstyle changes maybe because she was burnt? She is definitely burnt at some point. Malekith's blade used to glow purple in patch 1.0. Yeah, a couple people have mentioned that, and that's really neat. But, you know, that could also just mean that they changed all of it to red, and, you know, it was never meant to be purple because they changed it. So there's something to that. Is a mix of purple, red, and black? That'd be pretty. That'd be very pretty. I love purple, so I'm personally all for purple being involved. Hello.
Journey to the capital, Leyndell. To the east of the Altus Plateau, at the foot of the Erd Tree. The Two Fingers will deny your passage no longer.
All right, have it.
You may be our best hope. Find your way to the Elden Ring.
Hello to you as well. Oh, I can't even ask about unlocated demigods yet.
Find the Albinoric woman.
Okay, we've heard this. I would like to... I actually haven't shown him Celivis's potion yet. Let's do that.
Is that potion what I think it is? Bloody Celivis. I suppose he's up to something again.
Orfeo, welcome.
You go ahead and do what you must. The Round Table has no code to speak of. But I ask you this. Are you really going to do the bidding of that twisted dolly botherer? Or would you rather hand that potion to me and see if we can't get one over on the bastard?
Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? We're doing some Lauren today. How was Dark Souls 3? Were you checking out the Archthrones mod by chance? If she's a Gloam-Eyed Queen, white and black would be the color. Thematic idea. White and black is pretty cool, but like, I just feel like I want to see some changes if something has changed. Right? I know that sounds like a nonsensical statement, but if the whole point is that the Gloam-Eyed Queen was defeated and their flame lost the power that it used to possess, then I feel like that should be marked with a color change of some kind, personally. Could be wrong, but you know, and then again, we don't know what FromSoft's gonna do. And white and black it's stark, it's fashionable, it's snazzy. They're colors that go with everything. You could wear whatever you want. That could work. Also, though, what we have learned often is that, not always, but very often, the power that you wield or the power that is affecting you, that represents which you are, who you're affiliated with, is represented via eye color. So, you know, like Frenzied Flame people, it's not their choice, but they are affiliated with Frenzied Flame. Then again, what eye color are the Godskins? Now that I think about it, don't they have golden eyes? New game plus playthrough. Oh, nice! Ah, that's fantastic. See the Archthrone's mod in the future? I don't know. I was just wondering because like it's been a while since I've seen Dark Souls 3. Anyone can play any game at any time, but I was wondering because the mod's gotten some big hype. Hence only the dot and not the HP reduction plus dot, the true destined death. Yeah, but then again, it doesn't need to be color changed to be weakened. I don't know. Noble definitely does have golden eyes. Yeah, I do remember having these very stark golden eyes. So, you know, it doesn't track. They don't have gloam eyes. In other words. So, Trina's associated with purple? Yeah, like which enemies are you talking about specifically? Because what's interesting about Trina is, remember we saw the queen with the purple eyes? It's not exactly Trina purple. Trina's purple so far is so lightly it's practically lilac, but almost even less. You take the color lilac and you take a hue of gray and you find a medium between them and you get Trina's color. It's almost gray, but the lightest hint of purple within it. Demi-human queen you attacked, maybe she was just asleep. Does anyone remember if she was in a sleep pose or anything like that? I personally don't think that that purple, if that's Trina purple, then they need to get their colors together. Then again, what do we talk about? Death is a lot like sleep. That's kind of the whole point, is there's nothing left of death, and therefore sleep is the next best thing. So if the color of death is purple, then the slightly very desaturated sleep might be represented by purple because they're the same thing, but lighter. So, Gray Violet and the Meteorite staff. I gotta go pick up the Meteorite staff actually. I don't remember exactly where it is. I know it's in the Kaled Swamp. I have a very clear memory of picking it up, but it's like all over. Color itself appears a lot more in non-textual cases. Yeah, if they straight up tell us it's purple, that gives us like a bit of a freebie, but you know. The intensity seems to be connected to the hue. Darker is stronger, shorter acting. Lighter is more gentle, longer acting. I can definitely see the type of color. Because, like, okay, if you look at Melina, she has gold eyes. I would consider her gold-eyed. Not vivid gold eyes, but she's got gold eyes, right? Straight up, they are just typical gold eyes that we see over in the Lands Between. And then we see her post Frenzied Flame cutscene. And that eye that we've always seen is now completely devoid of color. It's gray. There's no iris. Or pupil. There's no pupil. Just iris. It's as if everything has been drained from that eye, symbolized by the color, but her other eye is open now. Now, the thing is, too, is you might be like, okay, maybe that's her original body. There's a lot of people who think that's her original body that she's now walking around in again. It's possible. Purple is definitely associated with gravity stuff, right? Every gravity spell is purple. Yeah. How much of that is lore? How much is player quality life and good game design? It's hard to say. From likes to justify this stuff in world. They do a very good job of it historically. Not perfect, but really good. Roger does mention his death being a deep foundless slumber. Yep, we have talked quite a bit about all the figures in this game who are slumbering. It's not just Trina seems associated with sleep. Very, very Bloodborne again, is what I'll say. Okay. We're gonna hand the potion over, but first I'm gonna use the restroom. So give me 1 second, gamers. I'll be right back. Oh, I'm back. Okay, let's see. So we had some really good conversation, which is very funny to me. Not the conversation, but like, it's really funny how we've basically been standing in front of Gideon like this and standing in front of Bok like this for very long periods of time, trapping them in conversation with us into perpetuity, and they haven't really, you know. You see this cute plush? It's very fun to play with. Alright, so here's my plan. We are not gonna give anyone Celivis's potion. I know we can give it to Dung Eater, and I know we can give it to Nepheli. Both of them are... They have quest lines. They have dialogue. I don't want to give them the potion. Or I don't want to give either of them the potion, so we're gonna give it to Gideon. Giving the potion to Gideon gets rid of it, and therefore we can progress Celivis's quest line, get some dialogue from him, get some information from him, and do his quest while also not interrupting Dung Eater and Nephili's quest. Now, I know some people are like, well, Dung Eater's quest is just, you know, conjuring the rune, you don't need it, but it's got lore in it, all these options, so we're definitely gonna do that. Doing it to Ranni, then doing the do thing? I believe we can still do that. That's not this potion, that's a later potion. So, Celivis doesn't know we lied to him. He just goes, I guess something was wrong with the potion. So, that means that we can still follow his questline and do everything with Ranni. Celivis, a scroll for some dialogue. Good point. Yes, someone suggested that, and I forgot to do that. We will do that because he has some dialogue. One of my favorite lines of dialogue comes from Celivis after we give Gideon the potion to get rid of it. Oops. There we go.
Good. I'll dispose of the potion myself. You go and see Celivis, but don't give anything away. Just tell him that you tricked your mark into drinking the potion, as planned. Despite knowing next to bloody nothing, he's so far up his own arse he won't suspect a thing.
That's true.
His inevitable display of arrogance will certainly be a sight to behold.
That is also true. So, you can probably tell, Gideon and Celivis knew each other. They had a falling out related to one of Celivis's puppets. Some people think it was a love triangle. It's possible. You have one lady, two guys, immediately it's got to be romance. There's no other plot lines involving women in stories possible. Therefore, probably a love triangle. I'm being a little facetious, but frankly, it happens way too often for me to think anything else. Either way, they had a friend in common, and Celivis now has her as a puppet. So I don't think things went well. Why does he want Nephili? It's oddly specific. Probably to intentionally mess with Gideon in the reverse way, because Celivis wants to take what's Gideon's, and this is his daughter. Gideon doesn't care about Nephili, but it's one of those things like, haha, you have this toy, now it's my toy. Honestly, I wonder if that's not something similar to what happened before with the lady whose name I cannot recall right now because I can never remember names, but we'll get to that. Kitchen. Oh, if I had a nickel for every time I walked into the kitchen and broke the freaking table. Huh. Krepus's black key crossbow and the black key bolt. Dolores, thank you. It's Dolores. Mm-hmm. In the kitchen. It's been locked off because no tarnished eat, apparently. And I'm not kidding. Tarnished likely don't need to. Okay. We got the Krepus's black bow. Black key crossbow. What is that on it, actually? Oh, I still have this equipped. Oh my god. I do want to talk about the shield real quick again. The shield of the guilty. Because I really, really wonder who this maiden is. If we know. If it's an important figure. I don't know. But there's something about this shield that's really interesting. Avoid breaking furniture and invasions? Wait. Buyer armors don't break furniture? What? Are we discovering some deep hidden lore? Maybe he wants a potential heir to Limgrave as a puppet? It's definitely possible, but I just wonder if he would care. Celavis. Celavis seems... okay, so just in case you aren't aware, because this is lore, but, you know, it's hidden in a secret dungeon. Celavis uses his puppets for pleasure. That is a big part of him. His urge to collect them comes from this sick sense of his, and want. He is largely a petty tyrant in this one particular thing. He wants to collect better and better dolls, and bonus points if he's messing with his enemy Gideon. He is a bad dude. Exactly. So, he doesn't seem to have other goals. It's just the puppets. So generally, what I'm trying to say with this is it's possible he's got some big secret plan, because he does send his puppets out, for example, for Radagon's fight. The finger maiden there, Theralina, that's one of his puppets. We find her later in his puppet cabinet? Inventory? But still, what I'm trying to say is that seems to be his main goal. Everything he's doing right now, serving Ranni even, is so he can try to turn Ranni into a puppet. So I really don't think he's planning too far ahead with this. I really think he just wants better and better puppets. Okay, looking at creepuses, what exactly is that? Those can't be snakes, can they? The top does not look like snake. Sword impaling a snake. That do be a spear-looking sword, but are those okay? Symbolism found the Confessor cloak. Oh, I think we purchased that actually, and I forgot to read it. So that's an additional excellent little reminder, isn't it? Looking for snakes everywhere. It's a little bit of me. I'm a little bit like obsessed with snakes now. Can I get the raft snakes in chat, please? Including Dung Eater if you give him the draft. That was not his goal. We can give it to Dung Eater, but that's our choice. But yeah, no, absolutely. Black leather armor for blending in with the darkness worn by church confessors, of whom Creepus, I think, is one. The churches outside the lands between, dedicated to the teachings of the Two Fingers, send confessors out to follow the guidance of grace. The confessors are loyal servants to the Two Fingers, ready to hunt down and quietly dispose of their enemies. So there is influence of the Two Fingers even outside the lands between. That's pretty intriguing. Okay, what is that? If that's a snake, that's the worst drawn snake I've ever seen in my life. I definitely see a spear, though. It's got a hilt, though, so, you know, not quite. It's a sword. Also, it's not impaling them. The snakes are wrapped around the sword. It could be the Two Fingers, because they are servants of the Two Fingers, and the sword is wrapped around the two. It's like someone doing this. Like, you know? If your fingers were severed, I guess. They are fingers because, okay. Is what I'm seeing on the left side the bone sticking out of the finger flesh? Is that what I'm seeing? You know when they do like the cartoon bone sticking out? I think these are literally just fingers. Because they aren't impaling it, they're wrapped around the sword. So it could represent that the sword is held by the Two Fingers. Why would you hold a sword there? You will get cut. I don't know. I don't make up what the Two Fingers freaking do. Huh. Mind pointing out to us this isn't the person he asked for? We do, actually, yeah. He says, like, you gave it to Nephili? Oh, that's weird. Well, I think it might be the same line. It's been a while since I've done that. I've only done the Dung Eater route once, so. Okay, that's really interesting. Also, confessors are assassins. Oops, did not mean to do that. There we go. Black crossbow featuring a long stock. Used for sniping, it has a very long range. Weapon of Creepus, who served the two fingers from the shadows of the round table as the head confessor. Ah, that's what he is. So he is a confessor, but he's a head confessor. We get the Creepus vial as well as a talisman. I just haven't done that assassination yet. I haven't done any assassinations. So we will get to that. These bolts use Scarlet Rot. Riley uses the Scorpion Stinger. Yeah, the assassins do seem to like Scarlet Rot. I wonder if that's not just a helpful tool. Scarlet Rot does definitely have importance, but what's really interesting is in previous FromSoft titles, there is precedent for assassins using poison or disease, which is very similar to Scarlet Rot in terms of how vicious it is. There we go. Okay, so I didn't get it this playthrough because I haven't been there yet, but on my first playthrough while editing, I noticed that I actually got the Golem arrow without the magic damage, and it had the same lore. I think it was just Golem's black arrow or something like that, but it's pretty interesting. Okay, read that. Where are the serpent arrow? Okay, I would like us to keep the serpent arrows in mind. Loyal minions of the formless serpents, their fangs are daubed with deadly poison. I'm not saying this is Mesmer related because we have no sign of a link to poison or anything, but it's hard not to think of formless serpents and be like, hello? Because snakes, literally formless serpents with capitals. Something important. Scarlet Rot seems like the best poison around. Yeah, some previous titles had poison and then toxic, which is just better poison. But there's also disease. I think Demon Souls had disease and it was bad. Like, you were donezo if you got diseased. We don't have a power attached to poison. We sure don't. But we have the mushroom people. The people who have become mushrooms or wear mushrooms on their bodies. Kind of hard to tell. And they're often in the Scarlet Rot Swamp, but no. What if Mesmer is Rykard's kid? So Rykard, or we know from Miyazaki that Mesmer is Marika's child. I suppose it's possible that she also, you know, interacted with Rykard. But I don't know where he would have had the time. That's the only reason that we're pretty settled on at least him being Marika's child, and that suggests that he's. I think Mesmer came first. I will leave room for argument of many things, but I personally think that Mesmer came first over Rykard. I think Rykard was inspired by Mesmer. Okay. Sorry, I wanted to find the arrow. Meteor bolt. Oh, I totally forgot to read these. Interesting, they're also coiled around each other. Here we have Trina's lilies coiled around each other. Here we have snakes coiled around each other. Here we have, I would call that a coil. And here we have metal coiled around each other into a point. Enchanted work of craft made in tandem with the full moon crossbow. The tip is embedded with glintstone. Like a shooting star, these bolts leave a beautiful trail when fired. Deals magic damage. Just we don't know when he happened. Yeah, he could be the youngest. He could totally be the youngest. Here we go. The Black Key Bolt. Bolts used in Creepus's Black Key crossbow, an assassin's tool of exquisite craftsmanship. The intricate spiral tip bores deep, injecting scarlet rot far into the flesh of its target. Do the top of these not kind of look like tombstones? Like, not perfectly, I know, but it's pretty interesting. They're quite gorgeous in their way. But yeah, they bore in and they infect you with scarlet rot. They are assassins. They want to make sure the target dies, whatever, however, so. Oh, I completely forgot about this one. The bird bolt. Bolt covered in thorns, one of the most horrific weapons used in the Shattering, afflicts target with blood loss. Difficult to remove once buried in flesh, causing appalling damage to the body. More thorns. Traditional caskets shape? Yeah, I'm definitely seeing that. Considering the confessors are assassins who worship and follow the two fingers. The Assassin's Prayer Book. That's the symbol that we see Morgott use on his seal. Not his rune, but his seal. Also, I think I forgot to read the Fire Monk's prayer book a way a long time ago. Prayer book of the fire monks who came from the mountaintops of the giants far to the north. Can be given to a learned cleric to gain access to the following incantations. O Flame, Surge of Flame. We did read this. Conspectus Scroll. Glintstone, Comet Chart, Star Shower. And then this one, the Assassin's Prayer Book. So when the Knights' Cavalry summon their mounts back, they use this symbol. It appears on the ground. And Morgott seals with this symbol as well. Prayer Book of the Round Table holds assassins can be given to a learned cleric to gain access to the following incantations: Assassin's Approach and Darkness. It's interesting. So, well, Morgott uses a lot of things associated with the Erd Tree. So it makes sense he would use two-finger symbols. Two-finger sigil. It's very interesting that Morgott uses it to seal things.
Well, where have you been hiding? I took you for dead. No matter, it's all the same.
To be fair, it has been a very long time since I talked to you.
Arms, then.
Symbol on the ground is different. Double circle, but not with the script. Yeah, it's really just a double circle. But does Morgott's seal have the script? We can take a look when we get to Lane-Del. Because I don't remember having the script. Well, it probably did have the script. I just didn't look too closely now that I think about it. Because I didn't, you know. Mesmer is a child of Marika and the God-devouring serpent, not Rykard. It's possible. It's definitely possible. We don't know much about the God-devouring serpent. Think about the God-devouring serpent. It was pretty small. Until it ate Rykard. But then how did it devour gods? We don't know. We have no idea. It's just like... Okay. Mesmer is... Okay, the snakes... We know that snakes represent sin, but the thing is, we don't know if that was something that happened before Mesmer, or if it's something because of Mesmer, where that association came from. It's likely those. One of those two options. But either way, we have another character in a previous title who was cursed. He was born effectively cursed. That's Gwendolyn in this case. And his legs are simply multiple snakes. And there's this idea of children, by no fault of their own, being born cursed. And it being represented by a physical deformity. In this case, it's Omega snakes. I wonder if the snakes aren't necessarily because his parent was linked to snakes, or whether it was simply something that represents something else. Already remnant in Rykard's time, God-devouring serpent also probably declined a lot in power by that point. Yeah, I personally think that Rykard brought it back, but he found something. He created his own lava sorceries based on hexes he found in the Volcano Manor, which means that someone else made those. I personally think it's because of Mesmer for sure, but I gotta wonder, why does he have so many snakes? Like, did he do that on purpose? Did he put snakes in his own skin, or was that something that he was born with? And based on Gwendolyn, I'm leaning toward it was born with it, but it was a long time ago, a different game.
What is the most affectionate kind of fish in the ocean? A cuttlefish.
But it's not spelled cuttlefish. This is a lie. Just kidding. That's a good one. Thanks for the 100 bits, Cheese Master. Manor could always predate Marika. The cult could long predate Erdtree. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe just like strange pets. For sure, it's really just the fact that they are under his skin and come out of it. We have this great image. I tweeted it because we were talking about snipples. But like the snakes are coming out of his skin straight up. Also, sorry, I forgot what I said I was going to do next. We're in Altus. Corin. We didn't talk to Corin. I forgot about you again, my brother. Land of Shadow. Hoping Land of Shadow is where Marika started her conquest, where the Godskin apostasy started. It's hidden because of that. With Mesmer left in charge to put down any further rebellion. Definitely something is hidden there. You have to wonder what it is and why. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't even want to pause it yet. Dragon's Dogma 2 is Friday? It sure is. Celavis? We did want to do Celavis's quest. And we can give Nephili the Hawk. I forgot we picked that up. It's been a while since we've been to the Round Table Hold. I can't believe you're still alive, by the way. Goodness me.
Hello there. What can I do for you?
I mean, honestly, with respect, perish. Okay, bye. I have not had him live this long in a very long time.
I am pleased to
Normally
see
he's
you
dead by
again.
Liurnia.
Would you like me to hold you once more? Now, come closer.
Corn is pretty distraught at the end of the game for someone who lived to see the prophecy that got him exiled come true. He's kind of a dingus, and also I get the vibe that he's not the smartest, and he starts to realize that he's not smart, and it freaks him out. Why did you dislike D?
You are so very warm.
It's not necessarily his fault, but he's a zealot. He thinks that those who live in death should just be killed. He, in his very first introduction when you meet him, but it's an easily missed sequence. I don't blame people for not knowing. He kills somebody and then says, "It was probably for the best. You might have become those who live in death." And it's like, so the risk that someone might become something that you consider bad means they should die? And you talk to him and you talk to Roger, a lot of his personality comes into stark relief. He's not very intelligent, first of all. He was raised as a zealot and he does not question. Even though Roger learns that people who are those who live in death, they didn't choose it, they didn't decide it, they didn't do anything wrong, they didn't sin, they're not bad people, they simply were corrupted by something around them. And he thinks they should all be annihilated and killed because of it. He is not a very good dude. It's like the Bloodborne Black Church clergy killing people before they show symptoms. Yeah, exactly. The difference is, and that's actually very insightful, Shreddy, but the one difference is that in Bloodborne, absolutely everyone has consumed the blood, so they will all eventually transform. But Deathblight is not infecting everybody yet. What about Dee's brother? So what's interesting is they seem to have the same goal for sure, but he kills Fia and he very wonderfully calls her a whore, and it's just, he literally kills a defenseless woman and then thrusts his sword up into the air and says, "Yay, I freaking killed the bad guy!" And it's just, I look at that and I'm like, okay. Dee's little brother, Dee. Yeah, in all seriousness, their names are Darian and Devin, but the game does not necessarily do the best job at expressing that. Yeah, no, they both genuinely kind of suck, for sure. A lot of it, too, isn't like I said, it's not necessarily their fault because they were raised with these beliefs, but the thing is, he traveled with Roger, and then they split apart. So, the thing is that he's not someone who is raised in something and has never been exposed to anything else. He traveled with Roger, who learned that those who live in death are literally just unlucky. So when you hear someone who hung out with Roger, who was friends with Roger, and probably had Roger tell him, listen, they simply touched upon a flaw in the order. They did nothing wrong to deserve this fate. And you still go, no, they are zealots, or they are evil, they all need to die, without question, then I'm going to look at you and be a little questioning about your character. Brother also a zealot? Did he just get revenge zealously for his brother? No, his the brother encountered death already. And Fia, I'm not sure if it's necessarily Fia. It could have been someone else. But we know that he stood before the god of death. How did he get past the gargoyles? Why is he there versus at Godwin? Who knows? But apparently, we learned from Roger's note that he faced the god of the god of death there, or Prince of Death. Sorry, I forget. I think it's Prince of Death is what they use. I'll have to find the dialogue. Sorry, let me
My dear,
get this going.
Ask something of you. Could you please find the owner of this dagger?
Although seemingly painless, it's not painless. Unfortunately, Roger's death was not painless. Anyway, sorry. I've seen this a lot. She gives you a weather dagger that from what we can tell, has been corrupted with death blight to the point that it will infect anyone who touches it. Well, maybe not anyone, because we can carry it for a long time, but it will infect D with death blight.
A certain person gave it to me as a gift. It's a very precious thing. It must have a special place in the owner's heart. So I would like for the original owner to have it back, if you wouldn't mind.
There's a special place in his heart, huh?
I'd like you to find the owner of the dagger I gave you and return it to them. It's a very precious thing. It must have a special place in the owner's heart.
Yeah,
Good
he's
day
a
to
zealot
you,
who becomes
my dear.
crazy with his ideology, going so far to kill innocent people. It is wild how unhinged he and his brother are. Bottom line, D is nuts. Raph's smug.
D is nuts. D is nuts. D is nuts echoes across the sky. Is it from his brother, like tainted with blight from when his brother was in front of Godwin? Could be from his brother. Sorry about that spoiler, who you should give it to. If anyone described who I gave the dagger to, they would have gotten timed out because I did not ask them to tell me. So, thank God, because I actually didn't know that. I didn't see that. Thank you for the past, mods. It's funny because it's kind of obvious now it's like twin gold and silver, but sometimes you don't put things together. We didn't tell you, but I didn't ask for hints either, Herman. So, like, I don't know what you're saying. You're just saying the chat was being a dick? I remember very clearly the times I asked for help. And in fact, when I'm editing the first playthrough, I actually keep those in for try to, you know, show where I got hints or ask chat or played hot and cold, because it was a part of the journey that I want to share. But I was very strict about no hints unless I was asking. Vote on Blythe's death, it was so lame. Oh man, I'm lucky that Elden Ring was largely pretty good. Okay, anyway, sorry, I want to read the Weather Dagger. This is very important. Dagger received from Fia, the deathbed companion. She wishes for it to be returned to its rightful owner. It was once a special weapon of gold and silver intertwined. Bro, my eyes are going weird. I was like, is that typo? Nope, my eyes were just goofing. But is now worn down and marred by a black gash. So it could be that in his fight, this was potentially Devon's weapon. And he fought the god of death, or the prince of death, failed. In this case, though, he likely fought Fia's champions. So order of the world, just because those who live in death are a consequence of runes and Dendo's out of the map. Yeah, but it's about how he goes about it. This sense of righteousness that doesn't track. So okay. In Limgrave, we find him in front of a dead body, and he talks to it. He's like, ah, well, this was your fate. Too bad. Sucks to suck. But you could have become those who live in death, so you deserve it. With paraphrasing, that is kind of the implication. He says, I will kill anybody because there's a chance, like any death that and anyone he kills, he justifies to himself. And I find that very, very troubling. Weapon from the trailer have any similarity to the dagger, the one the guy is impaled with? Oh my god! You're still here.
Always good to see you safe. So, what do you need? Maybe I should tell you. Lately, I feel I'm on the precipice of falling into a deep, fathomless slumber. And I have an inkling it could spell trouble for you somehow. So I just wanted to get the apology out of the way beforehand, since you're so scary and all.
Oh, Roger. I kept him alive by not talking to him, freaking Sag. I mean, their actions actually led to their said goal. Yeah, Marika is a good example of one, for sure. Honestly, I hate hyper-religious extremists in games like this. Generally, I think we are supposed to look at D and be like, yeah, he's bad. FromSoft loves a little bit of organized religion bad in their games, and The best part about D, now keep in mind, this comes from, I believe, Zuli. Someone mentioned this, and I remember seeing this, but I didn't remember. Apparently, D literally has an int stat of 0. I don't know if this is true. But, I'm just saying. Tell me that isn't lore.
Ah, I have been waiting for your return. I've decided to leave the Round Table Hold. I'm off in search of a noble scholar known as the Gold Mask, to beg his instruction.
The Gold Mask.
We may not meet again for some time. If there's any incantations you wish to learn, now's the moment.
He's basically having a closing down super sale.
May the Golden Order shine through you.
Using the incantations that require int? Yeah, I know, but like, according to the in-game stuff, he has 0 int. Yeah, the fundamentalist incantations do require some intelligence for sure, but he's very dogged. He's actually a lot like, in some ways, except for Radagon at least knew the truth. He's a fundy, you know? He's a fundamentalist. Yeah, no, Nola, for sure. Dia is trying to stop the Death Blight and save people, ends up killing the people he wants to supposedly save from the Blight because they might get it, completely destroying his reasoning. To be fair, he at least doesn't kill Roger. Roger is suffering. He can't bear to see it, either. It's sad. No, I'm not trying to talk to you. Ew, go... Oh, wait, I do have to talk to you. Sorry. I was gonna rest.
Did you need something else?
Isn't Fia a fanatic too? So think about D. So he's a tarnished for sure. Yo!
I've been watching your lore streams while playing this new game I started to prep for the DLC.
Let's go!
Keep up the great work. I appreciate the lore speculations.
Yo, Hot Claire! Thank you so much for the 1,050 bits. I really appreciate that. I'm so glad you're enjoying yourself. Thank you. That means a lot. Thank you for the support as well. And if you so choose, you have unlocked a bit badge for chat and a new emote actually. Chat, what's the emote for 1,000 bits? Also, I did see the Sifu recommendation. I haven't played that yet. I really would like to. I saw P play a tiny bit of it because I was curious just to see a little bit of gameplay. It's my favorite way to go into to learn about games. I literally just walk in, see a little bit of gameplay, and I'm like, neato, and then I close. So I can still play it myself, but I get an idea. No, I haven't played it. Isn't Fia fanatic too? Okay, so let's compare Fia's story with Dee's. Dee's pretty bad. He was considered an aberration himself. Actually, what's really interesting now that I think about it is he's a lot like Morgott in that he hates himself in a way internally. He was mistreated by everybody, but eventually the Golden Order fundamentalist people took him in because they realized he could be used to hunt those who live in death. He's not immune to it because he clearly dies to it, but they use him for that purpose. And they train him and they teach him, so he's accepted there. So the only place that he's accepted is in the Golden Order, but he tries to make others unaccepted by the Golden Order, and he kills them. He likely would have been killed by others for being this weird aberration because he is 2 bodies, 1 soul, so he kills others that are aberrations. Do you know what I mean? It's actually really interesting when you consider it through that lens. Now, he had a rough go. Don't get me wrong, but Fia's story... She is a deathbed companion. She, we don't quite understand if they are like evocative. Like it suggests it's like a calling that they have to do it. There's something about them that makes them special. But she awakens to the guidance of grace, and as a result is ousted from her homeland. She is sent to lands between, completely alone with nothing, nobody. And as far as we can tell, despite having a really interesting, unique power, deathbed companions don't really have any combat ability. She met Lionel, who adopted her as his daughter, and became sort of her stepfather, and he helped her, and he became one of her champions by choice. But then she is this sort of being that was kicked out of her land because of who she was and was forced away. And then finally she finds those who live in death. and she feels for them, and she wants to become like their mother and keep and protect them. She's very misguided, but largely her intentions are actually really good. So it's hard for me to look at her and be like, oh, she's evil, when her goal is to take those who have been historically neglected by the Golden Order, ignored as aberrations, and killed en masse. She feels for the people, and I kind of feel for her in that way. Unfortunately, she's very misguided, because those who live in death blight is an illness that will spread and infect, and she basically lets that happen. So it's really tough. I veer more toward D being worse. It's funny. You just don't have to use a rune. Team, any outer gods in this game else interfere with the natural order? And you know what's interesting? Deathblight, as far as we can tell, is not directly associated with an outer god, except unless you say the death is linked to the Deathbirds or something or whatever. But either way, death is just like a natural thing. So the fact that it's become corrupted through Godwyn, but she just wants to put death back in the best way she knows how. I think Fia goofs up, but I think she means well.
Well, what have we here? How did you get
Forked
your
tongue.
hands on that
Oh my god, that was a
dagger?
long time ago. Forked tongue and not a bone? I don't think it's a forked tongue.
Well, that hardly matters. I know very well whose dagger it is. Why don't I return it to them for you? Good work bringing this to me.
That heavy sigh is like, oh, what did my twin do this time? Also hunts Deathroot for Garronk. He sure does. Thing about that, and I know that that is largely considered a good thing, but it's also kind of just not really gonna do anything. It's not gonna undo the mistake. There's no way to put the Deathroot back in. In fact, based on, now, personally, I read it, there is Deathroot growing in Farum Azula. I personally think it's because Garronk's been eating it and it's spread out of him in some way, shape, or form. Or Malekith. Because he holds the Rune of Death, I don't believe he is changed by it, which is why we don't see any affliction with Deathroot directly from him. But it does appear to give him this strange hunger. He becomes fixated on the hunger and constantly seeks more Deathroot. So you could argue that as a change. Either way, yes, getting rid of the Deathroot is probably a good thing, but it's not actually fixing the problem. The only one who tried to actually fix the problem, as far as we can tell, which is Godwyn himself, is Miquella. He failed because of Radagon holding back the stars. So really, if you want to look for the guy who's causing freaking half the problems in Lands Between, I'm sorry, it's got to be Radagon, dog. If he was taken out, I don't know what would happen to all of those who live in death if Godwyn was removed. It's possible they literally, all the death blight vanishes. Maybe then the Deathroot eating would do something. Maybe. But as it is, with the cancer that Godwyn has become perpetually growing, eating a Deathroot here and there is not going to do anything. There's always going to be more. That's how you roast for Dawn. It's one of the mega reasons for sure, but there's tons. But he loves his horse. That's so true, bestie. Xbox or PC? I normally play on PlayStation, but I'm on PC for this run, yeah. Pumpkin spice Deathroot? Okay. So the Weather Dagger, oh my god, I think I may have forgotten to read it. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I totally did. There's been a lot. Leonard is a hero, okay? He's a good horse, it's not his fault. Put the Rune of Death back into the Elden Ring, what would happen to Godwyn? So the thing is, Godwyn has, what Deathblight is the Rune of Death, but something in Godwyn's body has changed it. So even if you put the Rune of Death back, I don't think that Godwyn will go. You got to kill Godwyn. You have to eliminate the Prince of Death. So Ranni did kill Godwyn beforehand too. His whole family tree is cursed. Oh yeah, a lot of people did a lot of bad things. It's definitely also Ranni's fault for sure. But the thing is, I really don't know if Ranni knew what would happen. Not that that excuses it. So what's interesting is Ranni created this corruption that's spreading across the world and infecting people and causing all these problems. Marika created the Elden Ring, which is stagnating the land, and also potentially created Radagon, who has worsened this and has put this entire land into this nightmare state that it's in. because of her mistake. While trying to do, she had the best of intentions. Ranni had the best of intentions, as far as we can tell. And they still do, but they have to do horrific things to get there, too. Deathroot spreads down in the crucible and starts mixing everything. So if the crucible is what the Erd Tree is now, like if the crucible has become the Erd Tree, it already has. Overlook the destined part. Marika took it out to avoid her destiny of how she would lose power. Probably more stuff she did because she was of cheating destiny. It's possible. It's possible that she's just the typical greedy monarch who wants to rule forever at all the time and whatever. But, you know, the thing is, from what we can tell, removing the Rune of Death made everyone immortal, and the goal of immortality, the goal of alchemy, is to become immortal. And what seems to have happened is in the lands between, everyone became immortal. And that's kind of like, I really think that was part of her intent. She didn't want to just help her and her family. She wanted to protect or to help the nation by making it so no one will ever die. She wanted to create, if it is this perfect land that doesn't change and is also a paradise by all intents and purposes, because there's no death, no one has to fear loss or pain or struggle. She kind of did that. It's just I think she found out it wasn't what she wanted and she tried to undo it. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Oh yeah. So the difference with her is that she seems to have largely wanted to share the power with everyone in her land. It's possible she was only doing it for her and her family, but either way, she wasn't just looking for immortal life for herself. She very much cared about her children. They are beloved to her. And she wanted them to make something of themselves. Now, it's also possible that part of it is like she realized that they weren't going to, because she created this land of plenty and no one had any motivation to become anything at all. And that's why she shy of the Elden Ring. It's possible. Still don't know who the Gloam-Eyed Queen is. May not be Ranni Rena. I thought the main prevailing theory is that it was Melina's current form. Also, in general, wishing for immortality and inflicting it on people is, in FromSoft games, a bad thing. So, all in all, whether Marika had good intentions or not, she did a very, very bad thing, for sure. No argument. No argument. I think what's the most interesting thing about her is we don't get a lot of motivation, because the opening cutscene talks a little bit about it, but mainly talks about the Shattering and the other NPCs. So, you know, think of it versus Dark Souls 1's cutscene. Gwyn, opening cutscene. Gwyn fought the dragons and created an age of light, and then the fire began to fade. And he marched with his soldiers, with his knights, and he linked the flame himself. We get a lot more of directly... It's Gwyn's story. It's Gwyn's world. We're just living in it. Marika's only a puzzle piece in this story. Also, yeah, Destined Death. Sorry, I missed the rest of that. Yeah, I think the Destined part, like, really... Okay, I know... But the whole reason I kind of just... yeah, Destined Death, Destined Death. Everyone is destined to die. That's all it is. That's what it means. But if you remove it, if you remove the Rune of Death, no one will die. That's as easy as I read it. DS1 intro is Maxim propaganda for sure. Yeah, the thing is, it's not... It's definitely a little... Like, it doesn't give all the info. It's not like we get into Gwyn's head and he says, oh man, I sure do love murdering all these dragons and stuff, you know, but still. Yo, thanks, Alana. I really appreciate that. Really glad you're enjoying too. Since launch, gosh, it's been a while, huh? Thanks. I'm really glad you're enjoying yourself. That means a lot to me. Horalu, Godfrey, Gloam-Eyed Queen, Marika. The only reason that I'm not leaning into the, oh, they're just different, is because, like, Marika cannot be the Gloam-Eyed Queen in the sense of Horalu Godfrey, because Horalu is literally just Godfrey with a name change. There's nothing else. And a ghost lion on his shoulder that keeps him from going freaking bonkers. That's literally it. It's not an aspect. It's not a hidden Marika Radagon secret. It's literally the dude. He got to glow up. He needed to kind of calm his shit down. So he got to glow up. Marika and the Gloam-Eyed Queen cannot be Marika in a goth phase because Malekith defeated the Gloam-Eyed Queen. Malekith is completely loyal to Marika and would not harm her unless she went against, unless he, she betrayed the Golden Order and then he would turn on her, which is interesting that that doesn't happen, to be honest, because she does. But by this era, this is when she's doing what the Golden Order, what the Two Fingers would want. So that's not happening. My children beloved, make of thyselves that which ye desire, be it a lord, be it a god, but should ye fail to become aught at all, you will be forsaken, amounting only to sacrifices. Marika's a bit of an ass mom here. I actually don't think, I feel like people are really harsh on that, and I understand why. Marika's dialogue has this really neat habit of starting off very gentle. My children beloved, make of thee that which ye desire. Sweet, good mom, supportive. Then the last line or last couple lines of her dialogue are always very intense, and people focus on the end, understandably. But I think she's not, okay, she's not saying, fuck you if you don't make anything of yourself. She's saying, in this cruel, awful world that we live in, you will be sacrificed if you don't make anything of yourself. That's literally what happens. So it's more like, you ever talk to like a granny from a war-torn nation who doesn't really talk about what happened but has this really serious intensity and tends to show affection by being really, 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 really harsh? That's the vibe I get from her personally, right? So also this is around the Shattering era. This is likely when she was planning the Shattering. She's God and everyone is immortal? Not with what she's planning. She knows she's okay. She created a horrific world without meaning to, and she's trying to destroy the horrific world. But in the process, there will be a shattering. The Shattering will be a great war where everyone will be fighting. So either this is during the Shattering that she says this, which would be... or it's when she's planning on it. That's kind of what those are her wishes, right? She wishes for her children. She doesn't want them to die. She doesn't want them to suffer. It's just, in this world, you will suffer. You know what I mean? She has that intensity to her because she's seen what she's created. It reminds me of, like, stereotypically, a lot of immigrant parents tend to be very harsh on their kids because especially like my war-torn granny example, that war-torn granny is intense because she has seen awful things and she wants to make sure that no one sees them. She wants her children to not see them, her grandchildren not to see them. And she warns them as best she can, that intensity, that darkness within, right? Did Queen Marika destroy the Elden Ring because of Godwin's death, or did she have something to do with his death? I believe she has something to do with his death. And I think something about Godwin's death was the catalyst for the Shattering, but it allowed her to shatter the Elden Ring. Like, she knew the prophecy for her offspring. The thing is, she planned for the Tarnished because she expected her children to fail. And it kind of sucks. Godwin was the first to fall after the Shattering? No, Godwin died before the Shattering. It's considered a reason for the Shattering. We have to remember, too, Ranni tells us in one of the trailers, one of the background cinematics for Elden Ring, Queen Marika was pushed to the brink. I mean, yeah, but Ranni also does this fun thing where she goes, well, you see, someone did the Night of the Black Knives and killed Godwin the Golden, but she's literally telling the story and she doesn't think to include that. She's not exactly being 100% forthcoming with every detail. You know what I mean? Why Godwin specifically? I personally think it is because Godwin was siding with the Golden Order. The dragon cult appeared to have been accepted with the Golden Order at that point in time. Presumably, Radagon allowed it to exist with his fundamentalism. Maybe that was temporary, but at the very least, Golden Order and dragons seemed to be cool, considering that was Godwin's facet of the Golden Order. I worry that he would have likely been against his mother and therefore was the right one. Also, he was likely powerful with powerful allies such as the dragons, so he needed to go. Do you like Dune? So I haven't read the books, only seen the first movie, the recent one. I think right now, listen, not trying to be despair. I haven't seen the second one yet. I've heard it's very good. The first movie is like just a part of a movie. It doesn't feel like a full arc. So I was a little bit like, when's the next one so I can finish watching my movie? So, you know, the visual's phenomenal. I do wish they talked a little bit louder. It's hard to understand them. I think I'm intrigued, but I'm not like super, I wouldn't call myself a fan yet. Godwin had some sort of power over life crucible. I mean, he seems pretty distant from the crucible, all things considered. Golden hair and such, we don't know. Demigods try to become Elden Lord. That would mean they would have to become Marika's consort. Yeah, it's a little weird when you think about that, that's for sure. Marika and Godfrey commit genocide in the giants and the creatures that didn't buy into the order. It kind of depends on why they did that. So she beat the giants for sure. The thing about the giants that's really interesting is they had allies and they had enemies, just like pretty much any group, and they were completely wiped out, mercilessly, ruthlessly. But you have to wonder why. Did they threaten the Golden Order? I think it was really their flame was a threat. Now the question is, were they aggressive first, or did Marika do an unprompted war? Either way, her absolute annihilation of the giants, barring one, is horrific. But every single monarch in FromSoft games does a genocide. That just seems to be a part of their lore. Seriously, Gwyn genocides the dragons. There's like a handful left, but he specifically kills the ancient dragons. And not only that, but he murders them using another dragon. A dragon betrays his own kind, Seath, and they kill the giants. And like, yay, happy time, dragon's dead. I guess we just gloss over that. You know what I'm talking about? Vendrick, admittedly, the genocide comes later, but he does conquer a land to become a king. He is not a born king. He conquers a land, makes himself king, builds a castle. He's king now. And then he attempts to genocide. You'll never guess. The giants. I doubt that Marika is good. I think any nation that wars with another, if you ask the people who are warred against if that nation is good, they will say no. Like the giants too, we don't know a lot about them. I really wonder if we're going to get more in the DLC, considering that there's a lot of fire going on in that DLC. I'm really curious. Would burn with the flame of ruin? The thing that's interesting is we don't know where that prophecy came from, what the timeline is, because we also know the tree did burn at some point. For sure, there's definitely, you know, precedent for it. But what's interesting is the killing of the giants is very much a key part of Marika's rise to power. And we talk about it a lot. But when we talked about Dark Souls 1, I don't think we ever used I don't think I ever saw anyone use the word genocide. It's just interesting. It's interesting to note that we focus very much on that as Marika's rise to power, when literally I'm pretty sure like the first or second line of Dark Souls 1's opening cutscene is he killed all the dragons. So I don't know. It's interesting how with the giants, could it be that we see the giant with the little bull over his head looking like Charmander in the original Pokemon anime and we just feel bad? I don't know. Marika is much more complex than Gwyn, but people don't hate on Gwyn as much. It's really, I'm not saying people are hating here, you know what I mean? Like people really go on about Marika, but not so much Gwyn. I think it's pretty interesting. Giants are humanoid, dragons aren't. We know if the so-called flame of ambition that Marika talks about is literal or metaphorical. I think it's a mix of both. Possible the character start of the DLC trailer is Godwyn? You mean the one that we just see the feet? Like the booted feet? It's possible. But like, Godwyn's kind of accounted for. You know what I mean? Then again, where does the soul go? Maybe Godwin. Yo, what if we encounter Godwin? Nah. Maybe. We might be going to an afterlife. Humans are humanoid type creatures. That's interesting. I wonder... Dark Souls 2. Now listen, I went in about Vendrick 24/7, and I don't think we talked about with the giants in Dark Souls 2. Is it because the giants in Dark Souls 2 are trees, do you think? Godwin's soul is dead. It is dead, but he's a demigod. They die weird. And also, the Land of Shadow has a lot of... It's very afterlife coded. But yeah, no, Dark Souls 2, Vendrick is warring with the giants. I guess it's because, you know, we want to know why it's not a genocide in Dark Souls 2? Because he's losing. And so he doesn't succeed. Got him more like God lose? I'm pretty sure that's like... I think I said that in like one of my first episodes where I heard about Godwin. Oh god. They die weird. It's true though. Dude, Godric is literally the ultimate dingus when it comes to demigods. They literally, half the characters in the game roast the ever-living shit out of him, correct? And even when his body vanishes, his voice keeps going. You know what I'm talking about? They die weird. No, but the Flame of Ambition, I'll get back to that in 1 second. Corin THC, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome back. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Landed between some kind of limbo. I mean, I definitely think it's some kind of limbo, but I wonder, are we, you know, like, is it maybe a limbo but also something a little different? Like, what is up with Lands Between? Because it's between what exactly? And once again, as I myself and many others have talked about, Lands Between, we now have a Land of Shadow. That implies a Land of Light. I'm not saying we're going there, but it does suggest that that's what the Lands Between is between. Okay. The Flame of Ambition. Morgott loves the Erd Tree. He doesn't want anyone to burn it. He knows that Tarnished wants to. He knows that Marika is calling the Tarnished to, or at least he has an idea. The Tarnished are guided by grace, and he knows that the Thorns will not let anybody in. He knows they have to burn. He does not want the Erd Tree to burn. The Flame of Ambition is twofold. He literally is worried about you getting the ambition to bring a flame. So it's a little bit of, he wants to crush your ambitions, literally, because if you give up as a Tarnished, that's all well and good. You're done. No more risk to the Erd Tree. That's another one. Cross that name off the list. But also, flame is a big concern of his. Bloodborne, again, with it being in limbo, dream, but there's another dream within a dream. Definitely. I also want to talk again about the starting area, the tutorial zone of Dark Souls 2. It is called Things Betwixt. Tell me that isn't, like, hey, Elden Ring, or hey, Dark Souls 2, I don't know what to name my land. Can you, like, let me copy your homework? Yeah, just change it around a little bit so they can't tell. Things Betwixt becomes the Lands Between. Definitely Bloodborne, but there's a lot of Dark Souls 2 in there for sure. What could Melina want with Marika? Her purpose. She wants to understand her purpose for remaining, though she is burnt and bodiless. Blue gold dressing looks similar to what he was wearing when he died. Sorry, you're talking about the guy that we literally just see from the... I say guy, but the figure that we see in the very first shot of the cutscene looking at Miquella's egg? I say Miquella's egg. Oh my god. The cocoon. The cocoon containing Miquella's body. Because I don't think Godwin was ever depicted with shoes, but I don't remember too much about his feet. I think people want Godwin, and they want Miquella, and they've seen Miquella, so now they're looking for Godwin. That's what I personally think. We know where Godwin is. What's he doing walking around the Lands Between? Listen, I know everyone wants their tall, blonde, shirtless himbo back. And I'm not against you in this regard. I'm kind of with you, but... Still think that figure could be the woman from the painting. Honestly, maybe it's just because it's a robe. I definitely got woman vibes from it. Also, why aren't you not... Listen, with... Oh. was about to ask him respectfully why he's still alive. I'm hoping that Dee will die first. Dee! Look at the pose that Fia is in when we do this, by the way. Like here, she's just like, oh no, this nerd appears to have died. Isn't that sad? I actually didn't realize she doesn't do anything until you get close, eh? She's just chilling, having a good time. Oh no! He tripped and fell in the kitchen. What a pity. I saw nothing. Let's just quickly shut this door.
Finally.
Oops.
It is returned to its rightful place.
Did she stab him in the heart?
Brand of the exalted noble.
The pose, look right here.
Now, I must bid you goodbye as well. Though I ask you deliver this message to the Round Table Hold. I am Fia, deathbed companion, hark Round Table. Disturb not the death of Godwyn, the exalted. We who humbly live in death, live in waiting. To one day, welcome our Lord. What right does anyone have to object? Our Lord will rise, the Lord of the many and the meek.
And then she floats and refuses to elaborate and leaves. The pose, the reason I want to point it out is because there is a figure that is visible on Elimer's glove. I believe it's Elimer of the Briar's gloves. That looks like a monstrous face wearing a robe with that exact same arms to the side, palms forward. Fia invented a death mist sorcery. She does some combat ability. You can't just fight her at full strength. Yeah, the one thing is, it's a death mist sorcery, which means she came up with it post Godwyn. I'm talking about when she arrived in the Lands Between as a Tarnished. She was a deathbed companion. She had a power. She has the ability to take the strength of champions within herself and then give it to someone else. But meanwhile, she presumably keeps that ability. I'm not saying she's like weak, but she wears a dress, has no weapons, and only creates the mist, as far as we can tell, the only thing associated directly with her later in her life upon encountering Godwyn somehow. So that's all I'm saying is when she arrived, she likely was not quite like helpless, you know, but she was raised to be a deathbed companion and nothing else. It's really interesting. Does she cast it herself? I've never attacked her or gotten her aggro or anything. I don't even know if it's possible. I don't know what happens if you attack her. We might try this playthrough. We got a Celestial Dew, which I forgot to read. A hidden tear found in the Eternal City, also known as a night tear, allows one to carry out an absolution at the Church of Vows, reversing all antagonizations. Once upon a time, the stars of the night sky guided fate, and this is a recollection of those times. It's pretty interesting. How does she get to the Round Table Hold with Roger? Even any Tarnish apparently can get to the Round Table Hold. A Roderica, who ends up in the Lands Between and is, once again, very similarly to how I think Fia arrived, wearing a dress with no weapon and no combat ability whatsoever, is somehow able to enter the Round Table Hold. She, I don't remember if she says she received a summons, but she's able to go. We don't really understand the process of it. We have Melina get us there, but presumably any Tarnished can make it here, and only Tarnished. Miquella was able to detach his soul from his body without a half-rune of death. What does this imply about his remaining body in Mogwyn? Mogwyn, is it malformed and growing larger because it's like Godwyn's body now? Miquella chooses to inhabit Godwyn's body instead when he returns. Ranni's body is totally fine. It's burnt and stuff, and you know, it's dead, but it looks only like a body that was... The body is still alive. Miquella's body is still alive too, so it's a little different. But the process that he underwent, for all we know, By the time that Mog kidnaps Miquella's body, he's already gone. You softlock yourself out of fort attacks, but if we use the Celestial Dew, we can undo any sin. Corn to tarnish? Oh yeah. Everyone in the Round Table Hold is a tarnish. We can tell they're tarnished because they're here. That's actually a huge sign. If they are here, they are tarnished. I'd be like, but what about Enya? What about the Two Fingers? Yeah, we don't even know if these people are freaking real, bro. We don't know what the heck's up with them. They're kind of mysterious. Some people think Enya sort of creates the Round Table Hold. I personally give that role to Hugh, because he remains alive when this place starts burning, and Enya becomes is no longer there, and the fingers are still calling home, from what I remember. So I think Hugh is the origin of the Round Table Hold, which is why he's able to be here despite not being tarnished. Roderica could be a maiden too. So she's a maiden, but in terms of the game's definition of a finger maiden or whatever, that's not what she is. She isn't tarnished. Fia's tarnished. Fia's in the opening cutscene. She's mentioned as a tarnished. She's absolutely tarnished. Everyone is. The prophet old lady with two fingers? That is Enya. And she is, she's a finger reader. Cecil do also undo killed NPCs. I didn't know that. Is that true? Never killed anybody. Well, is that true? Where's the population now if they can't even die? So, you know what? I actually want to show you something. This is going to be a little bit of a run, so stick with me. But no, actually, it's not going to be a bit of a run. There's a lot of questions like that, and that's a really, really great question. Do you get Definitely the Ashes? Oh, I forgot something.
How did you spend that much time in the Round Table Hold? You didn't even
Do all the quests there. Lore. Gosh darn it. Okay, sorry. So, where are all the people? This is a pretty big land. And honestly, all things considered, we don't see any villages. Well, not very many. We don't see, like, a lot of people alive. There's a few chilling over here, just hanging out, having a good time. But yeah, what exactly is going on in this freaking place? I have some ideas. Soft log and force axe if you killed Fia. No, I didn't say I was going to kill her. I said I was going to aggro her. I'd punch her a little bit and then reset it. This is a whole bunch of flesh, eh? These are little piles of you know, well, bone and hair and skin and, you know, what you might call the parts of a people. And there sure is a lot of them, isn't there? Now I might be like, yeah, let me show you another little example of what might have occurred with some folks in this land. These are the ones that always stick out in my mind when someone asks where everyone is. Pedro Poorly, glad you're enjoying yourself. Glad you're comfy. All right. And then if we walk over here, we see a nice entire population of a small Caelid village just having a nice old jaunt. This is probably what happened to the people in the lands between. Bye! But in all seriousness, pretty much every enemy that you encounter, besides the ones that are, you know, animals, people. Like your vibe tonight? Thank you. Okay, so... Round table. Yeah, just a nice group of tourists. They're not tourists. They're from Caelid. They're walking out toward Caelid. You silly. No, just kidding. Also see corpses fusing with the roots of the Erdtree. That is Erdtree burial. It was considered an honor. Although Erdtree burial was the highest honor, and the ones at the big hero graves got the best ones. The other ones just kind of had to suck at the outer edges. How did Nokron's population turn into those white thingies? Which white thingies? The the silver tears? I think they made the silver tears. Hello, Nephilim. I have a present for you.
No.
So the Baldachin's blessing? I sure do. I want to keep it for lore.
Father has always given me his guidance. And now I've lost it.
Well, baby girl, I have given you a bird, and it will give you some guidance or something.
Ash? I can smell the ancient storm in it.
Sniff, sniff.
No thanks. I'll gladly take it.
No, thank you for the reminder, though. But someone the other day was like, hey, do you still have a Baldachin's? We can get some lore. And then... Wait! Is that very still here? What was I supposed to look at to see if it looked like this? There was something. You were like, do you have a Baldachin's? And now I can't freaking remember what it was. Also know what exactly the Scarlet Rot is. So it is what we can tell, a disease that spreads from a rot god. There is an outer god of rot that is apparently sealed underneath the lake of rot. It was sealed by the blind swordsman, the warrior in blue. Marika's bedchamber? No. Something that we haven't talked about to death. I think it was at the Chapel of Anticipation. Sounds like psoriasis. You know what's interesting? Someone earlier today mentioned the psoriasis thing. I personally think it's more analogous to leprosy, but because the main thing about Scarlet Rot is it's also contagious. Yeah, June, there you go. We never mentioned the psoriasis thing at all, and today 2 folks have mentioned it. It's pretty neato. Was it a shield? No, I remember now. It was the Chapel of Anticipation's iconography. Also, the Baldachin's blessing is meant to evoke the image of a bedchamber. I'm not saying there's no relation to Marika's, because they're both bedchambers. But like, the thing is, beds largely do look kind of similar, and like the draping around them could be considered similar. So like, there's a link, but I'm just saying, like, I'm not thinking, oh my god, Marika was a deathbed companion. But that would be neat if she was. And it's fucking dark. It wasn't this one. But we want to look at these little creatures, because we were thinking these, they look a little different. We don't know what these creatures are. The ones up top. Honestly, they do look like lionesses, but then when you look at the lions down here, the faces are really different. These might be wolves. Weirdly enough. Intersea everyone. Oh, so Scarlet Rot can be spread, and you can get infected by it, but you can also be born with it writhing in your blood. So definitely a link between, you know, that definitely sounds like it, but the thing is that it's also linked to an outer god as well. That's basically its origin. Okay. No, I don't really see too much link. This looks more like a crown or something like that. No, I like the psoriasis link. I'm just saying that, like, it's likely inspired by multiple things in real life. Also, the fact that it's you can get fungal infections too. You can get mushrooms grow, like, okay, hopefully a full mushroom shouldn't grow from your skin, but you could get fungal infections in your skin as of present right now, and the way that the Scarlet Rot presents is also fungal. So definitely a lot of things going on with it. The psoriasis thing is really insightful though, because I didn't think about that. The thing about psoriasis though, okay, keep in mind, this is, yeah, psoriasis makes your skin thicken from what I have seen. I know someone with it on their arm, and I kept telling them, I think that's like psoriasis, go to a doctor. And they were like, no. Anyway, it looks almost like thick and scaly. Itchy and patchy. Oh. So, but it doesn't eat away at your skin, no? It's like extra stuff that you have to kind of treat, right? If a pure gold needle stops it, maybe rot equals impurity in general. Oh my god, it took me a second to figure out that Mickey is Miquella. I mean, it is definitely, it can be seen as impure, but the main reason that Miquella seems to want to stop the rot is that it hurts his sister. He's grown up his entire life watching his sister suffer, his twin sister suffer with the agony of the Scarlet Rot. He feels for her. It seems to come purely from a place of empathy. He leaves the Golden Order because it can't do anything for her sister, and also, frankly, appears that Radagon and others have no interest in helping his sister. Necrotiding fastidious does eat at your skin. Yeah, it's a mushroom. It eats your skin. I would love to hear some inspiration. It's probably definitely similar to it eats your skin. We got it. It's actually really neat to see what it could have been inspired by, though. Autoimmune disorder. Yeah, like the body attacking itself. Yeah. Anyway. Miquella wants to help his sister. The fact that the needle is pure gold, it's more that it's Miquella's needle. He is the unalloyed. He works with pure gold. It could be, you know, something that it needs to be like that, but I think it's really just that it's linked to him. He is the pure gold, so what he creates is pure gold. Anyway, just want to take a look at that, but nothing too related. We'll look at the baldachin at different... Alright, Corin should now be here. I want to visit Nephili. I don't... Because her quest was broken for so long, I actually don't remember what triggers it. I think you just have to get further in the game. I think she just sits there until you progress to a certain point, though. Pure gold is antifungal. Interesting. I know that copper has antibacterial properties, I believe. Suggest a game, Elden Ring? Oh boy, do I have news for you. What are you doing right now? Kind of all over. We're in Altus. We're doing a lot of Altus-related things. Both Roderica and Kenneth's quests. We've done that so far. Thing about silver, colloidal silver. Yeah, the thing about, like, I think the idea of it being antifungal is definitely important, but it also can quell frenzy. And frenzy is fire. Does gold have a particularly high, like, melting temperature? I guess you could see it as that, if gold has a high resistance to heat, for example. You know?
Ah,
hi!
Look who we have here. How delightful to meet a familiar face, even after departing the Round Table hold.
Yeah, you blend in. What if I
I've been
missed
doing
you?
some learning of my own since then, actually.
Low melt point? I
And
see.
will happily pass
It
along to
suggests... I definitely think there's some significance to the metals. I've been talking about the idea that gold cannot tarnish at all. Like, gold does not tarnish. It is... And silver does. And I was talking about how it might be like gold and silver way back when the trailer dropped. I was like, what if we're the tarnished because we are silver and that affects the gold? You know, it didn't pan out. It was just fun. Very soft. Soft doesn't mean it melts, you know, soft. Does the softness of metal relate to how much heat it can take? I thought that those would be separate things, but I know it's soft, very malleable. You can straight up bend it, especially pure gold. And that's actually one really interesting about Miquella. He is the pure gold. So he's pure, but he's physically weak. He is a child perpetually because he is gold. He doesn't mature. For metals, yes, they're related. Interesting. Think of lead, very, very soft and low melt point. I did not know lead was hard. I thought it was super soft. I thought it was super hard. I guess it's heavy, so it's just dense. Neat. Hello. I want to hear his line about heresy, so I'm going to sacrifice one prayer book. What prayer book should I... We're going to buy everything he has, so it's fine, I guess. Fire monk.
That is a work of heresy. Its incantations bear no lineage from the Erd Tree. Very well. I'll take it off your hands.
Oh Flame, incantation of the fire monks. Momentarily sparks roaring flame from the caster's hand. Charging enhances potency. The giant's flame still smolders upon the distant northern mountaintop, and the fire monks are its guardians. Surge, O Flame. Superior incantation of the fire monks creates a stream of fire to burn the area before the caster. The giant's flame is the flame of ruin, capable of burning the Erd Tree. And so, following the war against the giants, its ruinous blaze was sealed and guardians were appointed to watch over it. And we get lightning fortification, same lore as previous. Same lore as previous. So when he starts to travel, he acquires superior incantations of the two fingers.
May the Golden Order shine through you.
And then he calls the two fingers book heresy, if I'm not mistaken.
Further, I can happily spare the time.
Oh, 9k, my bad.
May the Golden Order.
Golden powers in the trees? That the end boss is a real source of the golden power? Kind of. The Elden Beast is a vassal of the Greater Will. So it is not the source, but it seems it obeys the source. We don't really know the nature of the Elden Beast. Oops, I skipped that. That's my bad.
The path ahead might be perilous, but tread it I shall. Since departing the Round Table Hold, I've come to understand in my solitude how little it is I truly know.
I know you can sell runes. I just like using them. I'm an old-fashioned person. I just like to click the runes and get them. Also, you can't sell to him, so it doesn't. It's kind of moot anyway. I just like using them. I'm not really in any rush, you know. I like the little. I like it when it. I like the little sound it makes, you know.
I can happily spare the time. I'm yet to find the noble gold mask. I suppose he'll be closer to the Erd Tree. The path ahead might be perilous, but tread it I shall. Since departing the Round Table Hold, I've got how little it is
Yeah, he doesn't know much, that's true.
May the Golden Order shine through you.
How does Corrin survive in Altus? He knows a fair few incantations. Unfortunately, because I accidentally progressed his dialogue, I completely forgot what I was talking about previously. Sorry. Question. I think I was answering a question. What other Soulsborne games have you played? All of them. All of them. Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, and Sekiro. Obviously, that's all the modern FromSoft games, as I call them. Like, I know I haven't played everything FromSoft has, and I haven't played every Souls-like in the universe, but in terms of the games, I have played them. Golden arrow. Nice. Whoops. Carved arrows made in tandem with the Erd Tree bow deals holy damage. Highly effective against those who live in death and able to prevent them from rising again. They're beautiful, intricate, lovely. And the Erd Tree bow. The Erd Tree was trying to get its followers to fight the Deathblight, basically. Because it was infecting it, too. Shikima is your favorite lore? Oof. Gotta be Bloodborne, I think. I'm obsessed with Bloodborne. Like, seriously. It's my favorite. If it wasn't my favorite lore, I don't think it'd be my favorite. A golden sunflower that grows facing the Erd Tree, found near minor Erd Trees. At the foot of the Erd Tree, they retain their color along with a powerful holy essence. Oh, the role of the trees. I remember now. So the Elden Beast is sort of the source of power here, but it's not the source, it just follows the true source, which is the greater will. It doesn't seem to need the Elden Beast. I just think the Elden Beast helps because it's a close... It's more powerful than the Two Fingers. Sort of runs the show. It's the boss in the lands. Erdtree isn't holy? I mean, it does what we consider holy damage. What does that mean? We don't know. It does fit. The thing is, it comes from faith. Holy damage comes from faith. So you have faith in something, and it gains power through that. So having faith in the Erdtree strengthens it. God, this place has horrific noises. I love it so much. Wrath of Gold. Superior Erdtree worship incantation. Produces a golden shockwave that knocks back nearby foes. This incantation was discovered when the Elden Ring was shattered, and it was feared as a sign of the Erdtree's wrath. That's interesting. Erdtree's pissed. The other gods don't get power for faith? Well, okay, Rykard is a blasphemer, but his sword scales with faith. Even though the sword does fire damage, I believe? It's a fire sword, no? So anyway, faith, there's lots of different weapons that use faith, and not all of them do holy damage. It might do... Honestly, I'm really bad remembering all the different damage types like off the top of my head in terms of like literal in-game stuff, so that I might be a little fuzzy there. But there are different... Like, it's not all faith. It's not all holy damage for faith. For example, all the flame spells. That's actually a wonderful example. They're all based on faith in the flame, but they do fire damage. So faith in the Erdtree does holy damage, for sure. But faith in other things strengthens them too. Lightning, fire, thorn, sorcery all use faith. I gotta look at the thorn sorceries. Are they under sorceries? I think they are. The briars are sorceries, aren't they? Fire damage for blasphemous blight? Yeah, does it does physical too, right? It's fire and physical? Or is it pure? I think, I don't remember. Like I said, bad at damage types. Lightning, poison, and blood magic. Yeah, exactly. So there's just different types of faith. And what faith spells are incantations. And incantate, like you literally like chant it. Lightning is dex? We're talking about spells. Yeah, lightning scales through dex, for sure. That I know, obviously, because I use it on my favorite dex spells. But in terms of spells, the lightning skills, the incantations are, yeah, faith. Exactly. Great example. Hello, cuties. I love these little guys. Snake snails. I love them. Okay, I just had a thought. So you know how the snakes in this game often have shells? As in they are like snails? And they enter the shell and they stick out of it because they are snake snails? What if Mesmer is just acting as the shell for his snakes? What if they're snake snails? I mean, they do be sticking out of his skin. I'm just saying. They hiss like geese? I really appreciate that you know that geese hiss, because they do. But also, snakes are also very well known for hissing, so, you know. What if they were geese, though? Faith in an outer god? I think it's faith in anything. confirmed to me. Mesmer, does the name come from the community? It's his name is Mesmer, 2 S's. It's at the end. First of all, he says his name in the trailer. He says blah 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 Mesmer's flame, and then in the pre-order at the end of the trailer, we see Mesmer the Impaler. Pre-order. I feel like arterial leaves are linked to the blood star. Like, obviously they're blood-like. And they're associated with blood, arteria, arterial, they pulse. But you find, I remember finding dropped arterial leaves, not growing arterial leaves, near a bunch of folks in the, like, fire monks. In the Mountaintop of Giants. 2 primal to be considered incantations and thus scale with arcane. Yeah. Arcane is associated with space, but also blood. A lot of... That's the thing about arcane that's so interesting, is it's not just blood, but it's space magic too. Specifically the forbidden space magic, like what Sellen does. Her primal sorceries. Primeval current, sorry, not primal. Hello, Crystallian. Okay, kind of ruined my life there. It's okay. It's okay. Whatever. Mesmer maid's cleaning his house? I don't know why, but that made me really thirsty. I think it's because I thought of Minute Maid, like the lemonade. And the worst part is, I don't even like Minute Maid lemonade. But you made me think about lemonade, and I like lemonade. Now that I understand Crystallians, I don't find them as bad. It is really interesting that they're resistant until you break their posture. They're actually quite unique in that way. Well, this is awkward. With the ringed finger, I will not abide this disrespect. Much you love them in your recent upload? That and the Red Wolf of Radagon. My 2 favorite enemies in the entire game. You know, I got bodied by the Red Wolf of Radagon in this playthrough, the one in Radagon, yet again, as always, as freaking always. Like, literally, they are just the most incessant, annoying enemy. They set up their spells to hit you during their combos so that you get just completely stun locked to death and your entire health bar is done, and you get hit one time, you get hit by everything, and they're just so fair and balanced, and they make me want to freaking gouge my eyes out and howl at the freaking moon. Just girly things. Hee hee. I was gonna look for flowers. The perfumer's grotto. We must go. We must go. Too freaking fast? They sure freaking are. How the Halictree Crystallians made me cry. I actually am not sure if I killed them. You probably noticed in my first playthrough, I try to kill everything at least once. It's a good habit. Because you never know what could have a unique drop, or like, you know, I didn't realize, you know, the scion, the lobsters in Liurnia, that when you defeat them turn into a scion and then drop a larval tear? I found that in my first playthrough. I didn't realize. I had no idea. I was just like, oh, cool, larval tear. To be fair, I didn't yet understand how the larval tears work. Hey, what up, baby? The day I learned that's not a hitbox. Cool. Anyway, bye! On my way to the Halictree and the consecrated snowfields. They're all so mean, huh? It was Chad AF. It was pretty Chad, wasn't it? Found those disappearing dragons again. Made me pretty sad. Wait, which disappearing dragons? Oh, you mean like Fortisax? Or Lanciax? Perfumer's Grotto. Guy who teleports away at 50% HP. Adula! Glintstone Adula? Yeah. So Lanciax, I'm assuming you don't want to know? Okay, I forgot what I was talking about. Sorry, I'm really tired and this made me lose my train of thought more than normal, and I already lose my train of thought a whole lot, eh? Ooh, a present. Oh, okay, yeah, I want to lock onto the flower for sure. Yep. Neat. Freaking coolio. They have 4 horns, including one growing out of the nose. Interesting. Hide stuff too much? It's there for the people who want to search for everything. And the thing is, Glintstone Dragon Adula, that one's tough because that one's quite far. But if you continue the quest line associated with the area, you will find them. Without a doubt. Lanciax is in this area. So it's kind of one of those, like, it's for the people who want it, like me. I love that stuff. I love lore. I love hunting. I spent freaking 4 hours on a quest line in my first playthrough, and I was like... that one did do my head in a little bit, but I had fun, also. Stop buffing! Oh my god, I forgot how awful this place is. Stimkey! Like, if you want to Google it, you can. If you're not that type of person, if you don't like searching, if you don't like being thorough, if you don't like exploring or like whatever, you can play however you want. You can search it up, right? You can ask a friend. You can go online and come to a stream and be like, hey, gamers, I'm stuck. Help me. With some advice or something. Maybe not this stream. We're talking about lore. But you know what I mean. You know, it's just the game that does it different. And I love that because every other game on this freaking planet, I feel sometimes, on my more... grumpy days is just Ubisoft turn brain off, follow quest marker, go to second quest marker. A game that makes you engage your brain is so it's like a breath of fresh air. I love it. I love FromSoft. Everything they put out, I'm obsessed with. I love reading into what they create. I love analyzing things and figuring things out. Armored Core does it so well too, you know. Way too many hours in Linear Lake trying to figure out how to get to Moonlight Altar. Oh my god, right? You remember my first playthrough. God damn it! Really, bitch? Okay, that was kind of hilarious, though. I feel like I just got steel chaired, eh? I do need to level up my weapon. I'm starting to get a little underpowered. I am going to ask chat how to get a +7 here shortly. But honestly, that might have to be just a next time thing. I just want to get through this area real quick. I shouldn't have locked myself in the freaking corner to BH, but whatever. It's fine. Gimme. Come here. I miscalculated slightly. So I'm looking for those really cool flowers that we saw in that area, and I don't see them. So they're not here either. It makes sense they're not at Altus, though, because they are very pink. Dear God, you guys suck. Honestly, if this is what Omen Killers are about, bro, I'm on the side of the Omens, no doubt. Make a Omen Killer set, yay! I forgot. Hello. Goodbye. Never figured out what the puppet is for? Which puppet? This game is so freaking good. I love it. I think back to my first playthrough. Editing it has actually been such a joy too, because I remember how I did things, and it's just so great. It's so special. I kind of want to know more about the Miranda blooms. Like, they're flowers that move, that have some intelligence and sentience, and work with the perfumers with intent? Like, what the heck is even going on here? I love it. A record of crafting techniques taught by the capital's ancient dragon cult details techniques that harness lightning, the weapon of ancient dragons. Acquire the knowledge to craft the following. Dragon wound grease. Not lightning, though? Perfumer's Cookbook. A record of crafting techniques left by a military perfumer. Contains martial techniques beyond the repertoire of an ordinary physician. Spark aromatic and uplifting aromatic. Those, I believe, are some of the strongest in the game, if not the strongest. Kid playing Ocarina of Time. That's so nice. First playthrough will be probably around 130. I'm thinking... Oh my god. I'm thinking around 100, but it's really hard to tell because... We're getting to the point that I'm cutting more because, for example, today's episode was all running around. And I cut it down a lot. So... one VOD of 8 hours was 2 episodes. I can't believe I edited an 8-hour VOD yesterday. Oh my god. So we'll see. I'm thinking toward 100, but like I said, if there's a bit that I need to show everything, then it's gonna be longer. It's a lot of cutting. It was a lot. Yesterday was rough. I might miss a day here in the future. I hope people understand, because the editing is exhausting. I want to get it done, and I'm gonna, but like, whew, I'm shocked I made it through yesterday. Souls comics and graphic novels to be canon? With some asterisks. Like, I think we can glean things from them. I haven't read them. But, you know, it's... Like, I know a little bit about, like, the Elden Ring comedy manga. It's definitely inspired by clearly someone passionate about the story, but I don't know that I'm willing to, like, derive super detailed information from it. A lot of it's cutting out PvP. The PvP is actually really easy. It's really just skip to when I was doing not PvP, right? So that's actually the really easy part. But the 8-hour episode of pure running around was all gone through manually. Oh my god. Hey, dog. I gotta start working on the Volcano Manor because I'd actually really like to get the Blasphemous Blade for the playthrough. I want to use it as my weapon. I've heard it's very strong, and it fits with our theme of being Mesmer's GF. Actually hear the Omen, I believe, snoring. Hello. Did I wake you up? Yo, take it easy, Quaither. Sup? Creepy. Winged misbegotten ashes. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell. A spirit with the aspect of wings which takes flight to lose arrows from its bow. The misbegotten are held to be a punishment for making contact with the crucible, and from birth they are treated as slaves, or worse. Yikes. So, literally, the Crucible equals primordial life in its purest form. Apologies! And they are punished for making contact with it. Pretty much what it seems by... And what they mean by making contact with it is being born.
Apologies. You're beautiful.
It is a different voice, isn't it? Very subtly, but still different. Lore explanation for why everything respawns after you die, or really when you rest? Nothing dies in the lands between. Nothing stays dead. Dung Eater's armor is made of severed omen horns. Hello, Trisha. Ow. Ow. Drinking takes a bit of a long time. Well, works for me. Crystal Knights are all gone while you kill them. Number one, gameplay over lore, but this is an undead land. So the fact that things come back when you... Okay, that was my fault for rolling back. I meant to roll to the side, but it came out kind of to the back there. Oopsie. Trisha did the bad shield thing? Uh-huh. They were teeth on purpose, but that'd be more fitting. I mean, considering they grow naturally? Oh, my horns are a lot like teeth, yeah. Red hair misbegotten? Mm-hmm. The misbegotten has red hair. Oh, I somehow missed you, I think. Or maybe I just ran past you with that forever swing. I don't remember. This is actually a really bad boss to die on because I don't remember where the boss... Okay, I just went a big circle. That's good. I'm having... I might have to finish this next time. I am freaking tired. And everyone in this freaking dungeon's annoying. I think we just kept descending. This one's kind of far from the entrance, which is annoying. Not that far, though. Things that are close to the Crucible or associated with the Crucible are red. So the fact that Radagon has red hair might simply be related to that. Now, in terms of his children, yeah, they are red-haired. That makes sense. I don't think the Misbegotten are his children, too. Hello, you just chilling? Again. And we got both of them with that. Gotta love it. Oh my god. I think he becomes red-eyed when you kill her? Or maybe he was red-eyed before? I didn't notice. Perfumer Trisha. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell. Used to summon the spirit of Trisha, the perfumer. Trisha was once known as a healer who dedicated her efforts to treating misbegotten, omen, and all those seen as impure. When her efforts failed, she was their companion as they died, watching over them to ensure that they could pass peacefully, free of pain. A tale akin to the origins of the deathbed companions. So I wonder if the implication is that her efforts to heal them failed because they are exactly as they should have been all along. It's interesting though, so that's where the deathbed companions came from. Giants have red hair, are they associated with the Crucible? So, we don't know their exact origins, but presumably they simply Yeah, they're just closer to the crucible, and they retain their red hair because they are closer to it. Because the red hair is linked heavily to Radagon, but also the fire giants. There are also other beings with red hair, but I no longer know if Marika was a giant. It would be interesting if she was part Newman and part giant, though. I don't know what that would entail, but I wonder if that's why when if she split Radagon from herself, why he came out with red hair, is it represented the parts where she was removing the giant parts. I don't know. That would explain, well, then again, Radagon is very self-hating and self-loathing. He resents his red hair. It could also simply be symbolic of Marika not resenting any part of herself. So Radagon is self-hating, and the complete opposite of that would be loving yourself, I guess. But yeah, I'm gonna call it here though, gamers. Today was a lot of fun. I love loring. It's very nice to really take our time with this playthrough and get to enjoy it. I'm just very, very sleepy today, so I'm gonna call it here. But I'll be back tomorrow with more of the LOREATHON. Oops. Almost closed an app. Hey, glad you enjoyed, everybody. Another new episode of the Elden Ring first playthrough will be going up tomorrow. Please check that out if you're interested. I love watching first playthroughs, so I really appreciate everyone coming to watch that. Oh, interesting. We talked about that, Sorry, Marlo's having a nap over there. It's very cute. You doing okay, buddy? Marlo? He's listening, but he's very sleepy. Sorry, we talked about the Archthrones mod. Let's take a look. Oro's playing it right now. I'm really curious. I saw just a little bit of it. I didn't want to see too much, but I've heard it's very, very interesting. I mean, I saw what the Firelink Shrine looks like, and I think I'm very intrigued by that. But yeah, so we're gonna send you over there. Like I said, back tomorrow. Follow me on social media to keep up with stream updates so you know when I'm going live, so you don't miss anything. Sometimes Twitch is not the best with that. So if you don't want to miss anything, join the Discord, follow on Twitter, all that. Take it easy and have a good night, everybody. YouTube, you know, just good night, etc. There's no YouTube raid. But hey, Oro's live on YouTube too. If you want to check out Ouroboros, you can. I really hope YouTube gets better with that, personally. That's one of the things I'd like them to do. Either way, everybody, good night. Sleep well. Or have fun starting your day, considering I know we're probably getting some EU folks. So it's morning for you. Good morning. Have a good start to your day. Good night. Oh, don't forget to post lots of Raft Snakes. If you have them. They're my new fave. Oh, it's kind of waving, isn't it? I just realized that. Oh, that makes me so happy. I have a wave emote, except it's like a little scuff. Oh. Can't see my hands, so I have to be short. Bye.